Good? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. I'll have you all start working toward your seats, please, and we'll get started momentarily. Again, I'll have you start working toward your seats, top off that cup of coffee, and we'll get started momentarily. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go ahead and take your seats, please. Good morning once again. I'm Eric Spencer, President and CEO of the Greater North Dakota Chamber, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 Policy Summit. The Policy Summit is known for examining some of the most significant policy issues facing our great state, and this year is certainly no different. Whether you're here joining us in person or watching us online, I want to thank the record number of people turning out to enjoy this event with us. Today we'll hear from notable business leaders and then feature panel discussions that cover a variety of key topics. We also have a history of being interactive, and this year again is no different. You can go to gndcpolicysummit.com to submit questions to moderators, to ask panelists. So open a browser on your phone or computer and again go to gndcpolicysummit.com. There you'll be able to see bios of our speakers and panelists. The website is on the cover of your program and will be on the screen periodically throughout the day. So without generous sponsors, events like this simply aren't possible. And so I want to take a moment to thank them. Our gold sponsors, Amazon and ConocoPhillips, our lunch sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota, our silver sponsors, Otter Tail Power Company, Sanford Health, MDU Resources Group, Hess Corporation, NextEra Energy, and One Oak. Our bronze sponsors are AE2S, American Crystal Sugar, BNSF Railway, Eide Bailey, Enbridge, Fisher Industries, Flint Group, the Lignite Energy Council, the North Dakota Association of Rural Electric Cooperatives, the North Dakota Department of Commerce, Pharma, TC Energy, and Xcel Energy. Our leadership speaker sponsor today is Midco, and our event partners are HB and Altria. These are companies that understand the importance of policy on our business climate and realize the impact of the conversations occurring today. So please join me in thanking all of our sponsors for their commitment to the Policy Summit and the mission of the Greater North Dakota Chamber, which is to have the best business climate in the country. At this time, I'd like to welcome Justin Forty to the stage. Justin is here representing GNDC Cornerstone member Midco. Midco is certainly a technology leader in our state and region. They're the sponsor of today's kickoff leadership remarks. And Justin, thanks to you and Midco for your commitment to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer, and thank you for attending today's Greater North Dakota Chamber Policy Summit. It's great to be here with so many friends and leaders in our state. Midco is proud to be part of this organization, and it's an honor for me to serve on the board of directors. We are excited to sponsor today's event this year, but more importantly, we are excited to be a leading technology company in the region, and we're constantly looking for ways to serve you and your technology needs for your homes and businesses. We are proud to be the broadband provider for nearly all the homes and businesses in the state of North Dakota, and our investment has made sure that over the last few years, the whole state of North Dakota literally worked on Midco as you worked from your homes. Thank you for what you do. We couldn't do what we do without you. But we're not done. Right now, we were joined on the Capitol lawn last summer with Governor Burgum. We've chosen to invest over $500 million to bring 10 gig speeds to the region. And we're just getting started. We've already got several communities across the state receiving 5 gigabit speeds. As of today, we are making this investment now for the future. We're also bringing fixed 5G wireless service to every acre of the Red River Valley to make sure that that is there for our advancements in agriculture. And we intend to bring that to other areas of the state in the future as well. We want to make sure that North Dakota stays at the cutting edge of broadband technology. We are committed to making sure that North Dakota has great broadband policy to make sure that North Dakota can be one of the first states to close the digital divide with great broadband policy. We're proud to partner with you, our customers, and the Greater North Dakota Chamber. And so on behalf of Midco, thank you for joining us at today's Policy Summit. But now we'll start the day with leadership remarks from two individuals who have certainly impacted the business landscape of our state. Nothing in our state just happens. Leadership matters. Thank you, Roger Ryerson and Governor Burgum, for your leadership in our state. Many great things continue to happen in North Dakota because of you. Both creators in their space, they started their organizations from the ground up. These two undisputed leaders are excited to showcase their perspectives as they continue to choose to lead North Dakota. I'm pleased to invite Roger Ryerson forward for an overview of Roger's work. It's available in the program, but it doesn't speak to the mountain of things he's done, not only in North Dakota, but throughout the entire region for agriculture. Following Roger's remarks, Governor Burgum, obviously a trailblazer for North Dakota and our economic development, will close out comments to further inspire and set the tone for today's events. Thank you again for joining us for today's Policy Summit. Roger.
Oh, I forgot your. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Policy Summit. Has fast become one of the premier events in North Dakota for business and business policy. And just happy to see this crowd that we have here. Thank you, Justin, for the kind words. But you missed the one paragraph, to let you know. And oh, by the way, my Midco bill is due and the check is in the mail, so we're good. We're good. When Eric called and asked if I would share some leadership remarks, I thought, me? A speech on leadership? There must be someone better. And then I found out the governor's asked for me, so that got kind of takes care of that. I guess I've never thought of myself as someone to give a speech on leadership, Maybe lately all the calls that I present has to do with the gray hair. Those of you out there in that category probably understand that. Nevertheless, Eric's call gave me the opportunity to reflect on things that have helped me achieve some level of success over my career to date. Notice I said to date. I'm still hopefully going to make a difference on some things. I entered college to pursue a math career. Then I ran into Calculus 300. How many did that? Yeah. I decided to change. The other side of my brain was calling. Upon advice from a professor, I took some marketing classes, and they won me over. I graduated with an emphasis in marketing and finance. My desire was to work in an ad agency. After one stop at an agency in my hometown, my journey brought me to what I thought was my next stop in my career, Fargo and the Flint Group. At the time, there were 13 people, and they were led by Harold Flint. Harold taught me a lot about integrity. He once said, "Integrity is everything, and if you can fake that, you got it made." Seriously, folks, he was a true man of integrity. The first hint of that is when I joined Flint Group. I came from an agency in Thief River Falls, where I worked on the Steiger tractor and Hydromex skid steer accounts. Naturally, I thought when I joined Flint, I would work on the Bobcat team, natural move. Mr. Flint assigned me to other accounts instead, stating that he did not hire me just to bring competitive information to the agency. He would not do that. It took me a few more lessons to understand how important integrity is in business and life. Integrity isn't something you wear like a badge. It's a way of life. Well, 46 years later, Flint Group, now under the umbrella of RR46, looks a lot different. RR46 operates over a dozen business units across 5 countries with over 250 team members. This year alone brought in over 40 new team members to the organization. Our board of directors joked about the last few years of success and growth, which have been led by my son, the new CEO, Andy. One board member told me I should have turned over the reins to him a lot sooner. Ouch, that hurt. But in reality, the statement gave me a lot of father's pride that the transition to Andy has gone so well. Our success is a result of great client partners we have worked with for many years: Bobcat, Blue Cross Blue Shield, AGCO, various higher ed campaigns, clients from agriculture, manufacturing, healthcare, quite a array and a lot of great learning in there. Today, I spend my time consulting with the RR46 team and with people in business on strategic planning, leadership transition, and marketing. Oh yeah, and a lot of family and a lot of golf. I guess the best definition of my career is being lucky, being in the right place at the right time, and know that you are. Everyone has opportunities presented to them in life. People that seize the opportunity are the ones that can recognize the value of that opportunity and then act on it. I've had many opportunities presented to me. Some I have grabbed, others I paid no attention to, and I should have. Some I grabbed, and some I shouldn't have grabbed. Please don't ask me about the business adventure into Alaska. It's a real sore subject. But listening to the wisdom of others sure helps one make better decisions. Over my career, I've been fortunate to spend some time with some very great leaders and wonderful organizations. I've taken a lot with me from those opportunities. One of my early lessons was given me as a suggestion to look at Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz in a different light, as a learning opportunity. He saw Dorothy's companions as her personal brand, teaching her about wisdom, courage, and heart, and using these traits to work through adversity. I thought about that a lot during my journey. Who has been my personal board members, bringing me insights and skills to be successful? My personal Wizard of Oz board is riddled with many great opportunities and people to listen and learn. This organization, GNDC, formerly GNDA when I started, has been one of them. I met so many people through my time working on committees and the GNDC board. In the mid-1980s, when Dale Anderson, former GNDC president, asked me to serve, I didn't realize the impact it would have on my career and abilities. Dale taught me the art of building and utilizing a great team to motivate change. There are others, like Rod Jaden of Medora fame, showed me the value of believing in something with all your heart and then having the enthusiasm to see it through. Where is he out here? Guy Moose, saw him this morning, showed me the value of a consistent, cheery, positive attitude. Has anybody ever seen Guy Moose without a smile on his face? Guy, where are you? I hope you're out there smiling somewhere. C. Warner Litton, one of my favorite mentors of all times, taught me about the value of community service. putting me on every single community he could find in the region. Governor Bud Sinner was a great example of treating everyone with respect. My wonderful wife taught me gratitude, every day giving thanks to the Lord for our wonderful family and our life. Yes, I've been fortunate working with and observing university presidents, CEOs, entrepreneurs, athletic coaches, governors, and in some I have witnessed great leadership skills, and in some not. Even our young hires have brought me new wisdom to learn from. The old line from one of my favorite songs, "They'll learn much more than I will ever know," is certainly true. Their wisdom has taught me a little about humility. The other day I was coming up the elevator with two young ladies. They were carrying laptops and folders. I asked them, "Are you busy today?" "For sure," they said. "We have a team assembling to build a brand." I told them, "Good luck." I left the elevator and turned left, wondering if they were team members of Flint or were they clients. They turned right, and I heard one of them say, "Who was that?" That's humility. Harold Flint, who was certainly on my Wizard of Oz board, was one I learned much from in an early career, but at the top of my list is something my dad taught me. He demonstrated it in business and in life. It's so simple but so powerful. Be kind. It is the single trait that has so much impact on you, those you work with, your friends, and those you love. I hope I've lived up to that model. The second personal skill I witness from many leaders, and I feel is important to their success, is be humble. I'm amazed by the number of great leaders, visionaries I've met that carry this trait. I remember a time when I was feeling quite proud of myself about a new campaign I just presented to a client. Interstate Seed was the client. They loved it. I was back at the office patting myself on the back when Harold said, "Let's go to a late lunch." I thought it was going to be a celebration and maybe even a raise. Well, it was everything but that. We went on something Harold calls alley crawling. We walked through the alleys up and down Fargo, and we hit all the low places. We walked in, and Harold would buy rounds of beers for the few customers in the bars, talking about the hardship that they've had in life. On the walk home, I heard the lesson. Don't take yourself too seriously. We are all one step away from a bad turn in life. Don't get an attitude of, "Aren't I good?" because everyone will experience lows. Be humble during the highs, and it'll make it much easier to manage the lows. In other words, his message was, be careful how you celebrate your successes. Humbleness and modesty will get you further. My first 2 points are so important, and a lot of you probably know this, that Tim McGraw wrote a song about them called "Always Be Humble and Kind." No, I did not collaborate with him, but I figure he heard me at an earlier speech I gave before that song came out. And then he wrote the song. Another point I learned, don't get leadership and authority mixed up. I never thought of myself in either position until later in my career. This was something C. Warner Litton actually put into my head. I realized through my years of listening and observing that great organizations are run by people who know the difference between authority and leadership. To me, authority is when people are forced to listen to you, whereas leadership is when people choose to listen to you. Leadership will motivate, engage, and empower the people around you. Authority will simply remind them who's the boss. And simply being the boss does not make you a leader. And you don't have to be a boss to be a leader. One of my favorite quotes on leadership came from Ralph Nader. I start with the premise that the function of leadership is to produce more leaders, not followers. I have a great team of leaders I work with, and I genuinely care about each of them. Helping each of them achieve a level of their own personal success is a goal. I guess if you spend time supporting, guiding, and sharing experience with those around you, giving them the opportunity to grow like so many have done for me through the years, well, then maybe you can serve as a member of their Wizard of Oz board. Thank you.
Let's get it up for Roger. What a fantastic opening keynote for this morning. Way to go, Roger. Sharing all that wisdom. In his highlight reel of all the important clients they worked with and people that influenced them, noticeably absent was the fact that Great Plains Software was a client of Flint in 1983, but apparently he forgot that. That's like never made any impact on him. But yeah. But I do have to say, having known, next year it'll be 40 years I've known Roger, and everything about him that he said up here, all the lessons that he's sharing with us, is how he's conducted his life. He's given so much back to the community, so much back to the clients that he's worked with. And when we were a fledgling startup, it was actually the other way. Flint was the biggest and most important agency around, and we were like a little unknown startup, and like nobody else would take our business or even take a flyer on us. Roger Ryerson believed in a couple of kids that were trying to get something going, and so always be grateful for that. So again, thank you, Roger, for all you've done. So lots to be grateful for, and especially because of all of you that are here today, and also GNDC. This organization has got a long, storied history, and many of us have had a chance to sort of be on that journey. I was super involved with it was then GNDA, but GNDC back in the 1980s with a thing called Vision 2000, where we had business leaders from across the state that came together to say, hey, we got a problem. The state is shrinking. All the young people are leaving. The economy is dying. Our towns are dying. And some of you may remember that we held town halls around the state. Over 5,000 people attended those meetings. And then here we are today, and what an incredible change. We're the only state in the nation between the 2010 and the 2020 census that became younger. We became younger when the rest of the nation was becoming older. That seems like an impossibility. And understand part of it relates to policy, because we do have people that are involved in policy. We have people that influence policy that up until about 2015, they had actually spent their entire life in North Dakota watching North Dakota in decline. North Dakota was the only state around 2010 that had fewer people than 1930. 80 years of population decline. No other state did that. And people say, I meet other governors, they say, how is that even possible? Like the United States more than doubled in population between 1930 and 2010. How do you shrink? And I said, well, it's a team effort. There's no one person that can take credit for that. But we've got it, as policy makers today, we've got to be thinking about a time of abundance versus a time of scarcity. Yes, we've got a plan because we've always been in a boom or bust economy when we're tied just to the commodity markets and prices we can't control. Yes, we should be careful about how we think about the future, but we have an opportunity now because of so many things that are driving in our favor. And one of those opportunities is demographics, and one of the challenges is demographics. Yes, we're finally becoming younger. Only state, as I said, that did that. We're the fourth youngest state in the nation. We also, interestingly, have the highest fertility rate of all the 50 states. The most number of kids that are being born to young families in the nation happening here in North Dakota. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us with a challenge. How many of you are employers in the room? And how many of you have positions open at your firms? Okay, I think that's an equal number of hands went up. And I was going to say the next one, how many of you have employees that work for you, team members that work for you, that are young or are young starting families? And I think I know the answer because of the demographics. We got baby boomers that are retiring, the new people that are ending in the workforce, as I've said, are starting families. They're starting at a higher rate than anyone else. So where do we find ourselves today? We find ourselves today that there are 42,000 working families in our state that have kids under the age of 5. How many kids do they have? It's right now about 1.5. And I don't know how you have 1.5 kids. I'm not sure how that works, but it's 64,000 children right now. 64,000 children. I guess maybe some have 2 and some have 1. It's not 1.5. But if you average them, the 2 and the 1, you get 1.5. But nobody's got a 1.5. There's no half out there. Okay, good thing Roger took math for a while in college before he switched to marketing. But he's following me. I can track. He's tracking with me. But we have 64,000 young people in our state, citizens in North Dakota that are 5 and under. And so if you put them all in one place Anybody here from Grand Forks? Got a couple here. Okay, if you put them all in one, UND's well represented here. Way to go, EERC's here. But if you put them all in one place, that would be the size of Grand Forks would be 5-year-olds and under. That would be the whole community would all be 5-year-olds. And then it would be up to you to decide, do I want to drive towards that city or do I want to drive away from that city? It'd be up to you. But that's the size and the scope of what we're dealing with. And so then what we also then have in our state, we're super fantastic in terms of the way we support education. We've been able to do that because of the robustness of our economy. We've really stepped that up in the last 10 years. We now, the formula of funding from the state of North Dakota to the locals from the state is over $10,000 per student. And so we're investing, over $10,000. It's actually $10,000 per student, but it's over 9 months. So it's $1,100, $1,200 a month are going to a student in North Dakota. So we pay a couple billion every biennium for K-12. We also put about $500 million into higher education. We put almost nothing into 0 for 5. We have 64,000 citizens out there. And so then what do parents do? Parents are facing lack of availability for childcare. They're facing lack of affordability for childcare, and they're also issues around quality because we don't have career paths and CT training like we do for the medical fields, like we do for childcare. So we stood up with about a dozen legislators a few weeks ago in Fargo. We put out a plan and said, hey, we think this is an opportunity. I would encourage everybody here to dive more into those details. There are a number of things in that policy that relate to private-public partnership, because we know that childcare is expensive. If you've got a grandchild or if you happen to be a young parent in this room, I know there's a couple that have kids that are in the 1 to 2 range. If you got a toddler that's sort of 0 to 3 years of age, you're looking at least $1,000 a month minimum. In some markets, even higher than that. So then when you have 2 kids, then all of a sudden you got $24,000 a year of after-tax income is supposed to go towards child care. If somebody decides to have 3 kids, then basically somebody's out of the workforce. And perhaps unfairly, the somebody that's often out of the workforce might be the female in that couple. And then I hear people say, we're short of workforce. And yes, we're short. We have 36,000 jobs open in North Dakota. And then people say, well, why don't the people on unemployment just get back to work? Well, we have very few people in North Dakota that are on unemployment. If everybody on unemployment somehow was magically skilled and off disability and went to work tomorrow, that's only 9,000 people. If they all went to, if we had 0 people, we're magically the 0 state of nobody on unemployment, unlike any place else. We have among the lowest in the nation. But if you had 0 left, we'd still have 27,000 jobs open. And then if you say, well, why don't we just hire college graduates? We don't graduate 27,000 people. We only have 45,000 in the university system. And so it's workforce participation, and the thing that is crunching workforce participation is the lack of availability, the lack of affordability, and the lack of quality of childcare. So if we're serious about trying to address workforce, and everybody tells us, it shows up on all your surveys that says the number one issue is workforce is the number one issue, then underlying that, the number one issue on workforce is often childcare. And I'm looking out at others. I know Dale Patton, Lieutenant Governor Brent Sanford, and others. We have had communities that have stepped up and done joint public-private partnerships. I know that we've got coal companies and others like Basin and others that have done stuff where they've put together co-ops in rural communities like Beulah to address this. There's a lot of innovative approaches out there, and there are over there's over 6,000 people that work in the child care industry, and there are over 800 businesses, many of which could be members of GNDA, often women-owned, that are out there struggling to make it work. So big opportunity for this organization to say that's not somebody else's problem, that's not human services, that's not a government thing. No, that's you as an employer caring about the families that work for you. 3 out of 4 of those 42,000 families that have kids under 5, both parents are choosing to work, okay? Both parents are choosing to work. And if we say, hey, we need more people in the workforce, and then we've invested $120,000 in a student to get them through K-12, then we've invested another $50,000 to get them through one of our universities, and then they decide they want to have a family, and they're in a town that has no available, and they stay home, then we do have a trained workforce. They're just not available to work because we haven't built the infrastructure around childcare. So I'm inviting this organization the employers in this organization to really learn and understand what it is that your team members are facing. What are they up against? We spent 14 months, some of you participated, we held roundtables, we run around the state, we understand the economics, we've got a solid proposal with about 12 components in it that support availability, affordability, and quality, and would encourage you to really strongly take a look at it because it's going to help your team members and it's going to help strengthen your communities. And if we care about families, if we really care about families, go to a round table, talk to a child care provider in a small town, and she will tell you that she has had many conversations with parents that come to her and say, we aren't having another child in our family because we either can't afford child care or we're thinking about having a child. Will you have a slot open for us? So they're doing their planning of whether or not they have a second or third child based on availability of child care. So those of you in this room probably that are in my era, they're like, wow, we never had to think about that. Well, the world's changed and we have an opportunity to help do something about it. So that's the one on child care. Another big policy which touches our competitiveness on workforce, again, workforce number one, is income tax. We've got a proposal. We had multiple legislative leaders standing up with us, including Representative Craig Hedlund and Senator Scott Meyer. But we've got a thing where we're going to eliminate income tax in our state for 60% of the payers. Eliminate it. It just goes away. That means that the 40% in the higher brackets will be paying 100% of the tax for North Dakota that goes in income tax. That's okay, because it's going to be 1.5% flat tax, lowest flat tax in the nation. We would then be in a position as people are deciding, because guess what? Mobility in workforce has never been higher than it is today. This is the highest it's ever been. People can choose the job they want, then they choose where they want to live. What's one of the factors they choose where they want to live? Can I get child care? And what income taxes am I going to be paying? And so we have an opportunity there to sort of move ourselves ahead of the pack as the lowest flat tax in the nation. And for those that are then saying, well, gee, should we be doing this or property tax? We're going to say, let's have a dialogue about that. But I want the business community to understand there's two very differences between the proposals that are on the table. The income tax proposal, supported by a number of legislators and supported by our administration, and I would hope supported by you that are trying to solve the employment thing, actually reduces the size of government. It reduces the amount of revenue that the state of North Dakota takes in. It leaves $250 million a year in the pockets of North Dakotans, $500 million a biennium. It leaves money in the pockets of North Dakotans, shrinks government. There have been many proposals over the years, including another one yesterday on property taxes, and since 2007, there have been 17 bills that have been passed to try to reduce property taxes by taking tax dollars from other sources and then subsidizing local spending. Property taxes are set by school boards, park boards, cities, townships, counties. That's where the level of property tax is set, not at the state. So if you want to take corporate income tax and send that out to local cities and counties and school districts, if you want to take oil tax money and send it out, if you want to take our legacy fund earnings and send it out, that doesn't shrink government. It doesn't lower property taxes one bit. It just changes who picks up the tab. As a business owner, if you had multiple divisions and you had one division that was overcharging its customers or charging its customers so much that all the customers were saying, the price is too high, the price is too high, the price is too high, would you go to that division and say, I can fix that. I'm going to take money from this profitable division and I'm going to give it to them and then they can subsidize the price to their customers? I don't think you'd do that. I think you'd say to that division, hey, if your customers don't like the price, design a different product that's more affordable. And the design of how we design our cities matters, because the cost of running a city today is actually a math question. It's the linear feet of everything. How many miles of road? How many miles of sewer? How many miles of water? How are those all put together? How many police? How many fire? All of the services that you have to, that's what drives the cost of these things. Do I put a school in a place where there's existing infrastructure, or do I go 2 miles out of town? Did I offend somebody with that remark, or is that a... I actually liked it with the lights up, if that's possible, or was somebody just leaning against the wall back there? I don't know. They did turn the lights out at me up at UND one time, but that's a different story. How many people were there for that? A few of you? No? A couple of the UND guys were up there. I was promised that I wasn't supposed to mention my alma mater when I was speaking at the UNDC Awards, which is their big annual banquet, whatever. And then I delivered my promise, but at the close of my remarks, I said, hey, just before I was heading up here, I saw my two boys, Joe Burgum, Tom Burgum, and they said, hey, good luck, Dad. And I said, bye, boys. And they said to me, hey, bye, Dad, have a great time. And then I said to them, bye, son, bye, son. And then the lights went off. Okay, that was what happened. But back on, again, so you guys, the policy team will have to evaluate, but let's take a look at our track record. People are still complaining about property taxes today in spite of 17 legislative bills and $7 billion of transfer from the state to the local. We've been transferring all of that money and people are still complaining about it. So I would just say we've got to look at it. If people are interested in smaller government in our state, then let's actually reduce the revenue and do that. If we're interested in more efficient local how we deliver, services around parks and schools and cities, then let's make sure that the local people are accountable. The state already pays 72% of K-12. That's the highest of probably anybody in the nation. Taking that to 85% and not asking them to do anything else in terms of higher educational outcomes, better, more cost-effective administration, any of those things, that would seem to me something that I would have a hard time supporting, because $350 million, and it doesn't reduce government or change outcomes. You're just shifting who pays for it. That's not relief. That's just, I'm not sure. That's a subsidy, and I'm into economic performance at the entity that's accountable for it. So that's just a thought. Okay, all right. We got one person like that. Okay, thank you. So we talked about childcare. We've talked about that. I want to touch on a couple other things quickly. Red tape reduction. This is something we've announced. A number of you have participated. We're looking for citizen input. We have an opportunity to eliminate hundreds and hundreds of things that absolutely get in the way. We talk all the time, Brent Sanford and I, about it. This is the way our country moves forward, the way our state moves forward is innovation, not regulation. So we've invited all agencies and we've invited the public. There was a lot of demand. We've reopened the public thing, so the public input for red tape reduction is now open until October 10th. So if any of you are frustrated with how you interact with government, please send in your inputs. The other thing I would tell you that we also want to give a shout out to and ask for your support. It's a small thing, but it's important to all of you. Right now, if your business is doing business in North Dakota and you have to deal with an agency, when we took office, there was 150 different websites in North Dakota. And if you went to and you wanted to get a driver's license, if you wanted to get a fishing license, if you wanted to get a hunting license, if you wanted to register your boat, if you wanted to get a driver's license, if you wanted to register your company with the Secretary of State, if you wanted to pay your taxes, each one of those required you to sign on in a different spot, identify who you are. Here I am. You might have been living in North Dakota your whole life. You might have been paying taxes your whole life. And when you'd show up, we'd be like, who are you? Because re-enter all your stuff. I don't think that any of you would be shopping at Amazon as much as you do if every single time you went on, you had to re-enter everything, and they would be like, who are you? Have you ever shopped here before? No, we have an opportunity called the Business Gateway to take dozens of agencies and have a single place where we know who you are as a citizen, we know your business. We can reduce the amount of time that you spend, but to put together that requires an IT investment. Our state has systematically underinvested in IT. The state of North Dakota is going to have a workforce issue. We have more people retiring. We got hundreds of open positions. The battles that went on in the legislature, about, are we going to give you one more FTE or not? That's not going to matter because we got FTEs all over that are unfilled. We can't get the workforce. So it's no longer a battle of, we're going to control the budget by controlling FTEs. We can control what we spend in government by actually becoming more efficient. And one way is by being smart about the IT. So there's going to be about an $8.7 million IT request related to the Business Gateway. All of you should be aware of that. It could save your companies an hour a quarter minimum, just in terms of the red tape that you guys have to deal with. If that happened, there'd be $5 million of savings for all of you because your team members don't have the time to be screwing around, re-entering everything that when they're trying to deal with the state of North Dakota. So with that, we'd look for your support there. A couple other shout outs before I close. Here is Main Street Initiative, October 25th and 26th here in Bismarck. That's a great opportunity to talk about healthy, vibrant communities. It's a great opportunity to talk about smart infrastructure. It's a great opportunity to talk about workforce, and it's a great opportunity to talk about how we're diversifying our economy. We have an opportunity in North Dakota to have the highest GDP of any state in the nation. We can do that, but to get team members, not only do you have to pay them, well, because you all got pressure on pay. They have to come to a community and know there's going to be a good school and the availability of childcare, but they also want to know that the community they're living in has got amenities and arts and recreation. We're competing with every other state and every other city in the nation right now. If we don't get serious about building great communities that attract and retain people, we can't just win. We can't win necessarily on our climate, and we're not going to try to win on. May not win on price. We have to have some other combination in the competition for talent. And so, Main Street Initiative. If you sort of say, "Hey, that's somebody else's business," if you're an employer and you care about your community, you're giving back, you should make sure you have somebody at that event. And then, of course, the other thing that touches all of us and touches every family in every community and touches the lives of so many North Dakotans, and it drives up the cost of everything we do, from law enforcement to corrections to that, is behavioral health and addiction. Super big issue. Of course, we got an issue, fentanyl flying over the southern border. We had 107,000 people that died in our nation last year of overdoses, a record. So if you care about having a recovery type workplace where you're recovery supportive, if you have a family member or anybody that's been affected by the disease of addiction, please join the First Lady and myself at Recovery Reinvented, Grand Forks, November 3rd. It's for the 6th year. It's going to be spectacular. 3,500 people attended either in person or online last year. So much to learn about this, and we again have an opportunity to lead the nation in that front. So in closing, I want to thank Eric and GNDC for the opportunity to be here today, but I also want to thank all of you. Our state is where it is today. We have an opportunity to lead in ag, lead in energy. We have a whole new industry called CO2 and CO2 sequestration that is going to be a huge industry. Tens of billions of dollars are flowing into this industry, and we actually have the competitive advantage. Not the Sunshine States, not someplace else. North Dakota, we've got the geology, and thanks to the legislature, we've got the regulatory framework where we have an opportunity. Everybody here that's in power generation in this state is going to have another revenue stream, and it's going to be related to CO2. Tens of billions of dollars are lined up to come here if we can be smart about how we approach this industry. And we've got, again, thanks to EERC, thanks to so many people that were preceded, Lynn Helms and his team that have laid the groundwork for this over the last decade, but huge competitive advantage for us in North Dakota to have that. So with that, I want to conclude again by saying thank you for thanks for all your innovation. I want to also say thank you too. If we lead the nation in feeding and fueling the world, one thing we've got coming up the next couple weeks, things got put on hold during COVID, but Secretary Goring, myself, and 37 other North Dakotans, most of them business leaders, including a number of CEOs of our biggest energy companies, we're going to Japan. Japan's got 128 million people living in the size of North and South Dakota. Their oil production, 4,000 barrels a day. They need our energy. 128 million people living in the size of North and South Dakota. They can't raise the food they need to feed those people. They're one of the oldest nations in the world in terms of age. We have an opportunity strategically, North Dakota, we could sell all of our energy and all of our food to one country, and they would take it if we could figure out a way to get it there. So big opportunities for us to be participant in a global economy. So thank you. There's some of the business leaders that are in this room today that are going on that trade mission, largest one that North Dakota's ever put together. We're meeting with all the top leaders of, Marubeni, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, the U.S. ambassador to Japan, et cetera, et cetera. It's jam-packed, 5 days, hard work. This is not some kind, what do you call it? Junket. Not a junket. No, people are going to be exhausted on this thing. This is like nonstop meetings. We're going to have an ag track, an energy track. We're going to come home with lots of great opportunities and lots of great partnerships. So again, with that, I want to again thank this organization. I want to thank all of you for investing in North Dakota. Our future is super, super bright. It's bright for families, bright for communities, bright for our economy, and bright because we've got the resources to do some really smart thing in investing in our future. So thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you, Governor. On behalf of the GNDC board and our team, I want to thank Roger, I want to thank the governor for their visionary leadership. They both are created to making North Dakota's tomorrow much better than it is today, but we have a lot to be thankful for. So as our next panel gets squared away and comes up to the stage, I want to take a quick moment to thank or to recognize lawmakers in the audience. We have a variety of elected officials with us today. I'd ask that our elected officials please stand and be recognized. So before moving into our first panel discussion, once again, I'd like to show appreciation for a few of our sponsors, certainly Midco, who is our leadership sponsor of Governor Burgum and Roger Ryerson's remarks. I also want to acknowledge Amazon and ConocoPhillips, our gold sponsors today. Both play an essential role, a visible role in North Dakota's business climate, and so we're very grateful. And I think we're just getting our last member of the panel mic'd up here. I'll introduce the panel here in one moment, but we are going to be asking a survey question during the panel. Remember to go to GNDCPolicySummit.com to participate in the panel. We're going to be asking about where you find your news, and at the end of the panel, we will have them respond to your answers. So while we're also sitting here, did you guys know it's Amanda Remenzi's birthday? Amanda, raise your hand. So when we planned this event a year ago, I'm sure she was super enthusiastic that we were going to do this big event on her birthday. So, when you see her throughout the day, I won't make you all sing happy birthday to her because I know that would make her face turn red, but when you see her today, wish her happy birthday. So with that, freedom of the press is a hallmark of our democracy, and it plays an important role in keeping citizens informed and our institutions accountable. In recent years, concerns about bias, the blurred lines between reporting and opinion, and how we consume news have all impacted confidence in the press. This panel will examine the impacts of these developments on public policy at a time when fact-based, unbiased journalism is needed more than ever. With that, I'll turn things over to Danelle Presky. She's a public affairs specialist for the North Dakota Association of Counties. She has worked in the media, worked in journalism, and also on a variety of key public policy issues, and there's no one more poised to lead this panel than she is. So thank you, Danelle.
Thank you, Eric. So great to see so many friends in the audience and folks that I look forward to visiting with later on. Thank you for being here. This is a topic that is so dear to me. As Eric mentioned, I spent the first part of my career in journalism. I believe I was taught the right way. I was taught that you leave your opinions, especially your political opinions, at the door. And I was held accountable. You wouldn't believe how many times I would have a news director, circle my script and say this doesn't belong in this story. So I was taught to tell a person's story, an event story, and to check those opinions. So grateful for that. It has been heartbreaking for me to watch what has happened in society, to watch how that the lack of journalism has really become part of society. And I think that we have a responsibility, and that's what I hope that you can take away from this, and I'm going to leave you with some call to actions at the end of how you can play a role in helping to stop the dissemination of misinformation and why that's important. And it's important, sorry, maybe I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, but it's important because we care about the public, and the public needs to know what they can trust, and we all play a role in helping to secure that trust in information that's being provided. So I'd like to I'd like to introduce the panelists here, who I am so honored to share the stage with today. Representative Austin Schauer, who also spent a career stint in journalism. Tyler Axness, who's on KFGO afternoons and is a former state senator. And Dave Thompson, longtime radio journalist and who has probably taught me the most over my career, and I've admired and looked up to and respected for my whole time of knowing you, Dave. Thank you very much. I don't know if that's me crackling.
Is that me? It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's worse than nails on a chalkboard. All right, so media and public policy in the era of fake news. And let's just open the discussion about what is fake news? Do you know it when you see it? Tyler, let's start with you.
Well, also, good morning, everybody, and an honor to be here. And I want to start here because when Eric asked me to do this, there's a couple of things that came to mind. One, I don't know if I had any suits that still fit. It's been a while. But also, looking at who else is up here, we've got, someone that's a former journalist, somebody I think we could all consider a legend in journalism, and, and a commentator. That's me. I commentate on what's going on in the news, and I think what has been so lost in recent years is the separation between the two. That there are people that are journalists that provide facts, that have things that are peeled over, making sure that any biases are removed from that. Where I look at what is reported and provide my opinion, and oftentimes not a lot of people agree with that opinion. I'm sure by the end of this panel that'll happen today. But those lines have become so blurred for a lot of people that they'll listen to a radio talk show, they'll watch a cable news channel, and they will take that host's opinion and what they view of those facts and lead that to believe that that is in fact the truth. Mm-hmm. And until we get back to distinguishing between what are facts, what's reality, and what people's opinions are on that, it's going to be a tough go for people that I think really figure out what is factual and what is opinion. And one fact is just made up to get profits, revenue, clicks. I don't know what the answer is. I know that it's becoming more difficult for people to tell the difference between the two.
Absolutely, and thank you for bringing that up, because I think that is a very good point. It's something that I have also used as a talking point when I'm in the community and people talk about things that they're hearing, is that there is a difference between a journalist and a radio talk show host or commentator. Mm-hmm. So thank you for bringing that up. So, examples of fake news. Do you know it when you see it?
I have to, and many of you probably heard this story before. Let me set the scene for you. I'm covering a briefing in Mandan with the sheriff of Morton County. This was during the DAPL protests. And it's bad news and you're kind of feeling bad. It's a Friday afternoon. I turned on one of the local stations at 2 o'clock and the anchor came out and said, "Shots were fired at Legacy High School, 2 students dead." And I thought, what is this? I happen to have the phone number on my speed dial on my cell of the PR person for the Bismarck School District. He said, "What's going on at Legacy?" "What do you mean?" I said, "There's been a report on this." She said, "What? Hang on, I'll get back to you." And she called me back within a minute and said, nothing's happened at Legacy. This person took it off a Facebook or Twitter feed and then just put it on the air. And that is a real problem. Nobody makes the call. You do not report Twitter, Facebook, whatever, without making a call. And I think that's lost now. And that was one of the more egregious examples because I found out later several businesses had locked down because they had heard it. And also, Western Area Power closed its stores for an hour. And I thought, what are we doing here? We need to take the extra step. And that's one thing I always tell young reporters, and I have a young reporter who's very good, who understands this. Make the call, and if you don't get it satisfied, make another call. If your mother says she loves you, check her sources.
And Dave, that really triggered a memory for me is, we had scanners in the newsroom, and so you would hear, the law enforcement traffic on the scanners, and we were also taught that you don't just take whatever you're hearing as far as the traffic goes and what's being said on the scanner as what is really going down either. You have to verify that. So same thing, just different time.
Now you can't hear the scanner because they're all digital. So.
Mm-hmm. Austin, you have any examples of what you've seen as far as fake news and in particular, anything in North Dakota that stands out?
Well, I just want to go back into the, am I on?
Nope.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me okay? No.
We're-
Can I borrow your mic?
Oh, there you go.
Lean
There
closer
you're
to
on.
you.
I feel as though I'm in a counseling session and there's 300 people watching, about half don't even care. This bothers me to the bottom of my feet, up to my hairline that's quickly going. We have lost our standards when it comes to journalism. We have lost our standards, and it's not just journalism. It can be throughout the other industries as well. You have to have certain standards, and it was so impressed on our minds that you have to be fair. You have to have both sides of the argument, and you do not have an opinion at all. And in the early 1980s, you may remember this.
No.
No, you were elementary school. My wife told me I was going to get in trouble for being on this panel, so I blame Eric Spencer. In the early 1980s, the abortion issue was very, very hot in Fargo, and they had these lambs that would come, and they would do a lot of demonstration, on and on and on. I went on my day off. It was like a Thursday, and one of the reporters for DAY saw me. So when I came back to work on Saturday and then Monday, what's driving me crazy, by the way, on Monday, I got pulled into the news director's office, and he said, "Do not ever do that again, or you will lose your job. You cannot come to an event as controversial as that is, and then be looked upon as one side or the other side." So from then on all the controversial issues, from abortion, I may have my opinion, but you drop that opinion at the doorstep when you go to work. That standard is not there. And I specifically blame the New York Times. The New York Times changed its journalistic standard to safety. It wasn't tell both sides of the story, it's whether you were safe or you felt uncomfortable. And that started with a U.S. Senator's column. You probably remember this. I think it was Senator Cotton. I'd have to double check on that, where he had a column that some of the New York Times reporters and editors did not like. It made them feel uncomfortable. So then the New York Times changed their standard of journalism. And that's why they can go after the Trump or this or that, because it makes them feel uncomfortable. We've missed the mark, and we've made a big mistake in journalism. I don't know if it's going to change in my lifetime, but I hope it does.
So we have a couple examples of what we've pulled together as far as what we've seen, what we've witnessed as far as fake news, and some of the impacts that it's made for policy. I think one of the issues that really comes up a lot in recent memory are the elections of 2020 and everything that's spun out after that, and what people perceive to have happened or happened in other places. So this is a poll from a report from the Pew, and I did take information from good sources, reliable sources. This chart says that 48% of the people, when asked about the 2020 elections in November 19, so before the election, about if they were concerned or influenced by made-up news for the election, 48% said that they were concerned. And then when asked in November of 2020, 72% said that they believed that there was, that they saw a lot or some of the news about the 2020 election that seemed completely made up. So again, like just how much that was prevalent during that time. And then the impacts of that. So false claims about the 2020 election has really prompted an unprecedented wave of election laws across our country, and including in North Dakota, and it really stems from voters' mistrust in the process, in the system, because of things that they have heard. So election misinformation on impacts on legislation here in North Dakota. We heard about 50 election-related bills last session and most of them were bad bills. And I was one of the individuals that really had to work on educating lawmakers, on trying to tell the story of North Dakota's elections, why they're secure and why things like this didn't happen here. And a lot of people were believing what they were hearing across the country. So one key thing that I would say is that one of the key ways to combat misinformation is with education. During sitting in testimony, I was actually in the audience in the House GVA committee, and I just was scratching my head going, how am I going to get through? How am I going to get through on this? Like, I cannot believe where their discussion is heading. And it just came to me that I needed to offer up that I would bring in county auditors, we'll bring in equipment, we'll do a demonstration, we'll show you the equipment, we'll show you what it's plugged into, what it's not plugged into. We'll let you see what a ballot looks like, we'll have you feed it into the machine. And so we did that, and it was so powerful and impactful that it helped us really prevent some of those bad bills from getting passed. And it also was something that committee then took to the House floor and recognized that they actually saw a demonstration. Comments on the election and fake news?
Yeah, I actually, just yesterday, this topic doesn't seem to ever go away. All these, almost 2 years later, where people are still in their minds that, numbers are off, this, that, you've heard it, you've probably seen it online. So that narrative is still out there, and I'm glad you brought up education on this process, because it's something that I've talked about before, and this is where the disclaimer that some people in this room might get upset with me. But there were opportunities, I think, that were missed during that last election for people that know the process, that could have taken the time to maybe educate, because I do think that there were first-time individuals, voters, that had probably never followed through what the process is after you see to make sure that number ticks up once your ballot goes in there. And they did get consumed by, I think, that national narrative of things were irregularities here, there was fraud there. We've heard all those arguments. And instead of using that as an opportunity from people that have gone through that process, have been successful at winning elections over and over, they attended some of those rallies and did nothing to really kind of educate those people that were really worked up. I think that was a missed opportunity there. And now here we are 2 years later, and I don't know that you can put that back in the bottle. There's auditors across the state of North Dakota that are getting open record requests right now because they still don't believe that North Dakota's voting process is right. In North Dakota, I don't know that they have argued with any of the results. They just find that something must be amiss here because of the national narrative.
Al Jaeger, and before him, people like Ben Meyer, always like to say that the news on election, the day after election, is who won, not that something was fouled up or something was hacked into. And Al Jaeger, I think, by and large, has done really a good job to make sure the elections are fair. The elections are run the way they should. But there is one thing about this whole discussion is the impact of social media. Twitter, Facebook, there's a lot of stuff that's out there, and we don't know if these are real people. We don't know if they're bots. We don't know if they're coming from California or Iceland or something like that. There's a whole lot of stuff that we need to combat. And one thing that I will say is that that's why I like appearing before a group like this, or I like appearing on panels, because I like to lift the curtain on what we do. We should be as transparent as anybody else, we in the media. My 2 cents.
Good point.
Well, I believe that the year 2020 should be stricken from the record of history. It was such an awful year, and it was led by COVID, and then COVID impacted the election, and then you had Donald Trump, very controversial, and politics, as some people in here know, can be very nasty. But you go back and you talk fake news, go back to the 2016 election and the 2015 fake Russian dossier. Now, every person, whether you're right or left, should be upset about things like that. And I think it's very easy for all of us to get caught in our own bias. We have our own bias. And really, that's okay. It's okay. You have to be careful that you don't get too far off on this side or too far off on that side. You always want to make sure, now, is this accurate? Is this not accurate? Because the more biased you become, the more unlikable you are to a lot of people. So you got to be really, really careful and then understand and listen as best we can. The elections coming up to, I mean, hopefully in all of the states, it's as accurate and as fair as possible, because if we start losing our confidence in elections, what do we become? We become a people of embarrassment. And then where does it end up? It ends up in your family. It can end up in your marriage, with your siblings, with your kids. And is that how you want to live your life? At each other's throats because of politics or because of fake news? So we all have to be very, very careful in how we handle information and be as smart and discerned as best we can, and just be very careful because it's out there.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's another example. This one just really got underneath my skin. Sitting at a basketball game, I'm a school board member here in Bismarck as well. Sitting at a basketball game, and my best friend turns to me and says, "Why are they putting litter boxes in the bathroom?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? That's the most insane thing I've ever heard." It really took the whole furry discussion to a whole new level, and my response was, "Who's going to clean that?" But another example, any comments on the whole furries and litter boxes and how really, like, this is one topic that has really just spread like wildfire as far as rumors go.
Well, and this, I can't see, I think this is the Fargo story where I think the first instance of this happened, it's not been isolated to it. But the way that this really came to be a thing, as unbelievable as it is you bring up social media, the things that are out there, and it gained traction. Somehow kitty litter boxes in school bathrooms caught on as a thing. And in this moment here, what I think amplified it in Fargo was there was a school board member that took that claim, put it out there without verifying it, and then all of a sudden it became somewhat credible because you got a Fargo school board member now uttering that there's litter boxes here. It was totally fabricated, never happened. But the response to that from the public got amplified. And there's people that sat online and read this, they believed it, this became their reality. This wasn't fake, it wasn't unbelievable, this was real. And they had veiled threats to those school board members. So these moments of where, what I fear, I think the most is, what is fake has become some people's reality. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how you pull them back to a collective reality, because this is the most glaring example of something that I think is so unbelievable. But to know that some people took it and they lost sleep over it, they put threats out there. I was in New Rockford last Friday doing radio, and a woman from Bowman talked about kitty litter boxes in their school district. Never happened, but it spreads, and it spreads, and I don't know what we do to stop it. I don't, but when it comes to the veiled threats there, that's taking it to a whole other level here.
You know, as a news organization, we choose to post on Facebook, we choose to post on Twitter. I have this probably Pollyannish thought that eventually truth will win out, facts will win out. And truth is not something necessarily that we're going to be talking about. We talk mostly about facts, and then you discern your own truth. But if we have to play in the same playpen, if you want to put it that way. We have to be on Twitter, we have to be on Facebook, we have to be online. And there are other reasons I'll go into why we have to. We're going to be off the air for a couple of days. I'll explain that if anybody wants to know. But, you know, that's why we're doing it, is that we're hoping that maybe in some small way we can help combat some of this misinformation that's out there. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's possible.
Talked to a couple of kids in that junior high, middle school range, and they thought it was the funniest thing ever, the idea of the litter box. And there was allegedly one gal that was walking around in a cat outfit and identified as a cat. And they just laughed and laughed and laughed at the whole thing. And they laughed at adults for thinking it was all serious. So we just need to be really, really careful in what we go with certain stories. We can't control it anymore, but we just need to be very, very careful in how we react to it. On a much more serious story would be the Kaylin Ellingson murder in McHenry. And I've looked into that a little bit. I've got a friend who knows the 41-year-old man, and the friend told me that he has some serious mental issues. And what he said, as far as the connection to being a Republican or connection to MAGA, he may have said that. We don't know. There's no indication that the 18-year-old was involved in any type of a Republican, and maybe he was conservative, we don't know. But that story has just blown up. And I am a conservative, there's no question about that. I have an R next to my name. But we on our side need to be careful too that we don't overreact, because oftentimes we think, oh, look at that mean New York Times and Washington Post and LA Times and on, and they're going after us. And then we turn around and do the same thing. So we really need to be careful on how we react to it. And there are people, leaders in this state, that will seize upon something to be able to get more people on their side and to be able to get manipulated, in my mind. They manipulate people to say, okay, this is what's happening, now how do we respond? And oftentimes the response is hate. And anytime there's hate involved, it's awful. So we need to be very, very careful in that area. Thank you for listening to me, by the way. It feels like I'm lecturing to a bunch of people that are just staring at me.
Just to add one more thing to what Representative Schauer said here is one thing that I think has swelled up a little bit, and I think there was a time where I probably counted myself in this, is you wake up looking for the next thing to be angry at that day. And then you whether you act upon it or you share it or you comment, or it gets to you. And it seems as though there's an addiction to anger out there, in particular when it comes to politics, in particular when it comes to the education system right now, that people are looking for something to be angry about and throw it out there. And then, you know what, if you don't get enough likes, clicks, comments, whatever it is, you're going to wake up the next day and find the more outlandish thing. And it's a vicious cycle that I at least seem to start recognizing now. And recognize it that I was doing it at one time in my life too. But it has become so prevalent, and people trying to outdo, well, if you think you have a bad way till you find out about my day. I don't know how you inject in that, but it's wanted to throw that out there for commentary.
I agree.
I would say when it comes to fake news, one of the most eye-opening experiences that I had was I went to assist Morton County during the Dakota Access Pipeline protest in the early part of that protest, and seeing, really, I guess for me, it was probably my first interaction with fake news. Here's an example that was on Facebook that someone had posted that law enforcement was raiding teepees and setting them on fire. You can see, us North Dakotans would know that those trees aren't in North Dakota. For anyone that remembers what that camp looked like, there was no trees at the camp either. But this really circulated across social media and really painted a negative eye for law enforcement. This picture was actually determined to be from a scene from a movie in 2017. So again, no connection to North Dakota. And this went on quite a bit, where pictures would surface and they would link it to the Dakota Access Pipeline protest and law enforcement's actions. One that really came to mind is a girl, she had a cut on her face, and they said that a dog, one of law enforcement's dogs, bit her. It came out that we were able to track it back to a picture that had circulated from Texas. So no correlation at all to the protest. So I wouldn't say that policy was developed from fake news in that sort of situation, but it absolutely did, that situation did impact policy with some increases in criminal trespassing laws and rioting and masks. So there were some laws that changed because of that. And then, of course, we have still the ongoing expense to pay for that. Dave, you covered that event. How did fake news, what was your impression of it as you were doing the same job as so many of those people down there?
Pretty much, I remember when the protest started, it seemed to be very peaceful, people were having a lot of fun down there, but they knew they had a point to make. But as things got riled up, like a picture like that, or by a network news person who said that the problem is that the Indians still use the Missouri River to ship goods and to do their trapping and hunting.
To float the buffalo down the river.
Right, that's it, yes.
I just pulled up that clip last night. I couldn't figure out how to get it embedded into the PowerPoint.
I know, I saw that. And this is not the same protest I'm covering. And it got to be a real grind. Let's be honest with you. It was a real grind. And by the time it was over, you were just glad it was over. I'll just say that. And at one point, I was telling people that at times during the protest it was tough to find a white hat. But in thinking about that comment, I've got to commend the Morton County Sheriff's Office. I thought they did very well. You know, that was a really tough situation for them. And you've got to understand that. And there were good people on both sides. And there were some not so good people there too. And I don't want to go through that again, but hey, I'm 65, I probably won't.
I don't know if anyone would want to go through that again.
Well, we weren't around for DAPL in our part of the state, but we were around when we had riots in downtown Fargo. And I don't think necessarily you could call that fake news and how that was covered. Certainly locally they did an outstanding job, and it did not get, I don't think it got any national coverage at all. I could be wrong on that. But what was not reported was the outsiders who came to Fargo to make trouble. And it was awful, and we knew they were bussed in, and they were, there was definite leaders that led Black Lives Matter out in Fargo, and we do know that some of the DAPL protesters were paid. I mean, that is accurate. So that part of the story oftentimes is overlooked. Who's behind it and why they're behind it and what they're trying to accomplish. That, if we have real journalism, we're going to get after that. Some of the black African-American officers for the Fargo Police Department were treated horribly. They stood there and they were spit upon, they were screamed on by some of these agitators. On the first night, the officers did not have on protection for their ankles below their knees, and they were struck by rocks. There were many businesses down there. There was vandalism, and this was just a small portion of all the fighting and violence that went on in that awful year, 2020. But it's up to journalists to be able to make sure that we dig down in the story, or then you leave it for inaccurate, descriptions or commentary by, whoever this person was. You have to work at it. So that is the negative side of inaccurate or fake or lazy reporting.
I think that's a good point about lazy reporting. You feel a deadline pressure to get something on the air, and then you're not doing your job perhaps because you're trying to get it first. I used to have a placard in my newsroom that says, "Get it first right, but get it right first." And I still live by that. But I have one funny story to tell you about the DAPL protest, believe it or not. I was covering a little thing in the Capitol grounds, and a woman came up to me and said, "Oh, you're a journalist." "Yeah, I'm in radio." "Oh, who do you work for?" "Prairie Public." "Oh, NPR, National Petroleum Radio." I'd never heard that.
Well, Dave, that really segues into the next question is, why are we seeing more fake news and biased reporting? I guess here were some thoughts that I put together is, one, there's so many more news sources or sources of information that are accessible. I can't see over there. The prevalence of social media and news feeds, and that's where I think a lot of people are getting their news from, just scrolling scrolling through Twitter or Facebook and not reading a whole article, but just seeing that headline. And then what again I saw through the DAPL experience was the increase in bloggers and citizen journalists. Pretty much anyone who has a cell phone is a journalist, or they can claim to be a journalist, and they were posting stories and doing stories and hoping that it would be picked up somewhere by someone. Thoughts on that?
I'll add to that. It's called the news business. It's the business behind the news. And so you have an audience, and you need to be able to get as large an audience as possible. You know exactly what I'm talking about. In television, it was ratings. And so the more spectacular the story was, the more the this just in, or the big storm is hitting, or the big flood has hit, and you work it, and you work it, and you work it, because you are trying to build an audience to make money. And that's just the reality of it. In the past, it was like, oh, we wouldn't even think about the whole money thing. We're just going to go out there and we're going to do our stories. There were several times in my career, my not so glorious career, but career, where I was told, don't touch that story because of this sponsor, because of this business. They're good to our company, and don't touch that story. That's just the way it is. So you'd like to go and you have this, you graduate from college, UND, we were classmates, although I'm 55, you're 65.
Yeah, you were a genius, and you were there early.
But you have this purity. I mean, we all go through it to a certain degree. Who's married here? You're thinking you have the perfect wife or the perfect husband. It doesn't take too long to realize we're anything but. But you have this purity in journalism that you're just going to tell the truth and go after it. But it's a news business, and it's the reality.
There's two things I would like to jump on here. One about the business side here, but the original question of what's the biggest factor, why more people are, I think it's entirely social media. I really do. I mean, people are seeing the clickbait headline. They might not be clicking on that headline, but it's outrageous enough to where the shock factor, well, I'm going to share this on my feed, and so it spreads until somebody calls it out. But then that's, again, the reality for people, so they're not going to believe however fact-based response you provide. But I want to ask journalists here. We talked about the business model, because the other model right now is all about clicks, eyes on a product. What fixes the traditional journalistic? I don't mean to take over the moderator. I have a general question, because I, again, am a commentator here, right? Mm-hmm. What is it, lack of staff? I mean, we have a workforce shortage. Everybody here knows that in any business. Because you talk about laziness. Was it because we don't have enough people in the newsroom to cover enough shifts, to cover enough stories? If you had that silver bullet in a traditional news sense, what is it?
I'm going to suggest that that's part of the problem. I will tell you, we were lucky. We had an opening, and we advertised all over the country for an opening, had 3 people who applied. One, her references didn't work out. One wanted to be one of these people who, I'm going to go get this so-and-so, and you're going to let me do that. No, I'm not. Third person is a 20-year-old person who worked for the state archives, recent graduate of the University of Mary. She said, I'd like to do this because I'm interested in things. And she's turned out to be a good hire. That's a good thing. So it's a lack of staff, and also it's a lack of leadership, perhaps, that maybe newsrooms need more effective leadership. And I've been thinking about this a lot, is that somehow you just need to fill up your newscast, whatever, and there's not eyes put on things. And we have a system in our newsroom. We call it collaborative editing. So I'm edited by my staff, who I've trusted. Most of them have been there a number of years, 15 and 25 years respectively, and then me was kind of a fossil. But anyway, we check our scripts out, not just to look for misspellings, not just to look for pronunciations, but to make sure that we're not veering away from the narrow path of getting the facts out there and letting the listener decide what's going on. So There's a lot of things that I think are lacking right now, and hoping we'll get back to it eventually.
There's a lot of attraction to television news. Your face is out there, your pretty face, blonde, etc. You walk into the restaurant or bar or something like this, and somebody comes up, hey, I saw you last night, even though you weren't even on last night. So there's a lot of interest in that, a lot of ego in that. But you get a job coming out of college at a North Dakota station, you're making 27, 30, 33,000. That's not going to pay a whole lot of bills. And the problem in television news is you have markets. What is the size of Bismarck market? I don't know, 120, 125?
Something
What's the
like
size
that,
of
yeah.
Fargo? So for you to make money in that business, you have to go up. You have to eventually land into a Minneapolis area where you're making 75 to 90,000 as a reporter. But guess what? They own you. Morning, noon, and night. They own you. And so it's a high burnout. It is not family friendly. And that's just the way it is. So it is a staffing issue. The Fargo Forum 20 years ago probably had twice, if not 3 times, the number of reporters they have. WDAY shut down WDAZ. Do you even have a reporter at WDAZ or in Grand Forks? I don't think you do. How about the Grand Forks Herald? It's basically become an office building. So you have fewer journalists, and they're inexperienced at the local level. They're not getting paid a whole lot. And, the Dave Thompsons of the world are few and far between. That's just the way it is. That's where the business is at. So maybe when we do a story, and by the way, the last legislative session, I thought the Bismarck Tribune and the AP reporters were very good. I looked at it, Dave does a good job. So there's good quality people out there. But in general, the business itself is shrinking.
I was waiting for a face for radio joke somewhere in there. But to the coverage of the session, 2013 was when I first out here, and the one thing that struck me was spending all week out here debating very important things, going back to Fargo and having nothing reported on it. I think that's changed. I think that's been improved upon dramatically since then. I don't know if there's been more journalists that are actually housed in the Capitol right now, but I can tell now we're in Bismarck, in Fargo, that things are getting covered that I didn't see before. So to whoever's made those business decisions, thank you, because it's helped a lot.
I will say that when I started, back in, before the Earth's crust cooled here in Bismarck, we had a bunch of people in the press room at the Capitol. The Tribune would have 3 people down there, KX would have 2, KFYR would have 2, there would be us, me, and AP had 3 or 4 people plus interns, so we were covering everything, and that has changed a lot. There are fewer of us reporting, but maybe the ones that are left are still committed to doing the right job. So I think our Capitol coverage is pretty good.
I just wanted to add on the coverage of the legislature out east. There are more stories, there's no question about that. But the editorial page of the Fargo Forum slams the North Dakota legislature. This happens often. And the idea that it's a bunch of white old men happens often. That term happens often. Who else would say a bunch of old Mexicans or Hispanic or women? Nobody else would say that. But for some reason, you can say a bunch of old white guys, okay? Who's your grandfather? He's probably an old white guy, but you love him to tears. And that bothers me in the Fargo Forum, the editorial page. I'll give you another example. Sorry to get a little wound up here. You're in my counseling session. 2 days ago, a columnist for the Fargo Forum talked about 3 right-wing loons, L-O-O-N-S, L-O-O-N-S. And there are 3 candidates running for the Moorhead School Board. And the columnist calls them loons. Okay, so how does that happen? The comment that Roger made a little bit ago by being kind. You may not agree with these so-called loons, but you don't call them those names, and the editor allows this in the paper. That really, really bothers me. And oftentimes those opinion pages are on the front page. They're on the front page. They're not even in the opinion side of the paper. So apologize for getting upset.
Okay, we have to put it on cruise control now here. Time is winding down. So I want to try to wrap up our discussion with this question. How has fake news impacted the unity in our country? And do you believe that it will get better or worse?
I'll jump on this one, and I'll go back to something I said earlier. What I think we can prove is fake through evidence, facts, reality. For some people, that they have been so consumed by their, I don't know if you want to call it an echo chamber, they've been isolated, but what is fake to the real world is now their reality. And it's tough to claw that back. I mean, you can provide as much evidence and facts, and until it's somebody that's trustworthy of them, I think that makes that, and even then, I don't know that's an easy ask to put on anybody. I don't know what the turnaround's gonna be. I don't. So is it gonna get better or worse? I don't want to be all pessimistic, but if you listen to the show regularly, you know that's kind of where I lean on. I don't see it getting better, at least anytime soon, because there are some people that are just within their own reality that we don't share anymore. We do not, unfortunately, have a shared reality, especially when it comes to public policy and politics now.
I remember the days when CNN first started. It actually was a news network. I think the cable news networks have 1 minute of news and 59 minutes of opinion. That's all well and good, but some people don't recognize it as opinion. That even though there are supposed to be opinion shows, and people will tune to things that jive with their own reality, and I think that's been an issue. You know, I still hear a lot of people saying, oh, to go back to the days of Walter Cronkite. Yeah, but I don't know if we can get there. Is it going to get better or worse? I don't know. I don't have the answer. We're going to try. Some of us are going to try to make it better if we can, but it might have to bottom out before it gets better.
So Dave, how could you give some tips to people on how do you distinguish between fake news, biased news, or real hard news? Like, what would you say about that?
I think that goes to trust. I think you have to work at trust. And I love quoting former UND president, who everybody knows, said to me one time, it takes years to build a great university, one day to tear it down. That was Tom Clifford. And I keep that to heart because, you know, I've been around a while. I hope I have garnered some trust because we try to do it the right way. But if we screw up, one day, we might do it. And for some people, bias is in the eye of the beholder. Let's be honest. I think something may be biased and maybe somebody else, no, that's truth. I don't think we have a shared reality yet. So that's just my thought.
Austin?
I guess the only thing I would add is that maybe fake news or biased news or inaccurate reporting and how we respond to it may be an indication of who we are as a country and who we are as a community and who we are as a family and who we are as a person and how we react to it. I think if we really look at ourselves, we need to be as respectful as possible to others. Even though we might have people that really, really bother us and what they say and do really, really bother us, we still have to show them respect. And we still have to show them dignity, even though they may not be showing us dignity, because we have to do that for ourselves. We have to do that for our families, family and our grandkids. So really, it's not going away. We know it's not going away. It is a business. There's no question about that. But what is not a question is how we respond to it. It's our personal responsibility. So if we know something may be inaccurate, we should not be passing that on. What's the old, the rumor flies around the world and truth takes, and whatever that saying is. So how we react to it is going to be the most important part of this whole discussion.
So you've all taken a poll, is that correct? And I cannot really read it from here.
Well, radio's doing better than I thought.
I asked Dave if we were ready for the answer that you were going to provide on this one as radio guys.
Go ahead and read that, David.
television 19%, radio 19%, newspaper 31%, social media 31%.
Where was television again?
19.
Oh, gosh.
Any other ending thoughts as we wrap this up?
Great to be here. It's been an honor. You guys keep up your terrific work in your own area of business, and thank you for what you do for your communities in North Dakota and for your families. It's an honor to be here.
I just want to, honored to be a part of this panel. Thank you to Eric for asking me to come back out here. It's been a long time since I've seen a lot of you. I look forward to catching up and being a part of the Chamber event the rest of the day.
And for a guy who really wanted to get into radio and start playing Beatles music, I'm glad where I'm at.
So some ending thoughts for you all. I guess I am sending you forth with a call to action. My question to you is, what role can you play in ensuring the public is getting the truth? And I think a big part of that is to stop disseminating misinformation. We all have that responsibility if we want to change this discussion around. It's not just those people that have the power of the airwaves, social media, or TV. Think before you share. So easy to comment, so easy to share. Just give it some thought. Think before you share. Thank you for having us.
Well, quick thank you to our moderator and panelists. That was a great conversation. Obviously, that's a conversation that will continue here at home and across the country. And thanks to those of you who submitted your questions online at gndcpolicysummit.com. Now, along with acknowledging these experts, I want to briefly acknowledge our silver sponsors: Hess Corporation, NextEra Energy, One Oak, MDU Resources Group, Ottertail Power Company, and Sanford Health. Can representatives from those organizations please stand and be recognized? I got one there. At this time, I'd like to I can't read my own notes apparently. At this time, I'd like to welcome Dr. John Bitson. He's the director of NDSU's Challey Institute for Global Innovation and Growth to the stage. And he's going to set the stage for our next panel. GNDC partnered with the Challey Institute to conduct a statewide business climate survey to better understand the needs of people doing business in North Dakota. So welcome him to the stage, and we're excited to hear the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate being here this morning to just give a brief overview of the results of our survey that we conducted with the Greater North Dakota Chamber, the Business Conditions and Climate Survey. And so first of all, just to highlight what were the goals that we had for this survey. We had three basic goals. The first goal was to understand current business conditions experienced by North Dakota businesses relative to last year at the same time. In addition, get some idea of what their expectations are for the future and what their plans are in terms of investment in plant and equipment. A second goal was to look at what kinds of things are positively influencing businesses in the state. Are there business climate conditions that are favorable to business? And then we also wanted to identify some headwinds, some things maybe that could be changed that would help businesses to become more successful. And then a third goal of this was to gain insight into some regulatory or policy changes that could help North Dakota to take the next step, as the governor talked about previously. So as I mentioned previously, we distributed this survey, we developed this survey with the Greater North Dakota Chamber jointly, and the Greater North Dakota Chamber distributed this survey to its members and to various regional chambers of commerce around the state and to industry groups as well. And there were 217 different businesses that responded to the survey, and the survey they responded between May 15th and August 5th. Just to show you, hopefully you can read this, the businesses' composition of industries of the businesses that responded to the survey. So professional and business services, manufacturing, finance, insurance, real estate, construction, energy were the top industries that reported or responded to the survey. And what did we find in terms of how are businesses doing this year relative to last year at the same time? What we did was we asked them, are you doing better, or are these things increasing this year compared to last year? Have these things stayed the same this year compared to last year? Have they decreased? And then we developed what's called a diffusion index. It's a very simple index that's used in surveys oftentimes to look at, is something increasing or decreasing? So the way that the diffusion index is calculated, very simple. We take the percent that reported an increase and subtract the percent that reported a decrease. So anything that shows up with a positive number means that that thing is increasing. Anything with a negative number shows that thing is decreasing. And all of these are statistically significant. And so as you see, business activity has increased quite a bit as compared to last year. New orders have increased a lot. Employment has increased a lot. The length of employee work weeks has increased somewhat. The employee compensation has increased a lot. The prices that businesses charge for their products and services has increased. The prices they pay for their inputs has also increased as well. And the backlog of orders that are going out to customers has increased, and there's been an increase in delay from suppliers as well. So we also asked about profitability. Profitability did increase slightly, but there was a lot of similarity between the number of businesses that reported an increase and a decrease. It was not significant, so I'm not reporting it. And then inventories we asked about as well. Inventories went down a little bit, but again, similar numbers said that they had increased as decreased as well. So looking at expectations for businesses in the upcoming year compared to last year, most North Dakota businesses are very optimistic. So you can see that almost 2/3 of the businesses say that they expect performance to be better, at least slightly better next year compared to last year. And backing up what they're saying in terms of their optimism, they also, over half of them are reporting that they plan on investing in plant and equipment over the next year. We also asked businesses about what are the things that positively affect their performance. So we had a whole list of different things that they could check off. We asked them to check all the different things that positively influence their performance, so they can check multiple factors. And you see that North Dakota being a right-to-work state is very important. 52% said that North Dakota being a right-to-work state positively affects their performance. Also, low taxes positively affect their performance. High-quality education, low-cost workers' compensation and unemployment insurance, and high-quality infrastructure. Also, several people reported access to capital, low startup and filing costs, and flexible energy regulations as being positive factors influencing their performance. We also looked at the things that are headwinds to North Dakota businesses. So what kinds of things are a hindrance to their performance? And again, we had a whole list of factors. They could check multiple factors. And you see that 3 things dominated. And you're probably not surprised about the first one, difficulty in attracting and retaining qualified workers. This has been a huge issue for North Dakota prior to the pandemic. It's been exacerbated by the pandemic. I see it being an issue in the future as well. High healthcare costs were also an issue. And as the governor talked about earlier, a lack of access to affordable and high-quality child care is also an important issue. Other people listed high taxes, restrictive land use, zoning regulations, lack of access to capital. So you saw that taxes showed up as a positive factor and a negative factor, but I looked up, according to the Tax Policy Foundation, I think North Dakota ranks like 19th in the nation in terms of taxes, low taxes, and so there's still some room to improve the tax environment, as the governor talked about earlier. So then we asked this. the businesses were only allowed one answer. In this case, we asked them, what change in North Dakota would have the greatest positive impact on your business's performance? And nearly a quarter of the businesses said that more training and workforce development would have a positive impact on their performance. Addressing and improving childcare, again, shows up as a very big issue. Other people mentioned attracting more out-of-state workers, trade education, less government, and then reduced healthcare costs, again, show up as a big issue. A number of people also mentioned reduced taxes, improving access to capital, and improved amenities. I think one of the things that was most interesting about the results of our survey was that we asked an open-ended question and allowed the survey respondents to say, what is the number one thing that you think is preventing North Dakota from reaching its economic potential? So again, we didn't have a list of answers for them to pick from. We asked them to state what their own answers to these were. So we had 173 open-ended responses. 104 of those said that the inability to attract workers is the number one thing preventing us from reaching our economic potential, which is probably not surprising. But they also had several suggestions for how we could attract more workers. So people talked about amenities, as the governor already referred to, that we could improve amenities. They talked about state advertising, that we advertise tourism a lot, but we don't advertise that North Dakota is a great place to do business. Housing, affordable housing, and childcare as well. Government was also seen as being a big barrier to preventing North Dakota from reaching its economic potential, and people listed all levels of government. So they listed federal government, state government, local government. One of the things they listed was an inability for various levels of government to work together. They also talked about government overreach. They talked about too much regulation and spending, and then federal energy policy. Several people also listed a mindset, a thinking small mindset, a good enough mindset, really people being unwilling to innovate and open to new ideas as being something that's holding the state back. And then other things listed were lack of economic diversity, so again, looking at relying just on commodities, infrastructure, inflation, lack of access to capital. And then finally, we asked the businesses that operate in North Dakota and also operate in other states to compare the business climate in North Dakota to the business climate in the other states where they operate. And that was about, it's about 1/3 of the businesses operate in other states. And so you can see that, almost 3/4 of them say that North Dakota's business climate is at least slightly better than the other places where they operate. We also asked about, does North Dakota have a business climate? Most of the businesses said yes. Have policymakers created a climate that allows business to be successful? Most people said yes. Do we have adequate infrastructure? Most people said yes. And then the last thing is, what is the most important thing for your business to succeed right now? Attracting more workers was the top thing. Second was a good business climate, and third, smart infrastructure investment. So again, it's great to be up here to present this. Very limited amount of time, but I'm available and happy to talk to anyone that would like to talk to me about the survey more. And the survey, by the way, is available online. You can see the website where it's available. So it'll give you a chance to check out the Challey Institute website. If you don't know about the Challey Institute, check us out. It's a really cool institute looking for bottom-up solutions to problems, which I think all of us want to do more of. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Well, thanks to Dr. Bitson for that overview. Again, he's going to be around today, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask him. And also, the website that was up on the screen, don't hesitate to go there for a full copy of the report. Now, I'd invite our panelists to the stage. I'll note that we wanted to have a conversation specific to the results, and each panelist received these results a few weeks back. They've had time to consider and contemplate them, and so it's going to be interesting to hear their perspectives. Also, like the previous panel, there's going to be a survey at GNDCPolicySummit.com on what level of policy work would best impact our state's success. So at this time, I'll hand it over to North Dakota Small Business Development Center Director Tiffany Ford to set the stage and introduce the other panelists and begin the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Good morning, everybody. So I realize that we're standing between everybody and lunch, so I'm not going to do introductions for very long, but I'll at least introduce the individuals. They're also in your program if you'd like to read about them. So to my right, we have Representative Jason Doctor. We have Dennis Johnson with TMI Corporation, and then we have Matt Chaussee, CEO of Be More Colorful. Like I said, you can read about them in your program if you'd like to know a little bit more, but we have a lot of prompts and a lot of questions and a lot of discussion for you today based on the business climate, so we're just going to jump right in with 2 feet. So if you wouldn't excuse, I realize that the previous moderator gave a wonderful introduction, and I'm just going to skip that, and we're just going to get right into the dirt. So we did receive the Business Conditions and Climate Survey results so that we had a chance to look at those and kind of prepare ourselves for what we were going to talk about today. So the very first question, and many of you might be thinking the same thing, but the hot topics of the climate survey and what the results really outlined, did anything surprise you?
No.
No. I think we've all heard a lot of it before, which is good. We're all on the same page, right? So let's talk about the North Dakota business story. Maybe we can give some introduction to each of you and your process and your history here. So how has the state of North Dakota both directly and indirectly supported you and your North Dakota business story? Do you have any highlights specifically that you'd like to share?
I guess for us, we're a young company still. We're just a little over 6 years old, and we started as a mom and pop shop, and we weren't quite sure where everything was going to head. Many people don't know this, but my wife Katie is actually our founder and majority owner. She brought me on as CEO. I had my MBA and said, how hard could it be to start a business? It's been an educating experience the last 6 years. Through all of that, we've had lots of opportunities to take advantage of some state programs. We've went through the Innovate ND program, which was amazing for testing and vetting some business ideas. We had opportunities to bring on our first employees through Operation Intern. Earlier this year, we were awarded a loan through the LIFT program, which has been transformational for the direction that we're headed. And we've recently pitched for development fund dollars as well, with announcement on that forthcoming. So there have been a lot of really great programs that have directly and positively impacted us that I don't think you find in other states. When we mention that to the other companies in other states, they say, well, I wish our state had something like that. And I think that those are the things that we can really be championing. Things like working with the SBDC. Paul Smith in Fargo has been amazing for us. Before I worked at the SBDC, I thought Pro Forma was some kind of hair product, right? And I mean, now we've got this detailed pro forma, we've got projections, we've got assumptions, and I can answer a lot of really detailed questions about the direction of our company based on all of that support that we've received.
I didn't pay him for that pitch. I did not. But thank you for mentioning the SBDC. Every state has an SBDC, so that certainly isn't something that's unique, but something that is unique to us. We have a small network, and it's a very strong network. So if you received that in Fargo, you'll likely receive the same kind of services elsewhere, but thank you for mentioning that. Anything from Dennis or Representative Doctor on that question?
Well, we're an older company. We've been around just over 50 years, and when I look back over that 50 years, there's hardly been a year where we haven't had involvement from Bank of North Dakota. And I think that's one of the really great things about our business environment is the state-owned bank. That bank has a dual mission, and one of the missions is economic development. So they'll make loans at times when other banks wouldn't make loans. And when I look back, especially at our early history, there certainly was a time when it was questionable whether or not we were bankable, and without Bank of North Dakota, we probably wouldn't be here today. So I should disclose I'm on their advisory board too, so.
Oh, well, conflict of interest. No, I was
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
It's an incredibly valuable resource, and we see them as a very valuable partner as well. And that is something that is very specific to our state. If you haven't had a chance to talk to anyone from other states about the opportunities or connections they have to their state, we are the only state in the union with a state-owned bank, and it's an incredible resource for entrepreneurs and businesses, and they do certainly promote the strong business climate and assist in that effort.
And from our perspective, Frontier Professional Service been around 29 years. We haven't really used any of the services per se either, but we approximately work with about 140 different businesses doing payroll, bookkeeping, and HR, and several of them are new companies that are they're just new entrepreneurs. They don't know what direction, and we help them, and we use the services that the state, Bank of North Dakota, and give them the ideas in order to help them to be successful. And people are amazed. Especially since the oil industry, we have a lot of oil service companies that we work with. The amount of information that we can give them and how the state is very business friendly, they're very surprised compared to working in other states. So it's kudos, I would say, to the business leaders and the state legislature. I'll pat my colleagues on the back for providing a good business environment and attracting these businesses to come and stay.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let's dig into the topic of the day. We've already heard it mentioned a few times. Let's talk about workforce, but let's dig into some really specific areas of workforce. So something that we've experienced within the SBDC is succession planning, or exit, the transition of small businesses in our communities across the state. So the fact is that the majority of business leaders and owners in our state will be transitioning out likely in the next 10 years. And we've launched a resource, the Exit and Succession Planning Guide for Small Business, partially due to these published statistics. But how can business owners and community or economic development leaders encourage younger generations to stick around, to return to North Dakota communities if they've left, and perhaps consider purchasing an existing business that may be transitioning out to maintain the services, to maintain providing those goods to those communities? Have you seen anything in passing or in your communities that's worked well, or do you have a plan for your business and how that will continue beyond yourselves?
Well, I can speak for Frontier Professional Services. I'm majority owner, and my partner, we have a succession plan built into when I get to a certain age that I'm going to start selling the business until over a 5-10 year period, and then my business partner will be owning the entire business. So that's my plan. I've been seeing a lot with, we've had several of our clients sell their businesses in the last few years, and I would say it's maybe 50-50 that they actually have a plan. Some people have a really good business, but it's a service business, so it's all blue sky. They don't have any assets that they can really sell except for their client list. And a lot of them just close up and let it go. Where others who have thought of, to think outside the box, you can see what their revenues and everything are. We try to help them work with people, and we always encourage people, try to find a good employee within your business, work with them, and if members aren't going to take it over, to work with them in order to have a succession plan in order to buy them out in the future. Because these businesses are worth something, but they're a little harder with these blue sky and service businesses to help, to make people realize this is a good business to buy, to value. Because if you don't have a building, you don't have any equipment or anything, you're just relying on that these customers are going to continue to stay with the business. And so you see a lot of generations, the second generation, third generation, they don't want anything to do with these businesses. They just want the money. And so there is a gap. And so as a business owner, you got to start looking for someone to take over if you don't have someone within your family that wants to take over the business.
Mm-hmm. So that's twofold. I mean, it keeps people in the workforce, it brings new people into the workforce, but it also maintains potentially a very successful business instead of it just closing, or losing that service. It keeps it going.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Bringing youth back. How do we do it, Dennis?
Well, you shouldn't ask the old guy how to do that. So I'm thinking about going back to business succession. our company converted to an ESOP just a little over 3 years ago, so that's how we dealt with the ownership issue. The leadership issue is a more difficult issue because that gets right back to the issue of workforce, which in the survey was clearly the main issue or the main theme of the business survey. And, you know, there are multiple approaches to how you deal with workforce, whether it's from the state level, the community level, or the individual business level. I think it takes actions by really all three to deal with this issue. And this issue isn't going away. I mean, if you look at the demographics, this is a multi-year, actually multi-decade issue. We know exactly how many people are going to enter the workforce in the next 20 years because they've already been born. We know the numbers. If you go out and look at the fertility rates, it takes a fertility rate of 2.1 to just sustain your population. The U.S. has a fertility rate of 1.8. We're below the sustainability level. But we're one of the higher of the developed nations in the world. I think the governor mentioned going to Japan. He said they're an aging nation, they're an old nation. Their fertility rate, I believe, is down around 1.4. So this is a global problem. It's a long-term problem. I tell my 40-year-old leaders at my company, you're going to deal with this issue for the rest of your career. This is going to take long-term solutions, whether you're looking at it from the state level, your individual business level, or the community level. We are going to be competing for workforce with your neighbors, with other states, with other nations for a long, long time.
I'm going to come back to something with you, Dennis. Matt, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, our goal is to become an ESOP. When we established the business, that was the trajectory that we knew we wanted to be on. So I feel like our succession plan is we're working toward getting that in place. In terms of attracting, retaining folks, I think the child care issue is a huge piece that could really serve to both retain people and bring young families back to North Dakota. Our own personal story with child care, Katie and I have 2 kids, and when our second child was born, her first call was to our daycare provider to ask if there was an open spot, not me. And that just speaks to how dire that situation is, and I think that if we're able to tackle something like that's a huge component to it. If we're able to tackle something like that, that'll really help with making North Dakota be a destination for families. I think there are also a lot of unknowns. And a couple weeks ago, I was reading an article, but it was from article about in World War II when the bombers came back from their runs in Northern Europe. They'd have all of these bullet holes all over the bombers, on the wings, on the just on the tail in front of the I'm sorry, I'm not a pilot, so I apologize to the pilots in the audience. But there were all these bullet holes in the aircraft, and then they would work to reinforce those areas that were being shot. It wasn't until someone said, well, what about the planes that aren't making it back? Aren't the locations on these planes where they've not been shot? Those are the areas that we should be reinforcing. And the reason that I bring that up is I think there's an analogy here for people who come back to North Dakota. We're oftentimes looking at the problems of what do people complain about here in the state. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold, right? There's not as much to do in Fargo as there is in Minneapolis or New York City. Quantity-wise, that's absolutely true. But if we focus on having conversations with the people who've come back and the people who choose to stay here and say, what has tethered you to this state? What makes this state be the place that you choose to live in? And then we could work to reinforce those areas and make those things stronger.
Changing our message.
Yes.
Messaging is always important. So related to messaging, but I want to come back, Dennis, to you in manufacturing and workforce. So automation sometimes can be a tad controversial when you're talking about employees, retaining employees or workforce numbers. It's not all bad news, though. Automation can fill gaps in workforce. It can improve processes for the organization. It can create efficiencies and lower costs. What's the conversation that you're seeing within your industry along the lines of automation and workforce retention or recruitment?
Well, in our company, the discussions with automation have not been controversial. I mean, our employees have accepted anytime we've been able to automate a process. Many times when you automate, it gets safer. You take the hard work out of it. You take the physical labor out. And I think most employees would just soon have a safer work environment and have work be physically less demanding and more, say, mentally challenging. So, you know, we introduced the first robots into our factory, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, 5 years ago, I suppose. They've been well accepted. And of course, that's one of the ways of dealing with the workforce issue. You know, the workforce issue is not just numbers, it's also skills. There's a skill gap too. So you can use automation to free people up from the drudgery and work in a higher skilled position. So I don't, in our business, it's not a controversial issue. It's one that's well accepted, and I expect to see more of it in the future.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. So childcare and workforce. I think we maybe all have ideas on how we could fix the challenge ahead of us, but let's think about maybe the new plan. The governor mentioned it this morning in his introduction. In the experience that I've had hearing from the advisors across the state who work with individuals within childcare industry, or those looking to start up childcare businesses, or those looking to improve on their childcare business, whether it's a center or an in-home, there are a lot of challenges in that industry. So if you haven't had a lot of touch points within that and maybe some of the back-end ideas, in our experience, it's the regulations for the childcare businesses that can be very, very difficult. So this is maybe a little bit of a policy conversation. Do those regulations need to be revisited? Are they standards across the state? Are they being handled in the same way? The regulations are very costly to businesses. In order to be in alignment with the rules, to be licensed and such, it can cost businesses tens of thousands of dollars to meet those rules. And that burden and that high cost is sometimes leading to what we hate to call, but they do exist, under the radar childcare centers. The centers that maybe aren't licensed, but they're providing a very valuable service to their community. And childcare is tough industry with very slim profit margins. There have been a number of articles recently that have shed some light on that. So that's been really nice to see out towards the public, and I'm sure some childcare providers have been thankful for having that issue kind of come up to the surface. But thinking about this childcare plan and where the dollars are going or where the subsidies will sit, do we think it's the right plan? Is it enough right now? Do we need to focus on maybe some other issues within the childcare industry to improve that, to help our workforce? What's your experience with that?
Well, experience with childcare, a lot of it, there's a lot of federal regulations and state regulations, because as you mentioned, the subsidies. And as we know, we had that incident, I believe, like in Velva area. Safety is a concern, and that's why we have licensed childcare centers, is because safety is the most important with these children. And so when we look at a state issue, you know, someone talking about tax credits and talking about other things that we can do, we can look, and we're probably going to look at the regulations, but there's only so much we can do, because we have to be in line with the federal in order to receive some of the subsidies that they do provide for childcare. So as a legislature, we really have to examine and see what regulations we control, what we can make it more friendly for these childcare facilities to open up, because it's going to be the biggest, I say it's one of the biggest issues, and the other biggest issue in workforce would say flexibility. The days where you have people work 40-hour weeks, I'm just here to tell you, you're going to have to work with employees, because they'll want to work 32, 36, 24 hours. As business owners, business leaders, you have to recognize that you're going to have these baby boomers continually retiring, but they're going to come back and they'll say, I'll come back, but I'll only work 20 hours. Well, you might have to hire 2, 3, 4 of those part-time just to fill some positions you can't fill right now, because there's just no one taking it. And they have the knowledge already in that particular industry. And then can I just go on one more?
Sure.
So in career in tech, I'm a big career in tech. I went to Bismarck State College, I went to UND, I got my 4-year degree. But we have to look as a state and as a legislature, how this career tech, we need to get these trades, we need to get welders, we need to get electricians. We need to get these trades to fill these positions, and we have to think differently on how we're working and where our resources for higher ed is going, because our job is to provide a skilled workforce through education. Well, we have to find out what the business leaders want. We have to curtail our education. Polytech Center, I think, is going to be very successful. That's moving in that right direction. So we have to look, education, I believe, is a big component, because a lot business leaders I talk to, well, they don't have the experience and they're not skilled. Well, part of it's maybe what we've done in the state is not look at different ways to help students get educated and get the skill set that they need to work out in the business world. Sorry if that was my little elevator
that's
speech
good,
that I went on.
because that's where we come in. That's where a resource like us comes in. There's a lot of skilled individuals out there, and some of them have big dreams, and they're great at the business, they're great at the service, they're great at the skill, they're great at the trade. But some of the entrepreneurs don't have that business mindset to run the back end of things. But there are resources out there for that, so to help them have that business and manage it. Anything else from our other panelists on that one?
Yeah, on the childcare fronts, we have a really young team. My wife and I are the oldest of everybody on the team, and we know that, well, some have already started families. Others, I expect, will be starting families, and we actually have one employee right now who's expecting, and it's a second child, and the debate is, well, is this, am I going to be able to continue with a job after having a second child, or is this something that I'll need to look at doing the full-time childcare at home? I thought I overheard in the governor's remarks earlier that this opportunity for potentially co-ops of some sort, that would be something that as a small business would be very attractive for us to be able to buy into and offer as a benefit to our employees, and start looking at, Representative Doctor talked about getting creative about scheduling, getting creative about benefits as well, and maybe looking at childcare as a benefit and figuring out how do we make all of that work, and how can that work for a smaller company like ours. I'd love to bring on a full-time nanny that can work with all of the kids, employees' children, but that's not realistic for a company like ours. But could there be a collective way to do something like that?
Mm-hmm. Before we move on from the workforce, one more question, and it comes from someone in the audience. Talking about remote work, how many people have remote work policies? Not necessarily policies in place, but you have remote workers within your organization. So I love that GNDC does this recheck of, is everybody back in the office? Are you working hybrid? What's going on? I like watching that one and how it shifts over time. But have you had to adjust your mindset within your organizations to allow employees to work remotely? And if so, has it implemented any policy changes or any just practice changes that are just now across the board for you?
Well, we have multiple employees working remote. Have a couple of estimators in the Minneapolis area. I have an estimator someplace in Oklahoma. Got an employee in Rapid City, a few in Fargo. Got at least one working remote right in Dickinson because of a child care issue. But has it impacted policies? Not really. I mean, it's we've had to adapt, you know, through and technology has allowed you to do that. So we have many more Teams meetings than we did before. And by the way, that's led to actually other things where we've used the Teams technology and some other technology really to reach out and visit more with customers and potential customers too, you know, because of the technology that we had to utilize with remote workers. It's become a really good marketing tool also.
Saving you some travel budget.
Saves on travel. I mean, you know, when you're in Dickinson, it's a day to get someplace, a day to do something, and a day to get back. So it's 3 days, and you can probably accomplish the same thing with a couple of hours using the technology that's available today. So.
Yeah, and in my business, the remote has been mostly used, I have everyone come in the office, but it's been used when they don't have daycare. Yeah. And so as an employer, I made sure everyone's set up remotely, and if they have daycare issues, I understand, I'm a parent, and they can use that. It's actually worked out well. I would say some businesses, you can't work remotely, but I would say at least 25% of the population could probably work from home if they had to. And like now, we have implement policy too. If there's going to be storm days, we just have everyone work from remotely. Don't even have them a chance to come in for safety issues. And we do payrolls every day. People have to get paid, so we do it. We have them just do it remotely if we see any kind of weather. When we had that big storm in the spring, we weren't open for the whole week, so everyone just worked from home, and it worked out.
Mm-hmm. And we've actually built it into our weekly schedule. We're lucky that we're in an industry where we can be really flexible with working from home versus in the office, but we have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays in the office, and Mondays and Fridays you can work from home. If you're unable to make it into the office for whatever reason on one of those in-office days, you can work from home then too, and that allows for people to have a lot more flexibility to be able to get an errand done here and there. In the summers, you know, extend a vacation holiday, take their laptop to the lake and be able to, you know, we still have output goals, we have expectations, that there's nothing that's changed there, but because technology now enables us to do all of these things, we've been lucky too that we brought on our first employee, aside from me and Katie, back in January 2021. So we were able to start growing our business in the midst of the upswell of all of these, you know, video conferencing software and all of the other tools that make that possible.
Mm-hmm. So we'll shift just a little bit away from workforce. If you want to keep talking about it, ask another question, we'll keep going. So one of the other results that maybe wasn't surprising, but I think it's worth a bit of conversation here, is that perception of the lack of economic diversity in our state. How is it related to potentially the lack of capital? But on the other side of that, is there a non-lack of capital going to specific industries? You know, are we seeing areas where the funding is sparser? So a lot of our spending, I know at the state level, we focus a lot. You've been a recipient of some funds through state programs, and some of those state programs are directly focused on high-tech, high-growth industries, you know, value add, which is all important. Is the lack of diversity in our economy because we're focusing on some of these industries? And what's going to happen to the other industries if we feel like that capital isn't as widely available to those? If funding and investments continue to target a smaller segment of our industry sectors, is this a good practice, or are we being too dependent on the commodity-based sectors of our industry. How can we look at all of these factors and continue to encourage growth in more diverse industry sectors in our state to kind of open that up?
Well, I can talk about the automation credit. This next session, I'm going to probably bring legislation in to actually expand the automation credit, as Dennis mentioned, how it's about the benefits, that automation credit does provide, and I think more and more businesses are going to be looking at doing things automation. The other thing, like the data center that's coming, at the new plant, we did some legislation to promote data centers. It takes a lot of time. I've been in the legislature. I was first elected in 2012. We have put a lot of legislation in place for future businesses to come, and they're still working on these projects from years ago. And so we're trying, as a legislature, we're putting things, we have hydrogen coming. We have these different things. We're putting legislation in. It takes years for some of these sectors to get investors and for people to come to North Dakota, but we're trying to put things in place so when they come, they're ready to go. Because as most people know, we only meet every 2 years. So we do have legislation on the books that will help these sectors come, just not commodities, but it takes so much time for these sectors to come. So we're working on them. We're constantly working, and different business sectors are coming and saying we would need this. And we look at every possible, because we want to grow and be a more diverse economy in the state.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have become a more diverse economy from the days of the Vision 2000 committee that the governor mentioned, but we're still a long ways from where we'd like to be. But I think some of that's a function of where we are. And by that I mean we're a rural state. We're surrounded by rural states or provinces. And so you don't have much of a regional market. And I think of smaller companies rely very much on a large local or regional market as they get started. We don't have that here. So when you start, you almost have to start as a national company right away to have the scale of market that you need to be successful. And that's difficult to do, to become national in a short period of time or international. I think we have to, now technology is helping with that, but it's still, I think, a very large detriment that is difficult to overcome.
So Matt, you come from a small business perspective,
Yeah.
but a small business in a high growth industry, which is great. We have many of those businesses, especially around the Fargo area, and then we're seeing that advance kind of happen, and it's starting to spread across the state. But small businesses are nearly 99% of the businesses in our state when you think about the cap on the employees and some other technical details. But do you feel as a small business, and are you seeing other small businesses contribute to economic diversity, and are they getting missed because they're small businesses as opposed to kind of those big businesses that have the ability to really shine through?
I think that that's part of it. I think definitely we need to continue to diversify the economy in North Dakota, but I think that a big part of it is, you mentioned perception earlier. There's a perception that we don't have a lot of diversity within the economy, and I think that there is a lot of diversity. There's not a ton of volume in those other areas, and I think that part of it is, the smaller businesses are not getting put in the spotlight as often as they probably should be. We've been incredibly fortunate to be able to get in front of some key decision makers and to be invited to speak at the Workforce Development Council meetings, and that's being able to make those connections has been huge for us. And I think that doing more of that for other small businesses that have some scalability, I think that could really help with increasing the volume alongside the diversity of the types of businesses that we have here. North Dakota, we're in a really unique position being a smaller state. We're only 2 to 3 degrees of separation away from anybody else. And that has been really valuable for us because we produce content for workforce developments. And if we need to get connected with an industry, I know who I can get in touch with, who can get me in touch with a decision maker. And I don't know that we're doing that more and more, but I don't know that we've really embraced the full impact that could have for our small businesses and scaling them quickly.
Mm-hmm. So perception, mindset, we don't have a lot of time left, but let's talk about leading and thinking bigger in regards to all of our industries and diversity. So think about the policies, think about the practice, think about the policies also at a state level, and we'll get to our survey, our poll question and see where that's landing as well. But how do we think bigger, each of us as leaders within our business, our industry sector, our communities? How can we all be leaders? How do we shift our focus on our business and think grander about our impact on the state, our impact on the economy, and then how do the policies of organizations that support us fit into that mindset?
So I'll go back to workforce. That's going to be our limiting factor. We as a state have to be better at managing the workforce issues than our surrounding states. And so if we're going to be better at that, we have to increase the labor participation rate. And, the governor's initiative on child care is, that would be part of increasing participation. But there are other groups that we could think about too that we probably generally don't consider when we're thinking about employees. What about the people who are coming out of our prisons? What about older people thinking of retirement not as an event, but more as a process? I work 40 hours this week, 30 hours next year, 20 hours after that, so on and so forth. Or the governor mentioned people overcoming addiction. So, there's lots of other groups of people we could think about in terms of labor participation. And then there's quality of place. Today, again, with technology, many people can take their jobs anywhere. And so why would they choose North Dakota? Why would they choose a particular community in North Dakota? I spent 15 years as a mayor. We thought a lot about quality of place. How can we attract and retain people in our community? We decided indoor recreation was a big thing to quality of place. I think you have to look at this from a community level, a state level, a local business level, but if we're not better at workforce attraction, retention, training than others, we're not going to move ahead economically.
Mm-hmm.
And I would agree, and at the state level, a lot of it comes down to tax policy. As you know, there's been a couple tax proposals, one to cut income tax and one for property tax relief. And like Dennis mentioned, people can work remotely. And if you have a good, friendly tax state, that can be a deciding factor. You have states like Wyoming, Florida, and other states that they currently do not have any income tax. That's attractive to people. And so as a state, policymakers, we have to look at that and what other incentives we have for businesses to come in. But the workforce, one thing we can't change is the weather. That's one of our big obstacles is weather, especially you're looking in the oil industry. They can go to Colorado, Texas, these other states that they don't have to deal with the elements. But born and raised in North Dakota, we have better schools. People are friendly. We have so much to offer. And for the most part, when people come here and they see how North Dakota is, they stay. Look at our population, how much it increased, over 100,000 in the last 10 years, and we had a dip in the boom. Yeah, a lot of people left, but a lot of people did stay. And so in order to get that message out, so we can do so much as policymakers, but also we have to get the message out. North Dakota is a great place. And for small families, I couldn't see any other place to raise your family than in North Dakota. But how to get that message out and how to make people realize, nationally we have all these crime and all these issues in these big cities. Maybe it's going to take some time, but people are going to get tired of that and they're going to move. And North Dakota would be a great place for these families to come.
We're seeing some of that.
And
Yeah.
to your point, Representative Doctor, I had a conversation with a small business owner on the playground. Our kids were there playing. It was 8 o'clock at night earlier this year. I think it must have been mid-June because the sun was still well up in the sky. And we just got into a conversation. His name was Abe, and he's got a drywall company that he started here. He had an opportunity to work as a contractor here, but then was living in New Orleans, Louisiana. And what he said to me was, there's no way in a playground in my neighborhood that we could be sitting here having this conversation at 8 o'clock at night. When it gets to be 5, 6 o'clock, you go in, you shut your doors, and that's it. And the quality of life that we can offer for giving people that opportunity to, you can play outside with your kids, and it's safe here. Those are the kinds of things that I think can really draw people. And those kinds of things, we talked about weather. I talked about weather with him. He said, I'll take 6, 7 cold months any day if it means that I can do this in the winter. And there's stuff to do. All right, well, if we can get this weather in the summer. And there are things to do in the winter too. And I think that we're a bit too modest sometimes about all the things that there are really here to do within the state.
The message is key, right? We've got to stop being so modest. So we're out of time. So let's pull up quick the poll results so everyone can see. I can't see the specific numbers, but I'm thinking this looks like a landslide. So what level of policy work could improve North Dakota's business climate? A little bit on national, about the same on local municipal, but if there's any state legislators in the audience. No, I'm just kidding.
You've talked to some of my colleagues.
Apparently, we've assigned the task to the state. So thanks for responding to that. I have a question here from someone. If it's from someone in the audience about restaurants opening and closing, I would love to answer that. If it's from you, come and find me and we can have that conversation. If it's from someone online, hopefully I can catch up with the tech people in the back. But we are out of time. I realize it's lunch and everybody is ready for that. So thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists. And if anyone has questions or comments, we would love to hear from you from a networking perspective during one of our breaks. So thank you so much.
Well, again, thanks to our moderator and panelists for that great conversation. As we break for lunch, I want to acknowledge our lunch sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota. Their mission is to deliver affordable solutions to improve the care and health of those they serve. Blue Cross Blue Shield, as well as ConocoPhillips and Amazon, our gold sponsors today, are all GNDC Cornerstone champions. The meal, the key point of information here is the meal is going to be served in the courtyard. You can eat either in there or come back in here. We will start promptly at 1:15 for our conversation on legacy fund earnings. Thank you.
save our lives. Machines dehumanize. The time has come at last. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. To throw away this last. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. Now everyone can see. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. My true identity. I'm Kilroy. Kilroy. she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Good afternoon. If everyone could find their seats, we will start shortly. Please find your seats. Thank you.
If everybody wouldn't mind grabbing their chairs, we'll start again here in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We've got a tight agenda, so we're going to keep going here. If everybody wouldn't mind grabbing their seats, and we'll get rolling. So good afternoon. My name is Josh DeMorit. I'm the Director of State Government Affairs at ConocoPhillips in Bismarck. As everybody returns to their seats, I want to begin our afternoon panel discussions by acknowledging first Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota for that fine lunch today. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. The next one. Our panelists are getting seated, and as they do, I was reminded, as I was kind of thinking to myself over the lunch break, about something Tyler Axton said this morning. I wrote it down as much as I could, tried to nail it as much as I could, but first thing some people think in the morning is, what can make me angry today? And I don't know if the group in the back has a picture that I sent them that they might put up on the display. I can't see the display. Anyway, it's a picture of my dog. And my dog, Teddy, is a black golden doodle who's about 1.5 years old. And he's literally the first thing I see every day. Whether he's standing on my bed with his nose in my face or standing on the side of the bed with his nose in my face. Teddy is a constant reminder that it's difficult to start any day in a bad mood. And so everybody, if you don't have a dog, you can borrow mine. But if you feel the need to go on social media and go crazy, I'll borrow you my Teddy. So I will be this afternoon's MC. I'm excited to kick off this panel discussion on a topic that's been the focus of multiple meetings and pieces of legislation. The Legacy Fund is our sovereign wealth fund, and it's meant many things to many people. The upcoming legislative session will determine the use of earnings for projects around the state. Like other panels earlier this morning, there are biographies in your program, and there's a survey available to participate. You can do that via text message that'll pop up on your screen if you haven't already participated yet today. Right now, we've got a great panel, and I'm going to turn it over to Pam Sharp, who is North Dakota's OMB director when the Legacy Fund was created. Pam?
Thank you. It's good to be here. It's good to see everyone, and I'm glad that I get to be here talking about the Legacy Fund. It was an interesting thing to go to when it was first created way back in 2010. First, I want to introduce our panelists here. We have Senator Ron Sorbog.
I brought a fan.
Ron is from District 45 in Fargo, and he's been in the Senate since 2011, and he serves on the Senate Appropriations Committee. Next, we have Representative Mike LaFour. Mike is from District 37 in Dickinson.
I tried, Mike.
He has served since 2015, and he serves on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the Industry, Business, and Labor Committee. And then last but not least, we have Representative Corey Mock. Corey's from District 18 in Grand Forks. He has been in the House since 2008, and he serves on the House Appropriations Committee.
You got your friends. Grand Forks travels well.
So before we get into talking about the earnings, I just want to give us all a little bit of Legacy Fund Earnings 101, so we're kind of all in the same starting place when we get to the questions. So y'all know that the Legacy Fund is a constitutional fund. It was created in 2010 by a vote of the people. 30% of all of the oil revenue goes into that fund. We're not going to be talking about the principal of that fund right now, only the earnings, but just so you know, the principal of the fund can only be spent by a 2/3 majority vote of the legislature, and then only 15% of biennium. To date, none of that has happened. Fun fact, the Legacy Fund currently has a balance of over $8 billion, which is a lot of money, and the earnings for that fund last biennium amounted to $871 million. So this is, I mean, there's a lot of reason to talk about what to do with all that money. The 2021 legislature passed two bills that really changed the landscape of the Legacy Earnings Fund. The first bill was 1425, which established a legacy infrastructure fund and allowed for certain big projects to be bonded, and then the Legacy Fund earnings could pay for that debt service. The second bill they passed is 1380, and I think that might be up on your screen right now. And this really kind of changed things and predetermined a lot of things about the earnings. So this bill required that as soon as the Legacy Fund earnings hit the general fund, they're immediately transferred to the Legacy Earnings Fund. And then in addition to setting that aside in the Legacy Earnings Fund, it also decided how much of those earnings can be spent. And that is a calculation, and it is on the right-hand side of that paper. How much can be spent depends on the average asset balance for the previous 5 years, the average of that, and it's 7% of that average. So when the legislature comes to town in 2023, they know they will have $486.5 million to spend from the earnings. Now, the other kind of strange thing about, not strange, it was a very good bill, there's going to be a lot more earnings over and above that $486 million, given the fact that there was 871 last session. It probably will be closer to $1 billion. So the money over the 486 is retained, and they're going to retain like a year's worth of bond payments, and then if there's anything more, $100 million will go back into the principal of the fund, and then the rest of it will go into the Strategic Investment and Improvement Fund, which is just another fund to be spent from. That's the fund that generally balances the general fund at the end of the session. So going back to the 486, the first $150 million will go to the Legacy Sinking Fund, and bond payments will be paid out of there, and then the rest will go to the PERS Defined Benefit Fund to help with that unfunded liability. And then the next $60 million will go to the Highway Tax Distribution Fund. So those three things are required: pay any bond payments, put money in the PERS fund, and put $60 million into the Highway Tax Distribution Fund. So the remainder which is about $276 million, can then be appropriated by the legislature, and they can appropriate up to $50 million for tax relief, up to $30 million for clean, sustainable energy, and up to $30 million for research, innovation, and workforce. So if they appropriate those up to amounts, then there's $166 million left over, or they could choose not to appropriate it for those amounts. So there's clearly some structure that needs to be followed with these legacy fund earnings, and there's lots of ideas out there. One that has been talked about a lot is infrastructure. And Senator Sorvag has talked a lot about infrastructure. And so I'm going to ask Senator Sorvag, share that infrastructure discussion that you've been having, and tell me, why do you believe that the legacy fund earnings is where we should be funding infrastructure from?
Thank you, Pam, and thank you for having me here. Well, I think infrastructure, we all know we have a lot of needs in the state, as everyone does. I've spent a lot of time with water, and we had $3 billion water projects that we needed done in the state, multi-billion. But we funded one with bonding, and we still have a redder water supply, and we have Minot flood control that we still need to come up with about $1.5 billion for those two to finish them. So that's one of the infrastructure. I think we all know we got highways, and we did put 50 million, or what, I think it's 50 or 60 for that. And that covers, and it's got its own funding. But when we talk infrastructure, we really have a lot of other things. We have higher education and buildings. We've got many different buildings. We need a new state hospital. We have a lot of things. So in this discussion is, should this fund be used, some of it, for infrastructure? In my opinion, yes. But it's really, I'm not going to talk dollars or which one should. We have a lot of funds for water. We have the Resource Trust, which can handle that. But I think it's a part, really, what is the legacy? We did do that one half. I worked a lot with this bill. Representative Furr was the main sponsor. I was an additional sponsor on it. And we set up that side. And why we did that was to get some order, because there was a feeling we'd come around with $1 billion with no guidance, and who knows where it'd be spent or who would take in charge. So there was many variations of it. And this is guidance with legislation, so except for the bond payments, the rest of it can be changed. And I'm hoping some deal. Because as Pam alluded to a little bit, everything's kind of revolves. We have three things. We have the general fund. We have the strategic investment fund, that's really the oil tax left over that we don't use. And now we have this one, which actually moves some money. So we keep moving money around from fund to fund. And somewhere in there, we're hoping to pick up more for infrastructure. You heard today earlier about one tax break. There was the news about another one. You know, one's looking to the legacy. So there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. But I guess we're hoping that this is part of the equation. And the reason I look at it, and I think it's important if we can do infrastructure, the legacy earnings are investment earnings. And some advocate that it should all go back to the principal and keep growing it. And I would advocate if we use it, not just to cover general fund spending, but to invest it in a bridge that'll last 80 years, or a water project that's good for 60 years, a school building that's good for 50 years. We are investing those dollars. We are getting use out of them. So I'm hoping it's a tool. You can look at what's up there, and we have those two areas where there's discretion on the streaming side, because that's called the streams. But there's also the orange one with the strategic investment. And I know it's said that that'll go to the SIF fund, and there'll be an option for the legislature to leave that for the next biennium or to spend it. The only problem is we won't know the size of it until the biennium. That was intentionally left loose, as was the bottom one on the streaming side, because we don't know for sure what that number will be. So it'll be the numbers that are left over. So anyway, that's we've got lots of infrastructure. They're never going to go away. They're never going to get done, but we need to keep working at them. And hopefully with things that have happened from the federal government, things that we have going, the funds, that we can really take a big dent in some of the large ones. And because right now bonding is not a very good-looking option with where the rates are. But hopefully that, just kind of a brief summary of what I'm looking at when it comes to infrastructure.
Quick follow-up question. The streams bill, or this 1380, it dictates that 7% of the 5-year average is how much can be spent. Do you see that being changed by the legislature every year, depending on how much money you feel like they're going to need?
I've been in elected office, local and legislative, for a long time. I would never predict what a future legislature would do. But that being said, you know, it wasn't that number fell out of the sky. And that was the reason it was picked. There was a lot of discussions. There was looked at 4, 4.5, 3, and it just came down to that it was a reasonable number. When you look at the long-term earnings, that it's realistic, that it should be able to generate that much. And that's why we didn't stream everything out when this was, we put that other side, which can flow with what the actual earning was. And so I hope that we, as a legislature, give it a few bienniums to give it a chance. And then you'll have actually something to make an informed decision off of, because this is new, and we're not sure. And it fluctuates all over, but we did want to leave enough room that if all it generates is 3.5, because we all know how wild the stock market's going now, and that's where the legacy earnings come from, investment. So this could be all over the place. But hopefully we built the cushions in. So again, I hope we leave it, because it wasn't just a randomly picked number. The discussions went back and forth, and it felt that it was a realistic number without making too large a commitment.
Thank you. Representative Michael LaFleur has been chair of the Interim Retirement Committee, and he has been a proponent of closing the PERS, Defined Benefit Plan, and using legacy fund earnings to pay for that closure, which could cost potentially millions to billions of dollars. So Representative LaFleur, can you, what's the price for closing that plan, and why do you think the legacy fund earnings fund is the best place to fund this?
Well, thank you, and I'm grateful to be asked to be on this panel. The last legislative session passed a study that our committee, the Retirement Committee, is in charge of looking at closing a defined benefit plan in January 1 of 2024 and replacing with the defined contribution plan. So right now we have an unfunded liability of about $1.4 billion. If you look at what's happened in the last 20 years, in the year 2000, we actually had a surplus of we were funded to 113%. And we went all the way down to about 68%. Now we're at about 72%. That's not an acceptable level to be at. The concern is that we went from a surplus to a $1.4 billion deficit in 20 years. What happens if we do that again? Then we'll be at $3 billion. And all the scenarios that we've looked at with groups like TIA is that is something that could actually happen. And as you look at forecasting out 30 years, you could actually have a scenario where you're in deep trouble with our plan. So I think we have to have an intellectually honest discussion, talking about where we're at, where we want to be with this. My belief is if we continue with the defined benefit plan, we're doing a disservice not only to the taxpayers but to the state employees. Because we have to look at the demographics of what we're looking at here, and that includes that in 2025, 75% of the workforce will be millennials or Gen Z. And they're moving. They're not staying long-term. They want the portability of a retirement plan moving with them. So in my belief, from all the data that our committee has looked at, that if we have a best practices defined contribution plan, that's going to help keep our workforce. So you've heard this morning the discussion about childcare, about workforce. And so as an employer, as the state of North Dakota looks at how do we recruit employees, we have to go what's going on in the workforce. So can we compete using a defined benefit plan? I don't believe so. And right now the state is paying 11% of every employee's contribution. We worked with TIAA and we're looking at having a best practices defined contribution plan which gives them a 7-and-7 employer-employee contribution and has in-plan annuities and things like that so they can have guaranteed income for life. So there's a lot of components of this that we're trying to look at to adjust so that the workforce of tomorrow will stay. Because it's predicted that if you're under the age of 38, you're going to have about 10 jobs by the time you hit 38. They don't look at jobs as jobs. They look at jobs as projects. So going forward, how do we get ahead of the curve and say we want to have the best compensation, benefits, and they're talking about work home, that the younger people want more flexibility. They want to be able to work from home. And because of COVID, a lot more people are working at home. The percentage has gone way up. And so to be competitive in the workplace, as an employer, the state of North Dakota needs to do what we can to recruit the best people, retain the best people, and at the same time, when you're closing the defined benefit plan, to your question earlier, if we can have a sustainable source to provide dollars into that plan to make sure that anybody that's in the defined benefit plan right now gets exactly what we promised them. Because when they came to work for the state of North Dakota, we said, we're going to provide this defined benefit plan for you. So until the last retiree gets their last check, we need to be all in with the defined benefit plan. So I am introducing a bill that will provide a one-time cash infusion in addition to a portion of legacy fund earnings as a sustainable way of going forward. The other component to this is adding language into the bill that says pay the actuarial cost. And that means that we're paying for our employer contribution percentage, and we're also paying for the unfunded liability. We're working to get that down because we need to do something now. The more that I've seen this, and I know others on the committee are convinced the same way, if we don't do something now, we're going to pay a huge price later. So that's where I thought when we had the streams that would be a good place to put that so that we can look every 2 years and find out what the actuarial cost of this plan is, and at someday down the road, 20 years, 25 years, we'll be at 95% funded and be in a good place.
Thank you very much. A couple sessions ago, Representative Cory Mock sponsored a bill that would have required kind of a conscious decision as to how much to reinvest back into the principal of the fund and how much to spend. And that bill didn't go anywhere, but Cory, could you share with us your rationale for trying to figure out how much to put back and how much to spend?
Sure. First of all, thanks everyone, and thanks Mike for loaning me your jacket. If anyone had a chance to see, we did, speaking of conscious decisions, Mike had to make a conscious decision to not wear this jacket on stage. So
it was difficult.
No kidding. It's and I've got the photos to prove it. So Amanda, can you put those on screen? Happy birthday, Amanda. Pam, yes. So in 2019, as we were gearing up for our first automatic transfer of earnings, as Pam had alluded in the beginning, how it was created, 7 years, no interest, everything just gets reinvested so the fund can grow, and then after 7 years, we start getting automatic transfers, constitutionally required. So we could not stop the transfer of earnings coming to the general fund. The only way we can do it is to essentially appropriate the funds back to the principal. And as in 2019, we were budgeting around 350 million was kind of what we were putting in there, knowing it was going to be higher at the end of the biennium, and it was a little over 400 million. That number was obviously going to grow at some point without having some conscious action of what to do with those earnings. We may face a place where we're getting billions of dollars coming in. Does that create an impulse to spend without regard of the fund, of the futures balance, the strength of the fund, and then other sources of revenue, and becoming potentially over-reliant on a fund, much like Alaska has done when they created some of their trust funds over the years, dating back to, I believe, the 1970s. So the measure was brought forward. It was introduced in the House. It passed the House. It went through the Senate. It was amended, came back, and we went through. Everyone here, if you're here, you know the song and dance. You've been there. You've seen how the chambers will thumb wrestle over who gets the upper hand on the last day. And at the end, we decided to not move this forward, and I think the Streams Bill 1380 was a product of that conversation. We need to have some dedicated spending, but also have a plan so that we are reinvesting. And part of the exercise that came from my bill was talking about the power of compound interest. If we run scenarios, so the targeted interest earnings for the legacy fund is 5.28%. So if we assumed that was if we were gonna maintain our goal every year, what would that look like? And if we had to make some assumptions on revenue going in, but we ran it out over 40 years. So if we assumed we meet our goal every year, and we had a fixed amount of new money coming into the principal, over 40 years, had we spent every nickel that came to the general fund, spent it all, we would have spent over 40 years, $43 billion of earnings through the general fund. The fund balance would be about $34 billion by 2058. If we reinvested every penny over those 40 years, spent nothing, obviously we wouldn't have spent anything, but the fund balance would have been $143 billion. $64 billion of it would have been compound interest growth alone. And had we had a $143 billion sovereign wealth fund today, globally it would be one of the top 20, the world's 20 largest sovereign wealth funds. And you think of the earnings in a biennial budget, that size of a wealth fund would kick back earnings about $15 billion every biennium. Currently, our state budget, including all revenue sources, is about $15 billion. So, I mean, we joked that that's secede from the union money. Like we don't need the DOT or federal Congress to tell us what the drinking age is and how to build our roads. We can do whatever we want. You can't hold that money hostage from us. And that was sort of the joke, but it does put it in perspective, the importance of reinvesting at least some of the earnings and not becoming overly reliant on those earnings every 2 years. So that was the purpose of the conversation. And as I said, I think that hats off. I see he's here, Senator Wardner. During the 2019 session, as we were going back and forth between the House and the Senate, Senator Wardner was very receptive to the overall concept of us having some dedicated use of earnings and recognizing that reinvesting in the principal needed to be a part of that conversation. What the buckets or streams or whatever it is, what those were, that was something that we needed to work out. But that was, I think, an important conversation that gets us to where we are here today and having House Bill 1380 out of the last legislative session.
Thank you, Corey. House Bill 1380 takes $100 million and reinvests that back into the principal. So I would imagine that as the earnings grow, that might be something that the legislature would consider raising that threshold and then reinvest more of it. I don't know. Maybe.
I would hope that we run the numbers and see. I mean, the most powerful money to put into the fund is early money. Do it sooner than later and let it grow. If we continue to hold off and say we'll invest more in 2 years, we'll invest in more in 2 years, keep in mind there is only one source of revenue that's feeding the principal. And if I hope there's people smarter than me that could at least give us a rough estimate. But if we assume there's a finite amount of oil that exists in North Dakota, the only variable, and we assume we could get every drop of it out of the ground, extracted at some point, the only question is how much is that worth at the time it's extracted? But we know that there is a theoretical finite source of revenue. So for us, the question is resource management, and how do we use those funds for the fund today and manage it so that it's here for literally generations.
Well said. Switching gears a little bit, tax reform is something that everyone's been talking about lately, and there are a whole bunch of proposals out there. Right now we have income tax credits on the table. We have a flat income tax rate proposal on the table. We have 2 property tax relief proposals out there. One just came out yesterday and suggested that the way to pay for that property tax is with the legacy fund earnings. And House Bill 1380 does allow up to $50 million to be spent on tax relief. So the question, and it's for all of you, and we'll start with Senator Sorbog first. Should the legacy fund earnings be used for tax relief, which would have to be sustained into the future? Or is it more appropriate to use the legacy fund earnings for one-time investments? And how do you prioritize those two?
Well, first of all, I was part of that streaming, and we did put a little tax break. And originally that was for income tax, and we decided to change it to more generic, so it could be whatever the legislature. I think you have to look at tax. We have two things. We have one-time spending and we have ongoing. And we need to always keep those clear, because if we blur them, we're going to get ourselves in trouble real quick. And income tax cuts, property tax cuts, to me, they're more of an ongoing, because we're not going to put them back on unless it's really bad. So if we do these cuts and have to tap into the legacy, I think we just need to be careful. You know, you got to see the numbers, but it really goes back a little bit to what Representative Mock. If we do that, yes, there's value. Yes, there's investing in education, the ongoing. But are we just burning it up and not having a long-term value? And that's where I like more infrastructure, because I think that's more of an investment earning. I don't think us spending it is that we've wasted all the money and we should all put it all back so we had this big pot. We are doing worthwhile things. We are fulfilling needs of the state, and there is value to that. But I'm not for or against them at any time this time. I think we need to see them, how they fit in. But my real concern is, can we afford it with the ongoing spending that we have, or are we going to have to tap into the legacy? And I'm biased. Legacy, there's three places that, besides tax dollars, federal dollars, and fees, that money come from. And that's the legacy earnings, investment earnings, the Bank of North Dakota's profits, mill and elevator. Mill and elevator is very tiny. But they're all investment earnings, and I lean a lot more that they should be reinvested predominantly in infrastructure, research, lift, things that generate income and save money down the road. If we're going to do the tax breaks, I hope we can do it within our tax dollars. Otherwise, I don't quite understand how we're going to do a tax break if we have to use investment dollars to make it. Now, when I say tax dollars, that would include oil. And then I could go on forever, but then we're putting everything on the future of an industry that half the nation hates. So there's just got to be a lot of discussion. I think it's exciting that all these proposals are out there. That's how we do this business. But there's a lot of moving pieces. And it really boils down to how much do we want to try to get ahead on some of the infrastructure, where I lean. Because if we continue to use a lot of these funds for tax breaks, increased spending of operation of governments, we're not going to have money left, or not near as much. Because we are going to have a big pot of money at the end of this biennium. But as we were in Legacy Earnings Committee last Thursday, and Legislative Council reminded that if you look at the numbers, you look at everything, this is a replica of 2013. What's going on, and it built into 2015. And by the time we got into the middle of 2015-17 biennium, the governor was doing allotments and we were in special session. Not saying history's going to repeat itself, but a lot of the scenarios are falling into the exact same place. So hopefully we're cautious.
Thank you. Representative Lepore.
Well, thank you. I agree with Senator Sorbog. When you look at some of the issues that were talked about this morning, and you're talking about workforce, you're talking about recruitment, you're talking about retention, childcare, we need to make a significant effort, in my opinion, to move the needle. We can have these discussions all day long, but let's put in legislation that's actually going to do that. So if we're working, the Fargo Chamber, I got a shout out to them. They won a $9 million grant, and they have a software program called Ignite, which is connecting businesses, education, high school, universities, online testing, all kinds of things like that, to try and make North Dakota a bigger presence on the global market. Let's get people working here in North Dakota. I would tell you this, that if I were given the opportunity for a high-paying job versus a tax cut, I'd take the high-paying job. But at the end of the day, it is important. We do have funds today to do something like that, but sustainability is a concern of mine as well. So, I mean, there's things that we could be looking at and should be working at. The workforce recruitment, retention, and childcare, to me, are huge. As I go across the state talking to legislators, you hear it over and over and over again. So how can we actually take this and move the needle so there's significant progress? And Mr. Johnson this morning was saying, giving the data, the numbers aren't there. So we have to steal from somebody else to be successful. So I'm, diversifying our ag economy. South Dakota is way ahead of us in cattle, swine, dairy, everything else. Why can't we focus on things like that, grow the different sectors in our economy, and that'll provide more revenue in the future? So I'm more of a long-term type person. I believe that some of the dollars should go back to legacy principle. And I will tell you that when I was first elected in 2015, I went to my first House caucus, and I was so impressed with what previous legislators did. They made sure that the dollars for the coming biennium were there in cash. Who does that? North Dakota does that. Virtually no one else does that. So we've done things conservatively, we've done things well, and that's why, and the people that led the legacy movement years ago, I know some of them are in the audience today, thank you for that. Thank you for leading that effort. This is a game changer for the state of North Dakota. So we have so many good problems that we can have with this, but I would like to see us diversify our economy more and work on the main issues that are of a concern today.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mock, again, how do you figure out priorities, ongoing, one-time?
Right. Well, and one thing that I would add, just to piggyback off of Mike, Representative LaFour, sorry, first name basis, and it's...
It works.
Yeah, I feel weird use titles sometimes.
Not a problem, Corey.
Yep, thanks a lot, Mike. How's your fantasy football team doing? We haven't asked about the important things yet. How? Good. I am not happy with you, by the way. Speaking of fantasy football, we got to have a talk in the hallway after this. So, riding Dallas Cowboys to us come from behind win. As you talk tax relief as an ongoing investment from the legacy fund, and I at the risk of being a little cynical, anything that we do as some of our priorities with the legacy fund is going to be some version of either tax relief or new spending. It's, at the most basic level, the state doesn't collect property tax, but we offset property tax obligations by increasing how much we contribute to what local property taxes pay for. So we put more in for public education, reduces the burden on local property taxes for paying for public education. So if we use it for offsetting existing revenue, we are doing some version of tax relief. We're just supplanting the source. If we increase what we're otherwise spending by adding new programs, new investments, one-time or recurring, then we're not providing the relief, but we may be offsetting future expenses by making earlier investments. So whether it's a direct tax relief or not, the legacy fund earnings that we use, either as an investment or as an offset of existing revenue, in theory should generate some return on investment. It should be somewhat of a relief for taxpayers in some regard. So I think that's the biggest question: is the legacy fund be used to offset existing revenue? Do we use it as a general fund replacement? Do we increase the contributions or what the state pays for, either at the local level or new statewide investments, contributions, child care, workforce development, et cetera? I think that'll be a good question. I see the value in using some of it for immediate needs, hopefully more one-time, less ongoing, and keeping future legislatures free to make those decisions. One thing I do want to say, and Mike, to your point with the spending the money once we have it, not pre-spending it, that bought us 2 years. So when we, in 2015, when we had the collapse of our economy, because we had budgeted and spent money that we'd had, we were able to reduce our allotments when we came back for a special session And we converted how we spent to buy us that additional 2 years to recover. So we pre-spent money the next biennium hoping that we would recover, whereas other states, when they faced recessionary points and decline in state revenue, they didn't have that year or 2 year gap. So again, to your point, our predecessors really set us up for success, and we're right to carry that forward.
Okay,
Is it me popping? Is this my microphone? Mike, are you over here? Are you messing with my mic?
No.
You seem like the kind of guy who would.
Turn his mic off.
Please do.
So
Please do.
I think that'll eliminate the problem. The only other component.
Can't believe you waited 40 minutes to come to that conclusion.
You notice how the senator just sits here and lets them go back and forth at each other?
This alone is just a civics lesson. It's watch the House fight among each other, and the Senate will come in and save the day.
We've got a lot more cats. But you know, another point I wanted to make is the Great Alaska Fund. We actually talked to two of their fund managers during this last session, and they allocated a lot of dollars back to their population. And so it's important to know what our future needs are. We need more than $9 billion for infrastructure over the next 20 years. So are we going to be ahead of that curve, on the curve, behind that curve? So I think that we've done things, the legislature, the exec have done a wonderful job to this point, and we need to keep focused the way that we do and doing things as a conservative way. But now the state of Alaska has a lot of problems with infrastructure and things like that because they didn't deal with it at the right time.
Well, and they overcommitted it. I would say that they had dedicated funds and they made ongoing commitments that then they had to make decisions. Do we cut back on the promises that we've made over the years, or do we use it to shore up the budget needs that we have today? And again, they're same situation. It's
Sure.
30 plus years in the making, and making strong commitments early on that they weren't able to fulfill decades later.
Go ahead.
I think just to add on both what Representative Mock and LaFleur is saying, and I think you'll see at the end of the day, a little of it'll go ongoing, some of it's going to go one time. We're pretty good at evening things out and balancing things out. I know there's criticisms, but at the end of the day, we handle it pretty good. And why I'm comfortable in that, because we have a pretty good track record. Yeah, there's bumps, but we seem to level things out. And I'm going to brag a little bit here, because this is something I got told a few years ago, and it was from our neighbor state to the east, and somebody in their government there. And they were commenting as we go through these rough times, we've had times of a lot of revenue. We haven't spent it all. We've balanced it out. We've saved a little. We've spent it here. And their comment was, they said, we watch North Dakota, and we are in amazement, the discipline that is shown by the government there, to not get carried away, not to overspend just because there's an extra pot of money, and to ride it through, because they said if it was over here, it'd be hot here, it'd be down here, it up there. So that is a compliment, and that isn't just to me, it's to the leadership, it's to the people and those before. So I think at the end of the day, we'll do like we always do. A little go here, a little go there, and it's called politics. And that's not all bad, because at that way we'll handle the budgets pretty good. But the legacy earnings are part of it. The reason for the streams is some type of guidance. We all know, if you whether it's your business or anything else, you always have a long-term plan, or you should. You have this, and you balance your decisions. Doesn't mean you follow it on everything, but you always have something to balance your decisions off. And that's kind of the tradition since I've been there working on the numbers, and I'm hoping that will continue.
Thank you. Let's take a look at our survey results, if we could. Okay, what do you think is the best use of legacy fund earnings? 78% are saying that projects that are one-time investments. Doesn't look like anyone wants government operations, and 19% saving, 18% savings for the future. I guess any reactions to that from our panelists?
I agree with them. No, I think most people can see that. At least I'm hoping that's the thinking. And what it does, I think, is if we don't use a lot of that for general operations, that'll keep us disciplined from overgrowing government. Because even if we subsidize a little bit here, a little bit there, we're still going to make most of our decisions on our tax base. And in my opinion, that's what we should run. The taxes we can generate, whatever the mechanism is, that's how we should be operating the general operations of the government.
I really like that. What I would tell you is that that's largely how I think we've done it. And a lot of projects, even the federal funds that we've received, those went a lot to one-time projects. And because the key word for me is sustainability. I mean, we just have to be very careful that we are conservative people. And as a result of that, I think we've been very protective of the dollars that come into North Dakota. So I think savings for the future, that was the original concept of the Legacy Fund. And then you look at the lot of projects, farm-to-market roads. Some communities need to have natural gas in their hometowns, and there's all kinds of things that can be worked on. But I would like to see us as a state be ahead of the curve in infrastructure, water projects, and things like that. And I think a pretty good job has been done to this point. So I really like the results.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I'm happy to see that, that at least in this room, attendees don't see it offsetting operational spending. It's either use it for investments that are physical investments in the state and the people, but something that's more one-time, or and then putting the rest, or at least reinvesting for future obligations. And I think we're at a place in the next couple of years we should have a hard, honest conversation: is what does North Dakota look like post-legacy fund as we know it today? Where there's a single source of revenue feeding the principal. If that is truly a finite source, is there another resource, another industry? Is there something else that can come in and become the next economic foundation, the base of our state? Is there something that replaces mineral extractions? And if not, how can we best get the principal to a place where it will sustain our needs for generations? And we ran the same numbers. I'll go back to it. When you look at the difference of reinvesting versus spending all of the earnings, the earnings that we would kick back in 40 years if the fund differences were 34 versus 143 billion. At 143, so you're getting 15 billion on earnings every biennium. If you spend all the earnings, our earnings at a $34 billion trust fund is going to be about 3. So not that 3 billion isn't a large number. That's a 5-fold difference that the size of that principal would make. So the compounding interest truly is the 8th wonder of the world. And we need to have a multi-generation conversation. What is our plan? And how are we going to build it to where it's there forever, or have a solid plan that we're not relying on just the one source of revenue feeding that legacy fund down the road?
Thank you. We have a couple audience questions that we're going to try to get to. First one, what percentage of earnings are going to be spent, not the market value? So based on the fact that last biennium there was 871 million in earnings, and I know right through the end of the first year of this biennium, there was like 522. So roughly, maybe we'll have about $1 billion of earnings in the current biennium. And then that 7% formula kicks out that 486 million could be spent. And then of the remainder 500, 200 would be either retained or sent back to the legacy fund, and then 300 would go into the SIF fund, which will also be spent, but maybe not right away. So roughly maybe about half right off the bat, and then the rest. Go ahead.
I'd like to add one too, because that isn't up any longer. But if you look at the very first thing on what would be your right side, not the streams, but the other, the blue box. No,
on the right.
But anyway,
the middle one.
We put 150 million, the next 150 million in there. And that was done to make sure we could make the bond payments. there again, there is a bucket that'll definitely be open for discussion in another biennium or two. But we were being told by the money people, for lack of better terms, people that understand it much better than me, where we could get in trouble the most by using the percent of earnings was in that first year or two till the whole flow of everything was established. And so that was kind of a backstop. I know it's already been questioned, what is it in there for? Why'd we do it? Because we're not going to default on the bond, even if the whole legacy earns no money, because we'd wreck the state. But so there is variables that were built in, because we don't know exactly what each year is going to look. But so there again is 150 either to spend or reinvest. So not everything is in stone. A lot of it was negotiated, and a lot of it was being very, very cautious. We wanted this to make sense. We wanted it to provide benefit, but we didn't want to get over aggressive and overcommit. And so there is a lot of things that can be worked on.
Thank you. One last question here from the audience. Benefits for child care workers could help address the child care situation. Is this an option for legacy fund earnings? And I guess I'll ask either one of you two to your thoughts on maybe benefits for child care workers to help with that problem that we're dealing with.
I mean, I would say that the child care issue itself is an important conversation. We talk about workforce needs of the state. That is a priority that the state needs to take on in some way. If benefits or something related to child care becomes an expenditure that the state takes on, certainly could use earnings to offset that cost, but it's at the end of the day, there's one checkbook writing all the checks. So whether the source of that revenue comes from legacy earnings, if it comes from sales taxes or gaming taxes, it's all coming out of the same checkbook.
It would have to come somewhere,
Yep.
Right?
I agree with that. I would tell you that there's always going to be hot button issues. There's always going to be priority one issues. They're going to change from time to time. So one of the reasons the legacy was called streams is because it's flexible. It can change based on what the needs are. But I would tell you this, that I would certainly support something like is being described there, because if we don't get serious about moving the needle on these things, we're going to keep those problems the same. So we need to come up with solutions. But I would be supportive of taking a look at that, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time says we are out now, so I want to thank all three panelists here for your insightful responses. These guys are the experts here, and experts or not, you're going to be dealing with it during the next legislative session.
Experts might be a really liberal use of the word.
So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thanks to all the panelists. Interesting discussion, and one that everybody is going to be keeping an eye on for sure as we start barreling towards January. At this time, we're going to take our final networking break of the day. So take a minute to go grab a soda. Hopefully there's some Fresca back at the tables in the back. We'll meet back here at 2:30 sharp for our next panel. Thank you.
I may not have a lot to give, but what I got, I'll give to
Okay, our panelists are joining us on stage right now, so we'll give you a couple minutes to wrap up a couple of conversations and grab your seats, please. Thank you. Okay, in the interest of everybody's time, we're going to get going here and get ready for our next panel. If you wouldn't mind grabbing your seats. We're very glad you all could attend today, and we do value the conversation that you're all getting to have with others. It's great that this event is being held in person again, and you're able to have these conversations face to face, and so we're looking forward to continuing those when we're done. It's been my pleasure to serve as the chair of the Greater North Dakota Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors. As GNDC chair and a member, I know that sound business-friendly policy is critical to the success of our state. Directing your attention to the back page of your program, the North Dakota Chamber PAC supports candidates who support business. GNDC's legislative scorecard, which is also in your packets, contains more chamber champions than ever. This is resulting from their pro-business approach to the offices that they serve. These individuals are putting forth and supporting policies that are good for business and ultimately for North Dakota. So today I'm asking individuals to join me in joining the ND Chamber PAC with a contribution. Those that have supported the ND Chamber PAC or want to contribute today are invited to attend a social at the conclusion of today's event, where these conversations will continue. That'll be here at the Bismarck Hotel. Some habits don't change, I guess. You can join either at the registration table there or online at ndchamberpac.com. And we would be asking for a $50 personal contribution for that. So go ahead and dip into Taryn's pockets and grab $50 and join the Chamber PAC today. So back to the slated agenda. I want to welcome our next slate of speakers to the stage. For North Dakota to remain competitive in attracting and retaining businesses, there must be a full arsenal of resources in our economic toolkit to deploy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelvin Hullett from the Bank of North Dakota to lead this panel discussion. Thank you.
All right, Josh. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for all being here this afternoon. We really appreciate you coming back after lunch. And please feel free to participate and send us some questions. I think we're going to have a robust discussion this afternoon. But if you have some questions you would like to put into this panel, please feel free to do so. We've got a really interesting panel, I think, for you when we start talking about the economic development toolkit and the resources that we have available in North Dakota. And so on the stage today, I'm just going to do a quick introduction. So first is Taryn Dorr. Taryn is the Executive Director of the Bowman County Economic Development Corporation and also is the President of the Economic Development Association of North Dakota. And so as you're thinking about our three panelists, Taryn really represents not only the voice of economic development, but the voice of what I would call our smaller communities in the state and some of the challenges that they have. Our second panelist today, who I only met fairly recently, but I will tell you if you're playing at a golf outing, make sure that you get her on your team. She's a pretty good golfer and a lot of fun. And so Kate Blair is the State Government Affairs Manager covering 7 states across the Midwest. And in her current role, she lives in St. Paul. She lived in Alaska, I know, for a short period. Before moving into the oil and gas policy area, she worked for Pfizer. And prior to that, she was a women's Division I college hockey coach at the University of Maine and Mercyhurst University. So, Kate, thank you for being here today and representing Marathon. And finally today, representing what I would consider our entrepreneurial sector and those folks that are building businesses in the state is Ryan Ragoose, and he is the co-founder and president of Bushel. So, quick show of hands, who knows what Bushel is? Okay, so pretty good group. For those of you who do not know who Bushel is, I would encourage you to check out their website. Bushel is based in Fargo and is probably, for sure in North Dakota, and I would probably conjecture and say in America, one of the fastest growing ag tech companies. Has really found and is developing a market that plays into the agriculture industry. They're headquartered in Fargo, and Ryan is also a speaker, author, and entrepreneur. Like myself, enjoys a good day at the farm sitting on the tractor. So thank you all three for being here. So, and again, if you have questions, please send them in. But I want to start out today, and Taryn, I'm going to just kind of start with you. Because obviously developing and being an economic developer in a smaller rural community is much different than being a developer in Fargo or Bismarck or Minneapolis. And so as you think about those things that we offer as a state in the economic development toolkit, what are the things that you find have been really helpful to you and your community in attracting and retaining businesses?
Well, as you said, it is very different in a rural community. We often wear multiple hats, and there's just not as many people to do or carry the work. So I think for a rural community, a lot of it comes down to the resources that are available beyond just incentives. It's the small business development centers, it's the Center for Technologies of the world, it's your regional councils that can help build capacity. Also for us, it comes down to the state of North Dakota has a really good network that we have very easy access to. I can pick up the phone and call Kelvin if I need to. I can pick up the phone and call my representative if I need to. We can get access to a lot of those partners, and I think that's one of the best assets that we have here in the state of North Dakota. So for a rural community, more than just the incentive, it is being able to have that additional capacity, whether it is through those resource partners to work with those small companies or even recruiting a large company, having that help. Okay.
So Kate, you know, Marathon is a multi-billion-dollar company, if I remember my math right, from the Clean Sustainable Energy. I think it's $52 billion in market cap, and is obviously an integral player in the state of North Dakota. You've recently announced that you're doing a joint venture with our folks in Jamestown and the soybean processing facility. Talk a little bit about, you know, your perspective as a corporation, publicly traded, doing business in North Dakota. What's attractive to you in your company?
If you don't mind, I'll start with just an overview of Marathon Petroleum, because this is one of the few states where we operate where Marathon Oil also operates, and so we're often confused, and people will say, oh, do you guys have this office building here? No, that was not us, that was Marathon Oil. So Marathon Oil and Marathon Petroleum were one company until 2011, and they split upstream from downstream. So Marathon Oil are our explorers, producers, and Marathon Petroleum are the refiners, pipelines, logistics, et cetera. And so we have been operating the refinery in Mandan for quite some time, for decades now. And also have the renewable diesel facility in Dickinson that was purchased back when we were Tesoro, and then Tesoro and Marathon Petroleum merged in 2018, making us the largest refining system across the country. So we've got 13 refineries in 12 different states, and then we also own what you'll often hear us refer to as MPLX, which is Marathon Logistics, and that's where things like our pipelines and our rail and our natural gas gathering plants, those are all housed in MPLX and our logistics assets. So I tell you that because then I can talk about a little bit more about our assets across the state. And so like I said, we've got 2 refineries. One is your traditional refinery that puts out transportation fuels that we use right here in North Dakota. The other is a renewable diesel refinery. And so that's a little bit different than biodiesel because renewable diesel can actually drop right into diesel. It's biochemically almost the same. And so, but that's taken from renewable feedstock that now comes from our Spiritwood plant. That's a joint venture between Marathon Petroleum and ADM. So that had its groundbreaking, June. And but that's a great asset for us because it gives us reliability of feedstock coming straight over from Jamestown, and also gives our ag partners some reliability of sales going right in, staying right here in the state as we refine it in Dickinson. And then we also have, as I said, rail, pipelines, et cetera, across the western part of the state. And so when we look at all of the places where our company invests, we continue to invest in North Dakota. And I know I've taken way more than my 5 minutes, so I apologize. I'll be quiet after this.
That's okay. The clock's ticking. You're fine.
But our company continues to invest in North Dakota because some of the things that you've mentioned and that we've heard here today. I don't know if anybody's mentioned workforce or childcare today. Just kidding. No, because of the great tax system here, the government that continues to work with industry as partners, not as adversaries, because we do have workforce and workforce development, especially in our industry. And then it's those innovative partnerships that we see with the state, like the Clean Sustainable Energy Authority and others, where the state really is trying to say, okay, how can we continue to get companies like ours to invest here? And it's those types of partnerships that makes our company say, hey, we can invest anywhere, and we are going to continue to reinvest, and let's continue to look at North Dakota because of how attractive the business climate and the political climate has been for that.
Thank you. Ryan, you have a really interesting story with the, kind of where Myriad Mobile began with you and Jake. And those early years, and I remember Eric Hardmeyer and I sitting in the conference room per se at Emerging Prairie, and Jake doing seminars for us on the Internet of Things and whatnot. And so your company has really found its footing and has really began on a journey that I think has been very fascinating to watch. I think it's still in the early stages. But talk a little bit about Bushel and what it is you do and how it's integrating into our agriculture sector, not just in North Dakota, but in America and actually, I think, even the world at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Kelvin. And is this camera? There we go. And this clock is probably fake news, so I'll take more than 5 minutes if you don't mind. Bushel, for those who didn't raise your hand and don't know the company, we are an agriculture technology business, and we actually have a whole bunch of applications that are used across the entire supply chain. So if you think about like what Microsoft Teams or Google might provide, you're going to use an email client, you're going to use the Teams application, you're going to use Calendar, Microsoft Word, et cetera. We have a bunch of applications just as well, and our kind of our mainstay is providing co-ops and elevators the capability to have a branded mobile application, have the ability to deliver real-time scale tickets out to the farm, be able to give contract updates, e-sign things, pay invoices, see the markets. But then the elevators are also able to manage their hedge books. They're able to manage their offers and the depth of the offers that they're doing. And we also have acquired businesses. We acquired a farm management system last year, Farm Logs, and we've are now incorporating that into the the ecosystem of applications, so you can get your satellite imagery, but and also create data interoperability between the different sets of applications. One thing you talked about, one of the fastest or growing businesses, agriculture tech companies. A small little story. We've actually have been awarded the Inc. 5000 fastest growing company And if you do that one time, it's pretty special, right? If you do it 2 times, it's like very crazy. If you do it 3 times, it's unheard of. We've done it 7 times now in a row, and it's been just this crazy year-over-year growth.
Yeah, give him a hand.
Clap for myself. Please clap. Just kidding. It's an old political joke. Anyways, and so it's been this kind of amazing ride, but we've never actually been #1 in North Dakota. So we've never achieved the fastest growing company in North Dakota, but I'll take the consistency over the win. I think about our business and growing, and we're actually a company that started in North Dakota and has also scaled in North Dakota. So if you think about the programs that the legislator, all of you, have put in place 10 years ago when we started, Bushel is actually a product of that. We're the outcome. Now, it's taken 10 years for that to happen and to look like a 10-year overnight success, but it's been a long, quite a wild ride over the years. And a lot of the programs that we've used, the ability to be in the state, and it wasn't always a foregone conclusion that I would start a business here. In fact, I actually applied for jobs in several different states. Turns out I'm wildly unemployable, and I couldn't get a single job. So I was like, well, I might as well start a business. And the business community here was so warm and embracing. I just started cold calling business owners. It's like, hey, I'm thinking about starting a company. Can we go grab coffee? And to their credit, they said, yes, I'll do it. And so, there's been wonderful economic programs that have been available. We've used some of them, and Kelvin, we've paid our loans back, but we've also, cycled those through. There's someone that said they've been using BND for 20 years. I think that's absolutely amazing. There's the economic part, but there's also the cultural part of it. So, are we able to have a good business community? Are we able to have the programs that allow entrepreneurs to thrive and grow? And certainly it's helped me, and I try to also pay that forward. So it might have been a very long introduction to your question.
No, I appreciate that. And just as an FYI, if you're looking at your program, we actually have 50 minutes. I know many of you were hoping I was actually going to be off in 30, but I have 50. And so I think we're going to have a really interesting conversation. Ryan, I want to stay with you because one of the questions and one of the comments that we hear a lot, and I know legislators here have heard the same thing, is there is a lack of access to capital for companies that are in the startup phase, pre-revenue, and helping them get going and then get over that kind of that bump into actually being a business. Can you talk about that in your experience? I know you've referred to a couple of the programs, but just talk about, how that's been for you and where you see that going in the future.
Yeah, it's a really, really great question. I think, the antagonism there is like, what is responsible access to capital? It's not a free-for-all, give everybody money for every idea you can possibly think of. And, if you're in traditional banking, the struggle that we had is we don't have a lot of tangible assets. A lot of our assets are intangible. And when you think about exporting, I'll give you kind of a wild story. It's a little off, maybe feel like a little off topic. But in South Korea, there's this phenomenon called K-pop, right? And it's just this like really, all the kids are listening to it these days. I'm in my mid-30s, so I can say that now. And what people don't realize is that we export a lot of things from North Dakota, right? Oil and gas and agricultural products, and et cetera, et cetera. South Korea looks at K-pop as an export, right? It's like those songs are actually written to be made for multiple languages so they can export them into various countries. And that brings capital back into their country. And Bushel, we're a primary sector business. So if what that means is most of our customers are actually outside of the state, right? And a super majority of our employees are in the state. And so that's a great deal for North Dakota, right? We're bringing this revenue, we're providing a service, we're exporting software across the country and even into Canada and internationally. So that's a great deal. That's definitely the thing that we want to have as a success story. The problem that we run into is that when you go to traditional banking, especially in software, North Dakota banks aren't necessarily tooled to think that way. There's like, okay, well, how big's your farm? Oh, you're not farming. Okay, how big's your, whatever it is, your manufacturing equipment? Oh, you don't have any of that. I have a bunch of chairs and desks and people that have to sit in them. And so it's hard to like put a value on what a tangible, they're intangible actually assets. It's hard to necessarily put a value on that and make that bankable. So being able to have, and especially if you're a startup when you have no assets and no nothing, having access to capital is incredibly important. It's also incredibly risky. You have to be willing to potentially lose some of that money as you go along. I think in our case, we're at a very different part in our life cycle as a business. I think I've taken up like 30 minutes of time here, but we're at a different life cycle. When we were early on, in using things like operational intern, well, every employee was an intern because we couldn't afford anybody that wasn't. Having access to those types of things, hiring your first employee is a very scary thing, by the way. I think anybody will tell you, like, oh my gosh, I have to like work 3 jobs before I'm comfortable with bringing someone in to take over one of those roles. And it's very stressful. So I think having access to capital that for the early businesses, the early entrepreneurs, it is possible that I could have graduated college and just, moved away, but I didn't, right? I stayed here. And so if we can capture the imagination of the entrepreneurs, of the very business people, and provide programs, provide access to capital, but also provide the culture, our first office space after the table in the dorm room and then my friend's kitchen table was the incubator. And so, being able to bring those things together, which is subsidized office space to some degree. And so there's these, it doesn't have to be direct things too. There's plenty of other programs that are out there, but I think being willing to say, look, we're going to set this aside and grow our entrepreneur community. And, we might expect not all of it to come back, but that's okay. We have to take risks. We have to take risks as a state.
Thank you. Kate, I'm going to come back to you. I want you to be thinking about ESG, and we'll chat.
I'm always thinking about ESG,
We'll chat a little
Calvin.
bit about that. But first, Taryn, I want to come back to you and talk a little bit more about Bowman.
Sure.
You have been there for how long now?
15 years.
Okay. Yeah, I know we go back a ways.
Yes.
And so it's been fun to watch the evolution in your community as you have taken on various projects. I know at one point, and childcare was a discussion, at one point childcare, and still is an issue, I'm sure, in your community. But talk about the approach that your community took to childcare and how you utilize the resources available to do something unique in your community.
Okay. Well, until a couple years ago, we had been very fortunate on the child care front in Bowman County. We actually had an oil company step forward and they wanted to give back, and they got their start in our county, and they asked us where they could invest, and so we at the time really desperately needed child care. And so Ken Luff actually stepped up and built us a child care facility. It's very beautiful. It's right by our elementary school and is able to really meet a huge part of our need in Bowman County. But just like everybody else, we've run into really big childcare issues lately, and any family that moves to town that has a child goes on a waiting list. And we are finding them grandmas or church ladies that can actually take them into their home for the time being until they can get into a facility. And so that is happening every time we try to bring a new person into town. And it really comes down to, we have the capacity and the space, but it comes down to a workforce issue. We can't pay enough in our child care facilities to hire more employees in those places. So we actually just rolled out a fixed cost reimbursement plan for child care centers in Bowman County, where we will cover their fixed costs, utilities, rent, license fees, so they can then put that dollars back into wages. We had looked at subsidizing wages. Right now they're making $12 an hour, and I don't know anyone that could possibly afford to live in Bowman County at that rate very easily. So we are hoping that in turn they put those back into wages for employees.
And I think this is a very unique approach, by the way, and commend you for it. So as you do that and provide for the fixed costs, so where is that revenue coming from that then you're providing to them?
We did it locally. So we have used anything from our office as a 501c3 organization. We do receive gaming funds in Bowman County, and then our city and county both stepped up and provided dollars for that program. So it is funded just out of our general funding.
Okay, and I'm going to transition over because the other, pressing issue, as we have talked, is that, Denbury Resources is now coming in and they're doing their CO2 flooding project. And so housing has suddenly become a key challenge in Bowman that maybe hadn't been before. And so talk a little bit about, where that's at, and are there policy tools that the state could provide that would assist you in developing housing?
Housing is a really tough issue. I currently have a brother living on a couch because on my couch, and his dog will not stop peeing in my house, so I'm ready for him to get out. But yes, there is absolutely not one rental available in Bowman County right now. Maybe a couple, but nothing that I would put a family member in. And that is detrimental. We can't bring in a company, we can't bring in workforce if we don't have housing. Getting infrastructure to housing is very expensive, and so the cost and the appraisals are coming in much lower than what people are paying to build homes. And so it's a really big issue, and we are working on ways to solve it. I know there is a rural housing task force out there trying to help solve this issue, but getting a developer to come into a rural community, they can develop in Bismarck, Fargo, Grand Forks, sell 20 homes before they're even built. We need, 5 to 10 good homes next year, and that's just not cost effective for a developer to come in. So we're trying to look at ways that we can help. Even using local developers is difficult because then you're running into problems getting an electrician, getting a plumber, getting some of those services. So haven't fixed it yet, but definitely something that we need to look at. I know that it's a hard issue to have a developer, make money and come into our communities, but that is something that we're going to have to consider and be okay with, is them profiting, or helping assist with that. So we haven't fixed that one yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
well.
I'm ready for him to get off my couch.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kate, I'm going to circle back to you. Let's talk about ESG for a minute, and that just sent chills up the spines of about half the audience out here. But it's an interesting issue, policy issue. We see sort of both sides occurring today, where you have, one group that is going down the path of, ESG, and then now we're seeing some pushback from others that are saying, well, maybe this isn't the right policy to go down. And so as we're thinking about the energy industry in North Dakota, of which your company is a major part, what's your approach to ESG, and how are you as a company thinking about that? And then as we think about our economic development toolkit, what's the state's role, and how should we be thinking about ESG?
Sure. So like many energy companies, ESG, not called ESG, has been a part of what we have done for decades. Much like many, hunter and fishermen are the best conservationists, I would argue that many energy companies are some of the best stewards of environmental stewardship, right? I think that, when I look back at my time in Alaska and, now over a long time in the energy industry, I look at what companies have been doing before ESG was called ESG or was marked and it was companies like, in Alaska, the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, who did everything that they could to make sure that the caribou herd could still come across the plains. And in fact, the caribou herd has more than doubled in the time because they really like the heat from the pipeline. But companies like mine have invested a lot of money over the past, 50 or more years because Number one, we care truly because we're made up of people who live and work at these refineries and who live and work around these pipelines. We have kids that go to school. I live 4 miles from our refinery, so do I care about what kind of emissions come out of the air and what our safety profile looks like? Absolutely, because my kids go to school right around that corner. So our company has been doing many of these things, and I know many across the industry have been doing many of these things for decades, and now we have a term for it, and we're looking at ways, okay, how can we score it and all those things, and so now we're looking at, okay, scoring greenhouse gas emissions. Well, we've seen a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions at some of our plants by more than 90% in the past 20 years. That's something that we were already doing before we were getting scored on it. Our companies have been investing lots of money in conservation land and really doing different types of work with our 501c3 partners to ensure that there's plenty of land set aside for whether it's migratory birds or pollinators or whatever it is, so that they have that safe area as well. And so our company looks at it not just as a score that we have to do for our board, but our company truly looks at it as, you know, what's the right thing to do and how can we get incrementally better? Technology continues to get better, so we have ways that we can make, whether it's the gas cleaner, the emissions lower, our flare lowered, all those things. How can we make things safer? And then how can we make sure that we are a good community member? So our company has always, and you may remember the Tesoro Foundation and now within Marathon, we invest in the communities because, again, we live and work there too. We care about the communities. And like many companies, about 10 years ago, a lot of our investment was focused in STEM, because, you know, that was really what we thought was a driver for workforce development, right? Well, I think what we found was if you invest so much in STEM, a lot of that money is going to a couple kids who like robotics, and and then small cities don't have the programs or don't have the bandwidth to handle all this STEM money because they need other things, right? And I know our small town in Alaska, you know, we tried to give them the STEM program and they're like, well, we have 30 kids after school. Like, we need a couple Legos, but what we really need is help with homelessness and help with meth and a few other things. And so what our company has done is really shifted that focus into, all right, how can we invest in thriving communities? And so, of course, there's a workforce development piece in there where we're saying, hey, you know, everyone across the state needs welders. Gosh, do we need welders? Gosh, do we need, you know, people who are tradesmen? And we would love to have an equal push for these trade schools as we have for college. And so we've invested in those areas. But then we've also invested in thriving communities. And a lot of that takes work and sitting down with our stakeholders and saying, okay, well, what do you need in your community? And, you know, how can we help you invest in that so that not only are we a partner to you, but so that we can make this community a thriving community? And sometimes that's hard to measure on ESG goals, right? You can measure how much money you've given, but you can't always measure that, hey, we not only gave to this nature center, but our people donated, you know, 300 hours of work, and they came in and they did these trails all on their own because, number one, it's the right thing to do, and number two, the schools are going to enjoy it, including our own kids are going to enjoy it. So,
Okay, so let me drill down a little bit then. So as you think about ESG policy, and you know, one of the things that we've talked about at the bank, you know, is S&P is now looking at states and they're rating the states on their ESG score. They're rating banks on their ESG score. And so when we met with S&P recently, you know, the discussion that came from, you know, our president, Todd Stein, was we're not running away from fossil fuels, we're running to fossil fuels, but we're going to figure out how to compete in a carbon-constrained world with those. And so as we think about that and the Clean Sustainable Energy Authority, which is now a tool, what are the kinds of things that, as we think about that philosophy and working with the legislature and policymakers, that would enhance our ability as a state to do that?
yeah. So there are a lot of states that have looked at various ways to mandate or force cleaner fuels or no fuels or whatever that looks like. And I would say that, you know, companies like mine who are, I would think, innovative, but also want long-term viability of liquid fuels, are looking at how can we have cleaner fuels? How can we transition so that we still do have a liquid fuel market, which is what the market demands, but continue to do it in a way that is maybe different than, the fuel that our parents drove. And we're driving different fuels. And so we look at all types of investment that's coming from both companies and then from, again, partnerships with the state. And so our company has invested a lot of money in research and development or some small startups. One, which is a renewable gasoline, so similar to the renewable diesel. It's biosimilar to a traditional gasoline, but it's 100% made with a sugar starch. So whether it's corn or timber or a lot of things are made of sugar, you would never guess. But, so you take those sugars and you refine it, you send it through a traditional refining process, and you can make a fuel that is biosimilar to gasoline. And then there's all types of other new technologies that are coming onto the market that companies are, looking at, developing. And then there's the other piece of, there's hydrogen and there's carbon sequestration and storage. And so I would say that the states that have been most successful in pushing some of those along, like North Dakota, are states that are not running away from fossil fuels, but encouraging or incenting companies to continue to invest in what's that next level look like? What's that next level look like? Because it's going to be that continued reinvestment that is going to make companies find what the next fuel is going to look like, whether it's a hydrogen project or a carbon sequestration project, that's going to come from a partnership with the state.
Thank you. Okay, Ryan, I hope you're rested up. I'm back to you.
I think so.
So if not, Taryn has a couch that apparently you can crash on.
It's taken.
It's kind of like the caribou. It's warm.
Sounds like it's being urinated on, too.
Yeah. Not the couch. I hope not the couch.
So one of the fascinating things about your company, and you referenced that, you hired your first employee. And if memory serves me, I think you're over 200 employees today.
That's right, yep.
And so talk a little bit about, because one thing that we've heard throughout the day is that ability to attract and retain workers. And obviously we've talked a little about childcare, a little bit about housing. But from your perspective, as a fast-growing company where you need to add X number of people probably a month, how are you dealing with that? And what are the policies of the state that you find helpful? And are there policies that you think could be helpful in attracting and retaining employees?
Yeah, it's an absolutely wonderful question. And I think about, North Dakota specifically probably has a bunch of challenges ahead of ourselves. It looks like we already can't find enough people to fill the jobs that we've created. And I was thinking about, okay, what's going on there? And when you really think about, the way agriculture is becoming more autonomous, the equipment's gotten, bigger in general, so you've needed less people. Manufacturing is becoming more automated. It used to be that the 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. was the reason I lived somewhere, right? I went to my job. And the way everything's going, and especially in my industry and in software, you don't have to necessarily be in the same physical location as your work anymore. And so it's not the 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. that's going to bring people to the state. It's the 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. that's really going to bring people to the state. Can you imagine a future in which I could tell a potential new employee, like, hey, we have the #1 education system for K through 12 in the entire country, bar none, period. Or we have an amazing childcare program. Those things would be amazing recruiting tools that we could use to bring and entice people to come here. So I think, being able to focus on creating jobs and all those various things. I think the Governor Burgum said the average age came down in North Dakota, which I found fascinating. I didn't know that was a thing. The average age of an employee at Bushel is probably could be even younger than I am. So we're those people that are coming out of university, we're providing opportunities for them to be here and to stay here. But I think a lot of the different policies to get the workforce here, and I'll be frank and honest, there's a lot of high-level jobs that we've been looking for, one of the first criteria is like, can they be local here and for us in Fargo? And what we find is after like a few months in searching around, we can't find anybody and we can't wait any longer. And so we have to go find folks. And then we compromise. We go, okay, could they be in a city that doesn't need a connection to get back to Fargo, for example? Can they, more travel means more delays, which means more cost and everything else. So can we at least compromise and find them either in the cities or something that's just a single flight away? So I think that there's, I think it'd be amazing if we could bring more people to Fargo, and that really, just Fargo, or North Dakota in general. And I think that really starts with, what is the educational policies? What is the recreation that we have, the museums or the sciences? Are we focusing on diversity and inclusion? Are we actually getting people to come here and feel accepted and not feel like they're pushed away? Nothing hurts, my heart more than ever than seeing someone have their property get vandalized because they're from some other place. It's like, can we bring the world's best talent here to this state and have them stay here? And so I think a lot of that is around the sciences. It's around the recreation. It's around the child care and the K through 12 and the health care options and opportunities. Those are the things that are going to bring people here, because people are choosing where they want to live, not necessarily based on their job. And I think if you look at the trends into the future, one of my roles as a co-founder is like, I got to look at trends and understand things even before the data might tell you. If you look at those trends, it's getting to be more anonymous. Like even since the pandemic, it's that cat's been out of the bag. It's hard to say, hey, you should come back to work and come back to the office with a stick. You have to use carrots to get people to really come back. And so I think focusing on those things, those extracurricular, the 5 to 10 p.m. Areas is very important into our future.
Thank you. All right, so Taryn, I'm going to come back to you.
Yep.
So take off your Bowman County hat for a minute, put on your ED&D hat. So as you think about, the various things that have been pursued over the last few sessions, there was the Career Builders Scholarship. There's been automation tax credits. There's been a variety of policies that the ED&D and the developers have pursued. So as you think about, kind of those previous policy things that have been pursued, and as you look forward and cast forward and say, okay, here's what we need to do as the next step, what is that?
Well, I would definitely say ED&D is going to have a strong focus on anything workforce, and we've talked about that today. So I would say I'm going to speak to the Regional Workforce Impact Program that just came out this last year. And while I think it rolled out fast and there was a lot more limitations to it than allowed for some of the creativity that could have came from it, it did impact our regions. And what I saw was the trickle down into the communities, and the regions were able to take projects that they knew would benefit their area, apply and get a good impact out of that. So for me, casting into the future, I think more programs that would allow for regional decision making and what can impact our areas. In our region, I can speak to specifically, we saw Stark County come up with a way to tackle 300 new daycare spots in their area, but then you go down to Adams County and they were happy with a program that would provide 10 more spots. For us, we were able to put money towards a workforce conference in our region that provides workforce education for the tri-state area. And then even Amadon, who is never really asking for funding, they applied for $10,000 for a tourism project. And so the coolest thing I think that came out of that program was the regional impact that a lot of times these big programs, our rural areas don't often have the resources to even apply, go after those programs. And so I think the coolest thing in that was seeing all of these small communities, large communities work together, diversify their application, and really do things that impacted them. And they were all happy. I know only $1 million went to Southwest North Dakota. $1 million for us was great, and we were able to apply for things that really would impact our area that we felt as communities were the most important. So I think trying to speak of something different today, that was something that benefit for us as a state to look at. I think there was lessons learned in the process, and it being a federal funding, it did have some limitations, but there will be some really neat things that come from that, and I hope we consider more of that in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See, you all thought 50 minutes was going to take, was going to be a long time, and we're.
Well, we don't know how it's felt to them.
Well, that's probably true.
It's flown by for us.
Yeah, it's probably been like 2 hours out there. So as we're starting to sort of get in towards the end of our session, so Kate, from your perspective as a company that does business here, but also in a number of other states, if you could say, here's one policy thing the state should do that would really help from the economic development standpoint, what would that one thing be?
That's a tough one. And I will caveat this by saying our company has been extremely pleased with what North Dakota has provided to this point. And I want to say, is there a good way to say taken advantage of that? I think we have used the program. We have used the programs available to us, which has helped us continue to reinvest in the state. But when we look forward at continued investments, especially here, one of the things that we would like to ask the state to consider is to look at some of the large infrastructure needs of big industry, and how can you help not only alleviate those, but how can you help make those better or take us into the future. And one example for us would be rail. And I know rail is it's a federal issue, but there are constraints on the railway all across the country, and North Dakota definitely feels those impacts. But as we look at, not only moving energy in or out, we need to find ways to put more things on rail, ag, energy, maybe people. And so, how can the state invest in infrastructure like rail, like wastewater, things that then companies who are looking at that area say, oh, not only do they have an amazing business climate, are there local stakeholders great to work with because it's North Dakota and the people here are amazing, but
oh, go on.
but they also have all of the infrastructure that we need to build X here, so that and that just takes that off of our ledger.
Okay. So Ryan, president, co-founder of one of the fastest growing tech companies. What is the one thing that keeps you up at night? And what's the one thing that the state could do to help you sleep better?
That's a wild question. Maybe prescription sleeping medications.
Terrence's couch is still open.
Yeah, no, I sleep pretty well, so it's a kind of a challenging question. Yeah, I think that really is there ways that we can continue to show that North Dakota is an amazing place? I mean, we did talk about the whole news cycle, and when the negative things go off the rails, it's not good for the state at all. So how can we tell our story? We have all of you are so amazing. I mean, you laid the groundwork with these different programs, these different things that has allowed people like myself to come and build a business. And how can we push on the gas for that even more? And how can we find ways to continue to retain talent to stay here? I mean, Governor Burgum, we can't graduate enough people. We can't take enough people on unemployment to even fill the jobs that are here. And we certainly have open positions. So if you're looking, please look at our website and apply. Next career. And so we have to actually bring people to this state. And I've, over my career, we've done it, I've seen people move. We've had a lot of people move from places like Denver or Minneapolis to Fargo. We actually have someone that's moving from a company that we acquired here in, probably this week or in October into Fargo from a different city. But I've also seen people move away, and they do move away for various reasons. It could be a lifestyle change, it could be the weather, it could be whatever. But what can we do to find the programs and the various things to want to get people to move here? Because we're going to need more people to move here. We can't graduate enough. We can't take enough people on unemployment. So how do we get people to move here? And I think that would actually be a very beneficial thing to bushel. It doesn't necessarily keep me up at night. Recruiting does sometimes keep me up at night. It took us 7 months to fill a CFO job. That was, and then I had to step in and be a CFO. And even though I have a degree in accounting, I actually have a professor that was here. I had to apologize for letting my grades slip while I was starting the company. But so I'm not the best accountant that's out there. But but being able to find that talent and have access to that talent, I think, would be absolutely amazing.
Okay, so before we begin to close out here, I did get one question. How can the governor's initiative to cut red tape be applied to economic development tools in North Dakota? Taryn, any thoughts on that one?
The governor's initiative to cut
Red
red
tape.
tape. I would absolutely agree with him in that the easier it is for our businesses to come in and get access to the resources they need, the more likely we are to close on that deal. So yes, I think we would wholeheartedly support that. We see it on a local level. However, we can cut red tape when they're coming in, getting them through government processes there is very important. So I would absolutely think that could help economic development in the state of North Dakota. And I want to follow up on your comments. We just did a survey of our local businesses to see what the number one issue they were having with recruitment was, and it was recruiting to a rural area. It wasn't childcare. It wasn't how much they could pay. It was, we have to be able to offer as a community things that, they can do and things that their kids can do. And so we have to continue to look at those things, but yeah.
Okay. So we're starting to wrap up here. If you want to bring the poll up. So the poll was, do you feel economic development tools are distributed fairly across all business sectors in the state? We had 43% that said yes and 57% that said no. Interesting results. Any?
Now it's 38%.
Oh.
Let me get my vote.
Now people are actually responding. So any thoughts on that, Taryn, from
our perspective?
Yeah.
It's well,
There's actually only 5 people that have responded.
clearly not. I
Clearly
don't think
not.
I want to disagree with that. But I think that's something to look at in making sure that we are looking at all business sectors. And, I would argue, is it distributed fairly across all areas, business sectors, small business, large business, making sure that we're finding a way to touch all. We just came out with a workforce incentive program. And while we were trying to work on recruiting, people with 4-year degrees and, doing tuition reimbursement and recruitment, relocation fees, we also looked at sign-on bonuses for, waitresses, and we're offering, our cashiers at our grocery store, our office will help, cover sign-on bonuses if that employee stays for 6 months. And so it's addressing some of those things in all areas of the business sectors is very important.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Please give Taryn, Kate, and Ryan a hand. Thank you very much for being part of our panel today.
Kelvin, thank you for leading this conversation, and also just want to point out the Bank of North Dakota is an incredible asset and one that continues to offer resources to businesses and individuals, setting our state further apart from others. So let's give BND and Kelvin a round of applause for all that they do. It appears as if microphones are either being placed on panelists backstage or there's a huddle going on. Plays are being called. Okay, as our final panelists get set to find their seats on the stage, we do want to thank the audience for your engagement today and ask you to continue asking the tough questions during the final panel. Our final panel is sponsored by Altria. It's one that's reflective of the current state of affairs, whether you blame COVID or the unaligned political landscape between federal powers and our state government, North Dakota's businesses have bared the brunt of the impact. This has resulted in a struggle to find footing specific to regulation and reaction. We've opened up the final audience survey that's available. You should be receiving a text for that at any time. At this time, I also want to note there's a change in panelists today due to unforeseen circumstances. Dan Wogsland is unable to join us. Matt Perdue is the Government Relations Director for the North Dakota Farmers Union. His bio is available online in the event materials that you were emailed this morning. That's on page 14. Moderating this session today is Carly McLeod. She's the president of the Utility Shareholders of North Dakota. And Carly understands that businesses want clarity and certainty to move forward. So Carly, I am more than excited to turn this panel over to you. Thanks.
Welcome, everyone, or welcome to us, I guess, since we're just taking the stage. Since Josh ran through who is on the panel, I'm going to skip introductions. I think everybody knows everyone. I will say that we understand this is the last session of the day, and we stand between you and a cocktail hour. And so we're going to do our best. And I haven't told the panel this, but this is your challenge today. Your challenge is to make our discussion so good that when you all are enjoying your social, you're actually thinking, man, I wish I was still listening to that panel on federal overreach. Are you ready?
Got this.
All right.
I like our chances.
I like our chances too. All right. Thomas Jefferson is attributed with a certain quote, and I'll see if you guys can fill in the last word. That government is best which governs least. Great. Now, Henry David Thoreau upped that and said that government is best which governs, anyone? Not at all. Thank you. Not at all. You read my notes. I was all excited there was another English geek in the room. And so you can see that from the beginning of our country, our foundation is that we have a distrust of government control, and it permeated through the decades to now. And yet we also understand as a people that we have to have a balance. We have to have protections and certainty so that we can enjoy our lives and participate in commerce. And so we find ourselves at this crux where government has to do something and we still have to maintain our freedoms. And so the government has to ride that lane. And as administrations change on the federal side, you get different philosophies of how that should work between the states and the federal government. You've got expanding philosophies. I think we're seeing that now under President Biden. Obviously, we saw it under President Obama. Lyndon B. Johnson is an example. And you have the contracting philosophies where federal government should be more limited. You see that, or you saw that under Reagan, under Bush, and Nixon, although he did create the EPA, which puts him in my naughty category. That being said, this balance of power changes constantly, and as business people, we're stuck in the middle of what it is that our governments are going to do with us. Are they going to be heavy-handed? Are they going to be light-handed? This is hard enough when you're just trying to deal with the regulation itself, but then you come in with the state burden of what should the state be doing versus what the feds should be doing. And so we have a couple of examples here where the feds have said, hey, you get to decide under our law how you're going to implement something. I'm from the energy industry, and so I'll give the example of regional haze. The federal agency put out the rule, and then they said, states, you have the option to set up your own plan. If we think it's okay, then you get to implement it. Also, there are standards that are set forward where they might say, if you meet a certain threshold, you get to maintain primacy over this. And our clean air is an example where we get to implement the clean air restrictions and provisions by ourselves here in the state without federal control. But that's not always the case. And so today we're going to talk about the two basic types of federal overreach. One, when the feds go beyond their constitutional duty and maybe usurp some of the state's power. And two, when agencies go beyond what they've been delegated, because agencies can only put rules out for the powers that they've specifically been delegated. So with that said, that's the background. And I'd like to just open it up and say, I'll start with Andrea. What's on your horizon right now?
Yeah, thank you, Carly, and just really excited to be here this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. What we're working on right now at the Department of Water Resources, we have a lot of complex infrastructure projects that are being worked on. For instance, with Southwest Water, we are in the water trying to put a new intake in right now to make sure that we're getting more water to Southwest North Dakota. At the same time, we have out for bid and looking to the future over the next year and a half, 2 years to try to get an intake for Northwest Area Water Supply Project. So we have two very big complex water projects that for NAS, you're going to be serving 80,000 people in our population in North Dakota. For Southwest Water, 60,000 people for our population. At the same time, you see an intake going in on the Missouri River for the Red River Valley Water Supply Project, which would be a state project with working with Garrison Diversion, and that would serve 50% of our population. Well, with all those different projects, especially with Southwest Water and NAS, we will be working very closely with not only the Bureau of Reclamation, but also the Army Corps of Engineers. And so those are very complex things that require the NEPA analysis, require working with endangered species. We know that as the Missouri River is managed with piping plovers, with pallid sturgeon, so all those type of things from the federal government's arm impact how we are not only designing, building, constructing, and operating those intakes. So those are some of our big complex ones that are on the horizon right now. We've been working for many years to try to get this intake in for Southwest Pipeline. We're still at it. On the NAS one, we are working with a 408 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, and the state has actually had to pay $200,000 to go towards permit resources because the federal government doesn't have enough people or enough of their own funding resources to make sure that that permit stays at the top of the game. So we've also had to implement that to make sure that we stay within that hopefully 12-month time frame to get through that permitting process. So those are just two big ones, just to give an example of definitely on the horizon, definitely being watched every day on how we're working towards those projects.
Thank you. Matt, same question for you.
Yeah, well, I will stick on the topic of water when I talk to farmers and ranchers about the regulatory issues that are most frustrating to them. Water is one that comes to the top of the list. And I'll start by saying that there are 3 federal agencies that regulate farmers' use of water, management of water, NRCS, EPA in partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Fish and Wildlife Service. And a major source of distrust among farmers and ranchers is that each of those agencies has a different wetland determination process. And so when you have the federal government telling you 3 different ways how a wetland is determined, that is confusing, it's complex, and it's very frustrating for farmers and ranchers. 2 big issues that are on the forefront right now are Fish and Wildlife Service easements and WOTUS, the kind of political football we've been wrestling with really for the last 15 years. With Fish and Wildlife Service easements, about 1.5 million acres of the state are protected, or the landowner's rights are restricted under Fish and Wildlife Service easements. And many of these easements were signed in the 50s and 60s. It was an attractive option for farmers and ranchers who otherwise couldn't farm that land. There was a wetland on it, so they signed it into an easement. Well, in 2019, Fish and Wildlife Service went through a new mapping process, and many farmers found that the boundaries of the wetlands on their land had changed. And that was incredibly frustrating for a lot of producers. I think in some cases we have producers who have wetland determinations where there is no water. In other cases we have water where there is no wetland determination. And so that's had a big impact and really gotten a lot of folks riled up. With WOTUS, I think the big thing with WOTUS is since the 2015 rules, really since the Rapanos decision in 2006, we've been dealing with this definition of navigable waters with this term, significant nexus. And significant nexus was kind of introduced by Justice Kennedy in his concurring opinion in Rapanos. A single justice said that the significant nexus should be the standard, and EPA adopted that as its standard for its 2015 rule. The Trump administration rolled that rule back, and now we're looking at restoring the pre-2015 rule and a new rulemaking. Courts have obviously been very involved in that, but the bottom line for us is we live in the prairie pothole region. We are the heart of the prairie pothole region. When you regulate wetlands on a farmer's property, you are in many cases regulating farmland. Those potholes are temporary bodies of water. They come and go. And when you are regulating the farmland in that way, it can have a significant economic impact on the producers, and really is a case where one size fits all does not work for the state of North Dakota.
Thank you. Attorney General Wrigley, I could ask you what's on the horizon, but your office is involved in pretty much every angle of our society as far as government overreach. So I would ask if you'd like to expound on any of those issues, but overall what I'd really like to understand is what is the philosophy of your office for engaging in federal overreach?
Well, thanks for the opportunity first to be here today. I want to also thank you for this earpiece, which makes me feel as close as I'll ever feel to being a Lutheran pastor. This is what the Lutheran pastors do, put this baby on and
they do
get rolling. Yeah, well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk about those topics. I'll tell you what, I stepped down as the United States Attorney for North Dakota on February 28th, 2021. Uncertain what I was going to do next, but thinking, if there was an opportunity to run for Attorney General, I would. And it's like most of the stories I tell, there is a longer version. You wouldn't believe it, though, if you listen closely. I'll tell a short version. But fast through the next year, and February 28th, 2022, I am 20 days in as Attorney General. I'm walking into the Supreme Court of the United States in Washington, D.C. to hear oral arguments on what gets reported as West Virginia versus the EPA, but let's face it, it's really North Dakota versus the EPA, and they're both, but for some reason we're not getting mentioned. A very important matter along the lines we're discussing here, critically important. Now, I sat there. I've been into the Supreme Court of the United States a couple times, but never sat at a council table, and you're up close and you're watching the arguments. And I've seen cold benches there or a court that wasn't that engaged on something. What was very clear to anyone listening that day, the court, to a person, recognized that they were at a crossroads on something, that this was going to be an important matter that was being litigated, and it was going to, I really believe, 5-10 years down the road, I hope, that we look back and say that was a crossroad when they decided federalism is real. Again, I should say again, because we've had periods like that in this country. When I say federalism is real, like Congress is going to obey its own edicts, they'll obey their own regulation oversight, and there's a role for the states, and we're going to respect that. And the court was red hot. I mean, they're peppering the litigants with questions. At one point, it actually went over how long the arguments had been scheduled to be held. And I've been there for a lot of criminal law matters over the years and different things. I don't know why I think that seemed more fascinating than this brief that I read for this. But I'll tell you, the court recognized this was a turning point. Something important. Whichever way this went, it was going to be critically important. And thankfully, it went North Dakota's way. And I would say America's way in a very real sense, because they were deciding, again, whether does Congress have to follow their laws? Do they have to allow for an important state role in regulatory oversight? Or, depending on the outcome in the last electoral college vote for president, does everything just switch? Just switches. You got one clean power plan, and then someone comes in and they got the whim of some other bureaucrats. We're all guilty. I mean, you cited to Democrat administrations. There's plenty of Republican overreach, too. The federal government in this country has decided a long while ago, and hopefully we shift back, that that's where the expertise really is. They've got super smart people. Their degrees are super impressive. I've lived and worked in those environments. Many people in this room have. And that's not where this country needs to be molded, and where regulations need to be molded. and fit totally different geology and different needs in different parts of the country. The court decided in that decision, came out some months later, again, there's a role, and Congress articulates it. When you have major questions that are going to impact dramatically our economy and our industry, what have you, that impact the American people in dramatic ways, the people who got elected to Congress and the United States Senate, they are the accountable parties. They bring with them the expertise of the people that they represent, just like our legislature out here. I love nothing more than to tease our legislators about the work that they do. But it's profoundly important. Where are you going? I tried cases across 30 years watching juries make important determinations, and they're there because of their quote-unquote lack of expertise, and our system is founded on them making a judgment about those matters, guilt or innocence. Our legislative process is important in that it brings forward to lawmakers the perspectives of all the stakeholders, people who have a role. Sometimes you want to dismiss them like, I don't think that guy's that smart, and I don't think she knows what she's talking about, yet it's all part of the compendium. That's the whole foundation of the greatness of our country. That is not a talking point. That is the foundation of the greatness of our country. And if we don't get on a road back to that federalism, that model where the states are laboratories for democracy, and they've got a role in the regulation of their economy and their air quality and their water quality and what have you, the country's lost a lot. And I think we're on the road back toward that. I think the court made a really important determination. Not only that Congress will follow its own laws, but it'll be a recognition that when you have major questions, it'll be decided by people who are elected to determine major questions, just like we see here in a couple of months. Our legislature will come back in, and we'll all tease them. But we all should stand back and kind of have awe, a sense of like they're going to hear all these bills. Everyone's going to make it to the floor. It's going to get voted on. Stakeholders can come in and weigh in. So I think what's on the horizon when it comes to Drew Wrigley's administration of the Attorney General's office, with full partnership with Deputy Attorney General Claire Ness, who I'm so proud to work with. And I say this, whether it's for the next few months until the election and I lose, or for the years ahead because we prevail, the philosophy is going to be very straightforward about being accessible. We will meet with people, we will meet with interest groups and stakeholders and what have you, get input. We will be transparent always about the decisions that we're making and why. Understanding that when you do that, it's going to slice some way. Some percentage of people are going to think you're a chimpanzee because you're going that way, but we're going to be transparent about what we're deciding and why, and then accountable for it. Because only then do you get informed judgments from people later on saying, here's why I knew you were wrong 2 years ago when you did that. Here's why, let me inform your judgment on that. I had a discussion of all people today, this very topic, with one of our Supreme Court justices, who was part of the 5-0 wrong decision a couple weeks ago about the Secretary of State decision. What's funny about that? There wasn't squat funny about that. And it was wrong. But someone asked me, well, is that a legitimate court decision? Yes, it's a legitimate court decision. But as I said at the press conference afterward, I don't work for those people. It was legitimate. I don't work for them. They're not infallible. But they're final on this. We've got to respect the branches of government, respect everybody's role, and things work out better in the long run when we do that, when we're transparent about what we're doing and why, and then are accountable for the results, including the need to change those results up ahead. That's why we don't have one legislative session and then they don't come back for 20 years, because things need to be tweaked. Things need to be upgraded. And my commitment is full on that, full on engagement in things. We're going to engage, and sometimes that's going to be unpopular. I've proven that so far. Sometimes it's going to work out okay. But as I said today, I was doing some interviews. I guess I was attempting to overturn the government of the United States a couple years ago, and I sent Senator Kramer a text suggesting that they might want to hold these states to the standard of enforcing their state laws. And if they wouldn't do that, that's why the Constitution provided for there to be legislative enactments, all in compliance with the laws. And I've been answering questions about that all day because that seemed radical to some people, that I would urge my United States Senator to urge people to follow the law. Didn't feel that radical.
Well, I think you actually help bring this back into administrative law and government overreach in the discussion about how it's important to follow the law as written, and also to, I would say all of us would probably agree that the government that's closest to us is the government that's probably most in tune and probably passes the best policies connected with us. Andrea, you've worked in a variety of roles, both in the Trump administration for agencies and at the state level. Talk a little bit about that and what you've seen as the changes in trends, perhaps, between the administrations, and just expand on your experience.
Yeah, first of all, it's that I'm with the government and I'm here to help, right? I mean, so it's looked at as could be a good thing, could be a really bad thing. What I think has been fortunate, though, the administrations that I've worked with, whether that be the Hoeven administration, Dalrymple, Burgum, Trump administration, first and foremost, the way that I look at things and the way they've looked at things is being responsive. I think one of the things that I strive to do in the roles that I sit in and the issues that come before me, whatever agency I might be running or helping with, is, well, I want to help solve your issue. And yes, what the law says, trying to make sure that there's that clarity, but of course we also see how people interpret the law a different way or interpret a policy a different way. So instead of, in the roles that I've sat in, when somebody comes to us with an issue, it's sometimes with people that have been in the career for a long time, their automatic answer is no. And that's because it's hard, it's difficult, sometimes it takes more time. Whereas with I'm coming in, because I've sat in roles where I've sat there for, whether it's 6 years, couple years, so I'm one of those that can't keep a job, but I also get thrown into these roles because I like to look at it with a different, fresh set of eyes and take on an issue that might have been sitting for 10, 5, 20 years. Just got briefed on one that there hasn't been a decision made on 1989 in our agency. So really taking those seriously, those concerns, those complaints, and trying to figure out how to accomplish that. And then yes, as it relates to some of the things that we worked on while sitting in a government administration with a Biden administration, yeah, you had the Clean Power Plan, you had the Waters of the U.S. The big one that I worked on was the Water Surplus Rule, where you had the Army Corps of Engineers that wanted to come in and charge us for the water that we had the impacts from the dam, and we felt that was inappropriate. And we worked really hard with the delegation and the agency to be able to get some language in the WRDA bill to make sure that they weren't coming at us and we can get that water for free as we should. And then fast forward to working in a Trump administration, we were looking at the NEPA analysis. Like I mentioned, that's what we're working through right now with the projects that we have in the Missouri River. These NEPA documents have grown to 10,000 pages, millions of dollars, 7 to 10 years of time. And I did like what we were looking at the Trump administration. Let's put some timelines on this. Can it be 2 to 3 years? Can it be 150 to 250 pages and still be legally defensible? And right now with the current administration, we're seeing them add in more time on the NEPA documents again, add in more requirements into these NEPA documents again. And of course, which then impacts our projects, could slow things down. So yeah, different roles, but always trying to come at it from the same lens. How can I help solve an issue? How can we get something built in an environmentally sustainable way?
Thank you. So we've got different views that we've thrown out, and I think we're all on the same page, quite honestly, but as far as the way other people view the role of the federal government wanting more power, and us perhaps wanting a bit less because we believe we're the best ones to govern our situations in our state. So I guess the question I'd ask is, what is the best way to push back? And before I turn that over to anyone, I've seen work in diplomatic ways to work with agencies to try to push back through the comment period, through meeting with people. And then, of course, I've also seen things pushed to litigation, as the Attorney General was just mentioning, West Virginia versus EPA. That was something that case was filed back in the Obama administration and now finally came to a decision. It is hard as a business or an industry to plan and to operate when you don't know what these rules are supposed to be, and when there's timelines put in and the court may or may not stay the rule, and you have to wait 8 to 10 years or so before you actually get a determination. So, you know, I think of that as the long game, but I also think of diplomacy as the short game. And I guess I'd like to hear from you all about that. I'd love to start with Matt, because I know that you have some work that you've done with easements and kind of a practice that you do within the ag industry.
Yeah, well, you know, the best rule of thumb is to communicate early, communicate often, build relationships with those agencies. Credit to the North Dakota grain growers who just had EPA out here in the state looking at how we manage our ag land, how we manage our water, how we manage natural resources in this state, and really giving them an understanding of what those unique challenges are. I will say that if you haven't engaged until that comment period is open, you're going to have a tough time. But when the comment period is open, comment, create that paper trail, provide very thoughtful, very technical feedback if you can. But a lot of these wetland determination processes that I referenced earlier, they have an appeals process. USDA, you can appeal through what they call the National Appeals Division. The Fish and Wildlife Service maps, you had 40 days to appeal those. And, you know, farmers and ranchers are not very litigious people, but we are constantly educating them on their right to appeal and encouraging them to do that. Yes, you're appealing to the same agency. Your chances of success through that appeal process are not very high, but when you build that paper trail, and in the case of Fish and Wildlife Service, when you get that appeal to the director's desk and that director has to make a decision, then you have a litigious strategy available to you. Then you have the opportunity for judicial review. And so the thing we encourage farmers and ranchers to do is, of course, we build all that groundwork. We play kind of the short game, keep the bad issues off the table, right? As a lobbyist, I always feel like the best work that I've ever done is work that nobody knows about, right? Because you kept a bad issue off the table. But when you have, you know, an adverse situation, an adverse determination, go through the process that is available to you, even if your chances of success aren't very high, because it creates a paper trail and improves your chances of getting relief either through the appeals process or through judicial review.
Excellent. Yeah, I always tell my clients, well, I don't only have an association now, but before in private practice, create your record, create your record, create your record. That's going to help you as you move forward, and that's what you're doing with farmers and ranchers. I would open this question up to either of you, Andrea or Drew.
Yeah, I'll just pipe in just because a little fun fact is I was in the office at the Department of the Interior while the appeal process was being worked on. So I was the acting assistant secretary, and actually we had a great senator from North Dakota that actually used it as a way to hold up a Senate confirmation process to be able to be working on getting more clarity on the easement process, and that's where we worked on the appeal process. So what's been kind of interesting watching that appeal process is like what you just said. Yeah, it's not as cumbersome as it could be, but yet it lays out a framework. And then what's frustrating though too is they're not all getting to that director level. I do know that. And once they get there, sometimes it's still a no. So I think what you had said, continuing to build the relationship, stay at it, don't back off, but also do it in a professional, respectful manner. I think some of that is being lost right now, and I think you still need to be able to come to the table, take time to listen, to learn, and then lay out your case, lay out the why. And that's where we did have constituents come in, sit down with us, and say, we're not being heard. These maps were going out the door, and they were being interpreted different from what the landowner thought they were signing up for versus what that map now said, and the acres of wetlands that all of a sudden were off the table. So it's good for government to still make sure that we are being, again, back to that responsive, being held accountable, but sometimes it's an uphill battle. But use all your tools in the toolbox, whether that's somebody that's at the Department of the Interior, whether it's a senator, whether it's a governor, whether it's a legislator, whether it's a committee member. I didn't realize until I got out there just how forceful the committees at the federal government level, they have a lot of power as well. So reach out to them too, because they represent other members that could be helpful besides our delegation. So all the tools in the toolbox is what I would say.
Attorney General?
I would just urge people to always remember that right is right. At the end of the day, think back to when you were in Pickett Elementary School or whatever. You're sitting around the classroom and the teacher asks a question, or the teacher's saying something, and you don't think it's right, but you don't really want to say anything because no one else is saying anything, and you think maybe that's not going to fit with the way the teacher kind of seems to want to go on these issues, whatever it might be. All you have to do is look around to the energy sector, right here in North Dakota, which even a lot of people in our state take for granted. The energy sector, they figure it's just always going to be here. It's always going to be thriving. It's always going to be pumping revenues into the state. It's going to be providing jobs. It's going to be doing all these great things. We take it for granted. And yet we are sitting here on the edge of a coal field in a nation that has declared unilateral disarmament. Coal is dirty and bad, and we're not going to have technological advancements in coal anymore because it's dirty and it's politically it's not that hot of a topic, so we don't want to discuss it. And it's mind-blowing to me that in a nation that is we've created so much through advancement, through economic incentive of advancement, but we're all sitting back saying, well, okay, maybe not coal so much. And we don't recognize the next one is natural gas and oil, and they say, well, that would never happen. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. And people are pushing an agenda, and people are sitting back, and we know better. We know that there can be and is and has been in the last decades lots of technological advancement, lots of environmental advancement. I mean, we've sent people to the moon. We've conquered all sorts of scientific challenges, but for some reason, we think carbon is too difficult, or at least politically it is, and we get shamed. We allow ourselves to be shamed sometimes. Right is right. We know better. And it can't just be North Dakota. We got to be engaged in that fight. Don't get shouted down when you're bringing these things up. Don't let the feeling that they'll try to give you that you're a knuckle dragger and you're just not thinking about how important sun energy is. And I mean, yeah, it's important. It's part of an equation. We all know those things. Fight for it, whatever it might be. Whether it is involving litigation involving agriculture because of the WOTUS, or involving land use in some other realm, or you name it, energy production. Fight for things. Be transparent about why you're pushing what you're pushing. And look for partners. You mentioned using all the tools in the toolbox. Yeah, including be willing to take 2 irons to the shin. You've got to take a 2-iron to the shin once in a while. Someone's got to fight these things because the media is not going to help you. Not going to help you at all. I mentioned my little dispute going on here today. We've got serious people saying there's something wrong with a lawyer advocating for rule of law because they don't think it's politically, they don't like the sound of it because it sounds like I was defending President Trump. And right now you're not allowed to do that. I don't presume everybody here is for President Trump. I don't mean that. I'm just saying right is right. So go back to your school days and remember when you did raise your hand. And what it felt like when you were proven right because you knew better and you made your case. And do that in your work. You don't need my lecturing. I'm encouraging you. There's a lot of expertise in this room. I'm looking around, I see a lot of folks who have been involved in policy making, either as elected individuals or lobbyists and people that are involved and engaged, people serving in the government. And be transparent with each other. And don't be afraid to tell someone you disagree with them. They might take the edge off your argument a little bit. Engage openly. And that's why I say it's important. I stress this every time I speak someplace, and if you find out different in my work, shame me with it. We're always going to be accessible because we have a lot we can learn, always. Always, no matter the subject. And we're going to be transparent about what we're deciding and why, so that you can challenge that with other information that you have. Or coming back in 2 years and saying, see, we told you that might not work out that way. That's the way the system self-perfects. And so that's my go-to thing all the time. How do we engage on this? Do not be afraid of injury. You will get injured, but not as bad as you will if you're just laying in the middle of the road. That'll be the worst injury. Tread marks on the forehead, avoid those. 2-iron to the shin, you bet.
Your analogy of the schoolroom
as me having flashbacks of being in detention. So, because I think I was always that student, hey, teacher, you're not right. So do it respectfully, perhaps you won't get detention. But I will, I would love to bring this up, and this wasn't something we discussed earlier, but you talk about using all the tools in the toolbox, making the connections, telling your story, not being afraid to stand up for what's right. You know, in North Dakota, we're so lucky because we have direct access to our federal delegation and to so many people who serve both federally and at the state level, of course. And recently, both Commissioner Fedorchak and Ron Ness of the Petroleum Council were able to go and testify to a Senate Committee on Energy. I thought that was fascinating and so important. They both did an incredible job. And in that committee, listening to the questions, and you know, sometimes you have a hot committee because they want to make a point to their other people. Sometimes they truly don't know these things and are asking questions. It felt like they really didn't understand how the industry works in North Dakota and the things that are important here, where we really are the experts of our own area. And they had those two on a panel with a man who leads a utility in Hawaii that's gone all wind. Well, going all wind in one Hawaiian island that I believe was maybe 100,000 people or so is very different than going all wind in a state like North Dakota, where we have a lot of rural areas and we don't have a tropical climate. So, you know, that legislator who said, hey, this can be done because look at my state, needed to hear, not quite, hold on, here's the rest of our story. So, I mean, I think we have those gifts and we definitely need to continue to use them, and kudos for those people who are putting themselves in that arena and fighting that. I have been remiss in not asking you to look at the poll for this session. Do you feel executive orders at any level are abused? Go ahead and text your answer. Right now we're sitting at 8% yes and 13% no. I'll move on from that and we'll circle back at the end and see where we are. Drew, I'd like to understand, in this context we've talked about working together, using all the tools. How does your office, or how do you make a determination of what issues you're going to take through litigation on behalf of the state?
Well, you got to evaluate a lot of, it's not as simple as, you know, walking around with a hammer in your hand, seeing nails every place. I mean, there's going to be things you're going to take on, and you're going to want to, you can engage, whether it's in DC or legislative matters here, you can engage at a lot of levels and try to get some results resolved without having to litigate matters. And we're litigating on behalf of the state of North Dakota, but there are, whether it's criminal cases that we're taking on or civil, you have to weigh a lot of factors. What are your resources? What are the possible outcomes? And then also, are there other avenues? Because litigation is kind of, it's got an arbitrary sometimes feel to it that you might get out of your control. If you can, it's been discussed here a lot, if you can have those discussions with policymakers or agency people, other states outside the region, or on behalf of North Dakota with the federal government, then I think then you got to do that. You got to really try to engage that. One thing we'll do for sure in my administration of this office is drawing on all around this room. There's expertise all around this room. I've had one matter, I won't get into the details of it, that drew some attention, a regulatory matter that we pursued in front of a board and commission, wholly because I wanted to make sure that the policy decision on there wasn't made by creative thinking with regard to some definitions, but was made by the elected representatives in our legislature. So I said, I want to put in a stopgap, or stop this thing until that can be done. We want the policymakers to make those choices, so we want to battle for that to get done. It's not going to be me litigating the matter or waiting for there to be a case. Let's try to make sure that we put it back for the right decision makers. Let's make sure that we, where possible, we're working with other agencies. I feel like we've developed a really good working relationship with the governor and with his cabinets and staff. We have a very easy rapport. I've known the governor for, 23, 24 years. In his private sector capacity. We're not always going to see eye to eye, of course not, but we have a very easy working relationship. Developing those across the government and trying to find a cohesive approach. I think that's important. And drawing on the expertise around here. I wanted to finish the example I had before. In the wake of that, someone said, you're going to get slaughtered on this. You're going to get slaughtered. I said, well, okay. And all of a sudden, the calls started coming in from lobbyists and government affairs folks in relation to that industry. They came in, and there was no slaughter at all. They came in, we talked candidly about why I had sought what we sought. I was glad that we prevailed. I was overwhelming, by the way. I won in front of that committee 3-2. Big day. I had a great exchange with those folks and let them know I also will not be down pushing back against this industry. It's not our role. It's to make sure that the legislature makes these determinations. That's where the people speak to us, what they want, how they want policy to be reflected in North Dakota. I feel really strongly about that. And so, yeah, engage at all front, depending on the moment. And then there'll be times we'll be probably drawing on expertise in this room too. Legislative leaders, agency heads, people. Maybe we go to Washington and try to get our way there. We're in a bunch of battles right now. I think of DAPL. We're in the middle of some stuff. And then calling them out on things. If I had $1, I've been in office 8 months. If I had $1 for every federal bureaucrat who has already misrepresented something to me because I think I don't know, that we're friendly, we're going to talk to them on the phone, and then they're going to do things differently, then you put together a letter and you send it off, and it doesn't have to be polite. It should be cordial. It should be professional. But it can have an edge to it too. Do not sit back and let people lie to you with a smile on their face. Don't do it. Don't do it. And we can't do it as a state. So we've got strong interests, whether, like I say, it's DAPL or a whole bunch of other matters. Hold the bureaucracy to task, force them into the light, and force their decisions out, and don't play polite with them when they misrepresent something to you, and carry it out a different way. Get it in writing, and then use that as a finger hold to go forward, because there might be litigation up ahead, and someone that's been mentioned. Have a record. Make a record of going along and representations that were made to you and they didn't hold true to it. Bureaucracies are famous for that. And don't let it go away. It's in paper. Hold on to it. And we're going to be glad to be your lawyer in that regard.
Thank you for that. You know, it's actually interesting. This is about federal overreach, and I know that we've been talking about our state government and how we can really work better at a local level, and I agree for that. I do know that the same processes happen, however, within state government, and I can think of an issue where a number of us in the energy industry had an issue with a policy that was coming through an agency. We didn't feel they'd gone through the appropriate procedures. And we created the record, and we kept asking them to do things appropriately, follow procedures, and they kept ignoring. And finally, we wrote a letter outlining everything we had documented in the process, and guess what? They changed their mind. And that's effective. You need to stand up and say, you're not doing this right. If they go through the appropriate policy procedures to make it and you lose, okay, you lose. Then you're going through it right. But if you don't, you know, that's not the way we create policy. So for the other two policy people here, Andrea and Matt, you've both worked on state issues as well. I'd really like to talk about the primacy issue, and if you have examples of when the state has been granted primacy, and how that's worked out for you. And I think Matt has an example right away.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll step away from the water topic for a second and talk a little bit about meat inspection, everybody's favorite topic. So the Federal Meat Inspection Act governs our meat inspection system across the country, and there's federal meat inspection, there's state meat inspection. And really what Congress did was created a process by which states could apply, have a program approved, and regulate meat processors within that state. They have to meet a standard that is, quote unquote, at least equal to the federal standard. So that meat is coming out of the same quality that federal meat is, but they have the opportunity to be a little bit more flexible in addressing some of those localized conditions, right? And so processors in North Dakota can apply to be state inspected. They can access an intrastate market. That program has evolved. There's what's called the Cooperative Interstate Shipment Program, which creates an option for state-inspected meat to cross state borders. And don't mean to get too far into the weeds there, but the point is, if you're a small butcher shop, you're a small meat processor in the state of North Dakota, and you want to have the right to sell your hamburger, to sell a steak, whatever that may be, you want to have the right to put that at the supermarket because you know that North Dakota consumers want to buy North Dakota beef. You have the opportunity to go through the state meat inspection program to work with state meat inspectors to have a little bit more of that flexibility that addresses your specific needs as a small processor and access that market. And so I think that's a really good example where, yeah, there's a federal role there, and when you start getting in interstate commerce and international trade, there's a federal role. But when we're talking about things that happen within our borders, the state has the right and has the authority to regulate. And it's created a lot of opportunities for small businesses. Would love to see more opportunities there. And I think that's a conversation for another day. But that state meat inspection program has been a big boost to small communities, to ranchers, to our state.
Thanks, Matt. And as someone who has a freezer full of good North Dakota beef, I think it's time for us to go home and grill pretty soon. Andrea, I would like to hear some more from you. You've had experiences at both levels, like we've said. How have you worked through these obstacles, or do you have advice on or examples on ways to work through the obstacles of the federal overreach? I know you've touched on some, but do you have others? I'm
Right,
trying to
I thought
turn
you were
this
going to go
a
into
positive.
primacy and the rights with water, where I thought it was going to be time for whiskey, because,
Oh.
yeah, water is not controversial at all in North Dakota for our responsibility associated with ordinary high water mark, as well as working with sovereign lands. And of course, there's different thoughts on all of that and what the role of the state is. But of course, we're here to manage the water for the benefit of the people, and along the way, we do get sued. But of course, we're always open to those discussions as we walk through that. But as we look at the federal government, for instance, right now, as you look west, we have a drought situation going on. You have the Colorado River, which I got to work on while I was at Interior. You have the Sacramento River, what's happening in California, which also was able to work on in Interior. Well, with the dams being so low and not enough flows going on the Colorado River, where do you think they're looking at right now? They're looking at the Missouri River. And of course, at some point, dollars might not be an object for them to be able to pull water from the Missouri River. I hear that there's conversations with Kansas going on right now, and we can't even cross the continental divide within our own state to get water to the Minot area, to get water to the Fargo Grand Forks area. So I think that's going to be a big one that we're all going to be watching very closely, because there have been studies done by the Army Corps of Engineers, by the Bureau of Reclamation, to see what those options are if that comes later on down the road. So I think that's a big federal overreach one that we'll be watching for, because the Missouri River has not been compacted yet. It's one of the only rivers that hasn't. And that one is going to be quite the fight, and I'll be looking to the Attorney General for some help on that if it ever comes to that.
I'll be back to being Lieutenant Governor, where I had to do everything Andrea told me to do.
I know, I almost called you the Lieutenant Governor. I almost called you. I
whole
had to think
job.
about it for a second. So that's a big one. So being able to navigate, not only seeing what's happening at the state level, because with water at the state, we also have international issues. So we've got sued by Canada with management of the Souris River, management of the Red River, because we're trying to get water to other parts of the state. So I think those are some of the big things watching, not only from overreach from the federal side, where we think Canada is out of their lane, but it's being at the table, continuing to be forceful in our discussions. Make sure you find the right players that can help you, help advocate for you, and don't give up. Yeah, water especially is a long game. You look at Red River Valley Water Supply Projects, that's been tried since the 1960s, 1970s, not built yet. So you have to keep at it, as frustrating as it is, everything that's going on with the coal industry, fossil fuels. We just all got to keep working together.
Drew, I'm going to ask you probably the most difficult question that's been asked on this stage, so please forgive me if I've overstepped my bounds. But do you think we have met the goal to make the audience very excited about this, that they'd rather stay here than go to the social?
Yeah, you got 5 minutes.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
Yep, that's what I thought.
I'm tell you what, I'm heartened by this. We all should be. You look at this, do you feel executive orders are at any level are being abused, and it's 90%. And I trust that's not because we don't like governors and we don't like presidents or mayors, whatever it might be, but it is a recognition of something that's been, I think, woven into the remarks here, is that the more local it gets, the more input that you get on these things, the better the policy reflects the needs and the wants of the people. Not simply just raise your hand and we go with the most, but the interests that are in play in a particular matter. It goes through a legislative process, and you get policy that reflects the needs of industry and people and education, whatever it might be, all the interests. That's why Americans are inherently opposed to executive power like that. That's why. Yet the problem is Republican and Democrat administrations have gotten to the point where they really want to enshrine a king in the United States. Well, because it's easy, right? If you can convince one person, if you can convince the king, then you win, because your party won the Electoral College. And same is true of governors sometimes. If I can just kind of get the right folks in and influence, I just have to get to the governor. It's harder to get to the legislature. Senator Burkhart won't even, he's so full of himself, he won't talk to people.
I don't know, he talks to me, so.
Me too.
But I mean, it's hard because it's a lot of people you got to persuade, and you got to kind of try to, got to work through, but it's intended to be that way. I love seeing that because it's not the American way to have one person have all that power. We have especially North Dakota, we're pretty good at this, making the power centers diffuse. There's all boards and commissions and all sorts of things. I'm going to name drop real quick. So when I was U.S. Attorney the first time, Chris Christie was the U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, and we served for 8 years together, including the last 4 years we were on this committee together. We were in D.C. all the time. And we'd all talk about things about our government, and we'd go back and forth and this. And I was misguided youth. I thought someday I was going to run for governor. And Chris was definitely going to run for governor. And we're talking about our government. And I started explaining to him North Dakota government and how it works and all the boards and commissions and all the people, and then you can't do this, and the land board that. I'm going through the whole thing. I can still see the look on his face. I won't use all the language that he used. He's like, who would want that job? And I laughed. I said, only in North Dakota. He's like, in New Jersey, you have a king. I appoint my attorney general. I appoint the judges. He's going through the whole thing. He's going to do all these things someday. I said, yeah, and you've also got a record that you're always talking about, 135-0 on prosecutions for corruption in New Jersey, because they only have to get to one person who does the land permits and one person who's got control over this, that, and the other. In North Dakota, you got to bribe the whole town council and everything, and it's beautiful, and it's important the way we've spread that all out. We don't have power in one individual that often, except for Trav. And so that's what that speaks to. Anyway, I love seeing that. I think that if people leave here with any sense of let's hold on to that, even hold it up even more, put even more and more and more power in the legislature, because that reflects the North Dakota way, right? And then they give us our marching orders, and we carry that out.
Thank you for that. And Andrea, do we have any other audience questions coming through? I haven't seen any yet. I don't want to be ignoring them if they're there. Nope. All right. We've made you so excited you don't know how to ask questions. That's the way I'm going to take that. But thank you for leaving us with that message. And I think that should start us with that. If you could leave the audience with one message about overreach or how to fight it, what would you say? Trav or Matt? Who wants it?
Keep at it. Don't give up. I mean, because even gaining an inch gets you that much closer. And for some things, it is a little bit longer game than it should be. But I think use all the relationships. And what's interesting, too, about some of the roles that I've sat in, you never know where somebody might end up later on down the road. So the fact that I can call somebody on a committee right now, I can call somebody that might have some power that don't have here in the state, but can tell the story somewhere else and maybe get to somebody that can help out along the way. So keep at it. It can get very frustrating, so find your friends, and we're all here. We all have each other to lean on. We all have our own counseling group. So I think that would be the big thing. You just have to keep at it and don't let, whether it's the state government, and if there's something that the agency that I'm working with right now, if we're overstepping on something, like Drew had mentioned, I want to know. I want to make sure that we're being open and transparent. I want to be held accountable for how we get permits out the door. So if you've got feedback for me, don't hesitate to reach out. Glad to roll up the sleeves and visit with you.
Thank you. Matt?
So I think I would build a little bit on some of the comments made earlier about partners. Look for your partners. Use all your resources, right? We've talked about the process and the resources you have in that process, but partners are resources. And it's not only being willing to tell somebody when you disagree, but being willing to go to somebody who disagrees with you most of the time and ask them if they agree with you on issue X, Y, or Z. I've talked a lot about water issues today. There are a lot of wildlife groups who don't necessarily agree with me wholeheartedly on that. But there are areas where we agree. And when we focus on those areas where we agree, we can build out partnerships, and we can prevent the next bad issue from coming across. And so, agriculture has addressed, North Dakota agriculture has addressed a lot of these issues together. It's been all the commodity groups, Farmers Union, Farm Bureau, it's been industry groups, it's been, we've hired lawyers to work with us on a lot of these wetland issues. And we've done that as a coalition, as partners. But I think it's also important that we look beyond our comfort zone for those partners. And recognize that, you know what, if I agree with you on one thing, we're going to be friends that one day. And if I disagree with you on 99 things, well, then I look forward to the one day where we'll be friends. And I think that that's really important when we're talking about regulatory issues in particular, because those friendships really matter.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Matt. Last word to you, Drew, or are you done?
Amen. Those were, I agree with what both of them said. I think that's eloquently speaks to exactly what the approach should be. Pretty blessed as you look around, again, you look around the room, most of us know each other and have that capacity to deal with each other. And I would only add a partisan comment on it is one comment that I've tried to make is we've got some, there's obviously imbalance in our politics right now, just if you just look at numbers. And I urge people, and certainly in my work, that I urge people to recognize that there are good ideas on both sides of that room, no matter whatever the power balance. And I think that's the North Dakota way. And that's been my pledge to people too. I'm the Attorney General for North Dakota, not just one side of the room. I'm not suggesting that gets done a different way. I'm just saying let's keep encouraging each other along those lines too. That's really important. It's an important part of solving problems, and maybe it's that thing that you said. It's that one day you got this thing you agreed on, and it made all the difference. And Andrea and I had the privilege of working with and watching Jack Dalrymple, who is, really one of the most remarkable people I've worked around in public life, and his recognition that, doors open, legislators and lobbyists, everybody's walking in and talking things, and he had thought things through really well, and he was really focused on his long-term planning he'd gone through, and yet he's always writing down notes because he always figured, you know what? That one thing, that doesn't offend the essence of our plan here, and it actually makes it better. We saw it over and over and over, and it's a lesson that I took out of those 6 years. I like to think that I thought that before, but boy, did it underscore it. I thought that's quintessential. North Dakota way right there.
Perfect. We do not get stronger by people always agreeing with us. We get stronger by understanding where we still need to learn to prove our point, or to move forward together. So with that, thank you so much. The poll still stands at 90-10. So thank you all for keeping that, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, we've come to the end of a great day. And, when I close out, I have some thank yous to do. But before we do that, one of the things that we're lucky enough to do is work with great partners in the legislature. And so at this time, I'd like to ask Senator Rich Wardner to come up on stage. There's nothing like putting you on the spot. No. So Senator Wardner, as you know, certainly he's a Senate Majority Leader. He spent 2 terms in the House beginning in 91. He's been in the Senate since 1999. He's been the Majority Leader, I think, since 2010. Is that right? 2011. Or 2011. He's represented District 37 well, but he's really represented North Dakota well. He's a leader for our state, and as he has decided to not run, we wanted to give him a small token of our appreciation. So Josh has a gift for you. Hold on to that.
I will.
Thank you. We can get over here. Maybe someone can come take a picture of us. Stand in the middle. Before I do my thank yous, I would just offer, if Senator Wardner wants to make any brief remarks. I know we're going to hear from you at the PAC Social, but you can do it up here, or you can do some remarks down there.
Well, thank you, and I will make some remarks down there, and I'll make it very short. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been to a lot of these summits that the Greater North Dakota Chamber has put on. I will tell you, this last group does not have to apologize for anything. I lived through a lot of those things they were talking about. This was one of the best that they've ever put on. So congratulations, Eric.
With that, I'd like to first acknowledge our board of directors. I know we have some of you in the audience. If you're a member on our board, please stand and for acknowledgement. I have the pleasure of working with a great group of people dedicated to the future of North Dakota and the mission of GNDC. So we're very fortunate to have their leadership so that GNDC is benefiting all industries in all areas of the state, regardless of company size. I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work of the GNDC team, our Director of Communications, Amanda Remenzi. If you haven't said happy birthday to her, it's not too late. Our Membership Director, Chris Kalish, our Government Affairs Director, Andrea Fenig, and our Administrative and Member Outreach Coordinator, Laura Helbling. And once again, I'd like to thank, let's give it a... Once again, I'd like to thank our sponsors. Our leadership speaker sponsor is Midco. Our launch sponsor was Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Dakota. Our bronze sponsors are AE2S, American Crystal Sugar, BNSF, Railway, Ide Bailey, Enbridge, Fisher Industries, Flint Group, Lignite Energy Council, the North Dakota Association of Rural Electric Co-ops, the North Dakota Department of Commerce, Pharma, TC Energy, and Xcel Energy. Our silver sponsors are Otter Tail Power Company, Sanford Health, MDU Resources Group, Hess Corporation, NextEra Energy, and One Oak. And our gold sponsors are Amazon and ConocoPhillips. Again, we thank those of you who attended in person and virtually. We had record attendance this year, which we were thrilled about. These conversations obviously don't end today. They'll continue to influence the future of North Dakota as we move in the next session. Now, next year, this event will be held on the same date, September 27th. So if you didn't tell Amanda happy birthday this year, you'll have an opportunity next year to do that. So with that, we are going to have a PAC social in the governor's room. It's just off the lobby, right by the lounge. We're asking for a $50 contribution at the door. Our PAC is a vital tool we use to support business-friendly candidates. So with that, travel safely, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.